Chapter 51, Shiro's Life Counseling. What should I do about this? Shiro looked at the girl who's shorter than him by 10 centimeters, sitting right beside him on the dungeon's floor. A/N, Kuroniko is 160 centimeters, so MC is at 170 centimeters. He didn't expect that he would face yet another dilemma that he doesn't know how to handle. Consoling is fine, but it has something to do with killing. For once, he knows that he possesses a twisted reasoning about this, perhaps brought over by his past self. If a normal human shaped by a peaceful modern society knew about it, they would definitely say that he's a psychopath. However, killing is not only a norm for Terra, but also to the majority of chat group members. Shinji knew about it due to his connection to the moonlit world, while Romani himself used to be a ruler that doesn't have any qualms about it. Kaujiki could sacrifice her students, though it's still painful for her, if it meant humanity having a better fighting chance against betas, and Kaltsit is used to doing such thing for the better good. That's the reason why he's facing a dilemma right now. He's simply not a person that could be measured by a normal human's moral compass. Shiro considers himself as an educator or teacher of sorts ever since he started teaching Shinji and others, thus he knew how important his responses would be on Kuroniko's future. First of all, you did it because that's what you know is right. Yes. There's someone who will commit bad deeds in the future? They have an intention to kill you. Yes. That's right. Shiro thought of an angle that they should tackle in. Then, he realized something. Kuroniko, this world is just a game. If true death is allowed, you would have been killed by them. I believe you already know of this. What's been weighing you down are your doubts, right? Kuroniko went silent upon hearing this. Back in her world, she's sharp enough to notice that something's going on between Kyusuke and Kirino within their time as friends. I'm afraid. Afraid of them going away from me. Your friends. She nodded as she continued, I don't know if things would stay as it is once they know what I've done. I know that I can't keep it as a secret in one point. To her, the friends that she made are very important. They helped her, changed her for the better. Thanks to them, she knew that keeping things within herself is a bad choice. All those years of struggling alone made her suffer, too. When she met them, she would have been happy even if she couldn't sell much of her doujinshi, unlike her downcast self before. Everything just seemed better if she's with them, thus she tried her best to create that ideal world of hers, a world where Kyusuke, Kirino, and Kuroniko would be happy together. Hence, she broke up with Kyusuke when she noticed how it affected her friendship with Kirino and how it hurt her. That, and the fact that she felt guilty for trying to take away Kyusuke from her. In the end, she sacrificed her happiness to achieve the second best option, for the two siblings to fully realize their feelings with each other. So that's how it is. Shiro realized something yet again. Have some confidence with your friends, you know? They wouldn't do that if that's how you describe them. Before she could speak, Shiro added, you also have us, if we counts. Though we only met for more than half a month, I consider y'all my friends. Amnesia isn't a thing that he could simply brush off. Not knowing anyone, not even your home, made Shiro feel estranged with the world until the chat group invited him in. At least, he found a common connection with the people there. If he didn't get connected to it, he could only imagine him and Serge being the same. Wandering around the world aimlessly, not caring about her past that is long forgotten. Silence. Kuroniko couldn't or rather, didn't reply at his remark. She could only smile helplessly as she mumbled, this is not like me. Anyone else in your position would have been the same. Don't burden yourself too much. Thank you for this, Shiro. Kuroniko organized herself, removing the doubt that clouded her mind earlier. As she did so, some sort of embarrassment crept up as she thought of how she's been asking his help for a few times now. You are the only mortal that I owe such favors. Tell me if you need something, this queen shall get it done. Right, right. He patted the dust out of his armor as he stood up and he reached out his arm to her. Wanna go dungeon raiding? How could I be left out on that? She smiled, taking his arm so that she could stand up. Oh right, if you have some things to settle, I can wait. I understand. Please wait for a while. Tap. Tap. Kuroniko's silent footsteps vaguely resounded in this wide corridor. Though, it didn't trigger any aggro of the skeleton monsters. As to how? The corridor itself is dozens of meters wide. A skeleton could only be seen in every few dozen feet, which describes a lot about their distance. If not for Shiro intentionally luring them, they wouldn't gather up to hundreds by themselves. If other players did this, they wouldn't be able to, but things are different when it comes to Kuroniko. Not only did she practice light magic at home which allowed her to become invisible, she also learned about Shiro's lightness technique. When coupled together, it made her a terrifying assassin. Of course, this is without imperfections as she'd been practicing for more than 2 weeks. As she passed through the skeletons, she quickly pierced through their vital spots, namely the burning flames on their eyes, the so-called undead flame in Shiro's power system. One of the skills that she synchronized is her recently acquired skill from her first kill. Cost, 100 mana. Using mana, the selected target/S will be put in a state of fear for 1 minute. Several targets can be selected at the same time. Effect Fear, all stats decreased by 50%. She selected not more than 5 skeletons in her vicinity, making the modules that controlled the monsters confused. This confusion and fear is reflected in the skeleton's actions, in which they stood stiffly. Her dagger glowed before it pierced through the weakened skeleton's skull, extinguishing the undead flame from within. Its HP bar went down to 0 in one go, turning it into bright blue fragments before disappearing. She did the same with 4 other skeletons, switching between, and through that, she managed to keep on one-hitting them while not disturbing the other skeletons within her radius. After her 30th kill, she went back to the starting point, the only place where there's not a single skeleton within its 100 feet radius. It's your turn, Shiro. MN? Ah, well. Waking him up from his nap, he yawned before briefly stretching. This is how things had been once they decided to grind in this dungeon. Shiro and Kuroniko kept taking turns, but it's mostly Shiro who takes the majority of the grinding time the most. He messes up the dungeon by kiting the mobs, thus Kuroniko had to wait for a while before everything goes back to normal. Though, the two idly chatted to pass this time. Wait. Another one. What do you? Just as Shiro muttered out loud, a loud scream resounded from the top of this hole. After a few blinks, Kuroniko saw another girl in Shiro's arms. Shino. Fact number 11, in Terra, there are 2 races that has a hive mind, or something similar to it, namely, Seaborns and Sarkaz. The former is much similar to the Zergs, whereas a queen appears to take lead of the group. With it, the queen could control the Seaborns. That queen is also the one who constantly tries to corrupt Scatty into going to the dark side. As for the latter, it's their memories that are connected. That connection is very powerful to the point that a catastrophe occurred when something triggered it at one point of our night's story, Chapter 7. P.S. When a certain prophecy was fulfilled, Originum burst out from concentrated areas, factories, mines, energy sources, etc., and a catastrophe happened at the same time. Chapter 52, Their Development. 5 minutes ago, Shino arrived in the 20th floor. Wearing her equipment that is made of nearly cloth armor, she went into a stride as she estimated the dungeon's entrance based on Shiro's picture in the chat group. Even while her skill is unsure, she can still see her surroundings properly due to her good kinetic vision. It's no wonder that she used long-ranged weapons throughout the entire SAO series. PSSSH. At one point, she equipped the Annihilation Ray in her hand as she took aim on a silver squirrel that carried a sack on its shoulder. A golden arrow automatically generated on the bow as she gestured to aim at it. Keeping it at normal mode, she released the arrow between her fingers, which then accurately shot the squirrel straight in its body. A window telling her of the battle results appeared. The drop that Shino paid attention the most is the Night Ranger's gloves. Just by wearing it, it could increase her AGI by 10. There's also some other effects that can help her as a bow user. A good drop. Now, where am I again? She equipped the gloves as she continued on comparing her field map with Shiro's map. By the time a dozen minutes had passed, she ran through the entrance, making her free fall to it. She was startled and screamed in shock, but it was interrupted when she landed onto something comfortable. Opening her eyes, she could see Shiro's charming place at close distance. His charm is too powerful that it made her abashed after a second of realization. Shiro-san. Hello. Seeing that she became antsy in his arms, he lowered her and helped her stand up. Still, the blush on her face had not disappeared, making it obvious for the other two, especially Kuroniko, to know that something's wrong with her. They chose not to delve deeper into it and changed topics instead. Fancy meeting you here. Did you get lucky too? Shiro asked, curious about how she could enter here in second place. Lucky? No, I used the skill continuously to scour the entire field map. That's probably why I arrived here much faster than others. In Sword Art Online, there are many kinds of skills, but they mostly fall in these categories, and Shino's is under they, which helps her increase her running speed by 20% for 30 seconds. It has a cooldown of 10 seconds, making it a must-have skill for long-ranged combatants. Right, you want to try fighting against those guys? He pointed out to the wandering skeleton warriors. I suggest that you use a huge attack though. Might as well clean them up in one fell swoop. A huge attack? I understand. Thanks for the advice, Shiro-san. With that, Shino strode to the monsters and kite them one by one, just like what he did earlier. Albeit, she did so with a much smaller scale. Thanks to her week's worth of experience fighting against such monsters, she saw through their usual attack pattern after some time. They tend to do a huge motion before doing an attack, thus she always avoids them just before they executes it. Once they did so, they would take their time chasing the player with their aggro. Circling back near the starting point, she lured in nearly 50 monsters in one go. She's also careful enough to not attract unexpected monsters, so as to not cause a mob swarm. Shino drew her divine bow to its limits, converging more power to the single-shot arrow between her fingers. There's no command circles that appeared in its aim, though. For now, the deific mode of the bow is still unusable, unless she becomes as strong as the Solus Super account. Letting go of the arrow, it soon collided with the skeletons, shaving off a huge chunk of their HP. Just as they were about to come closer to her, she generated yet another arrow and released it. She did this for 5 consecutive times, sacrificing power for quantity. Still, this managed to do the trick as the mobs collectively turned into blue fragments and disappeared. What a huge EXP gain! Shino got surprised by the fact that she leveled up twice in one go. Just like Shiro, she utilized her AoE attacks to farm efficiently, allowing her to surpass some of the group members when it comes to levels. Some sort of excitement crept up on her, replacing her calm and cool side slightly. Shino is, after all, just a 13-year-old middle school student. On top of that, she faces several issues all by herself. This is the only time where she is free from all of that. Shiro-san, is this dungeon similar to the normal dungeons? Nope. Mobs respawn here just like field monsters. We might be able to clear this only once, too. Only once? If you think about its entrance, that's more likely. She looked at her mana gauge, which got bottomed out after one attack. Remembering that she has to study for a test, she said, I'll be logging off for a while. With that, she instantly disappeared without any traces. In the game's logs, she'll still be online here, but the special ability that the chat group gave her allowed for such a thing. Even an administrator would only see a sitting Shino in the starting point. It seems that we're the only ones left again. Shiro thought of something since he's getting bored kiting monsters alone. What about kiting monsters together? We'll form a party first before we kite them to a single place. You can poke them harder so that you can earn more when I finish it off. If you say so. Let us form this sacred pact. After setting up the party, the two saw their member's name along with their HP bar on their top right vision. Not much longer, they started sprinting as they poked the monster on their side. Kuroniko took the right side while Shiro took the left. The former used her skills alternatively once they were out of cooldown while the latter used the 1-hit to 4-hit sword skills that could be used in almost an instant, unlike that needed a player to tackle their targets twice. Suddenly, dozens of arrows rained down from above, an indication that they are more than 500 feet away from the starting point. Beyond that, the armored field bosses would appear. Though, they wouldn't any longer since Shiro killed some of them earlier. Can you handle this? Do not underestimate my abilities. She proudly declared, not an ounce of fear can be felt from her. Clearly, she had grown just a few hours after the dilemma that she'd faced. Hearing this, Shiro only smiled as he replied, right, right. I trust you. Somehow, he got a pleasant feeling after seeing someone grow stronger not physically, but mentally. Another hint of déjà vu randomly appeared inside him, but he didn't get confused this time. Shiro soon adapted to this feeling, as if it's something he'll genuinely feel if it's his past self. The two focused their attention on the arrows as they readied themselves to parry. A/N, what a misleading title. Aight, here's the fact of the day. Fact number 12, in Terra, oropathy is the one who caused many societal problems. But, the one that it caused the most is discrimination. That's right. Infected gets segregated due to the rumors of oropathy being able to be passed between people when in fact it is not. As long as you don't touch the crystals in their body, you won't be infected. Moreover, the main reason why it is feared is that it's basically a life sentence. Once you got it, it's only a matter of time before you die. If you die, you explode into originum crystals before turning it a originum zone. Chapter 53, Wakame, no longer. Inside the core of Sword Art Online, the management system resided. It is purely a world of black, with golden coating flowing like water continuously. As the system responsible for running SAO, it can easily see the entirety of SAO using real-time cameras. On one of the said monitors, the video of Shiro and Kuroniko kiting and killing monsters is present. It's the 4th time that this had happened, but Cardinal finally managed to close the entrance of the damned dungeon. From 24 hours, it reduced its duration to 8 hours. Coupled with the fact that 2 of Shiro's guildmates are facing against the 26th floor boss right now, it thought that it successfully did a damage control. Unbeknownst to it, one last player had entered into the hole. Using the sides of the hole as footholding, Shinji managed to reduce the impact by jumping from one wall to another until he reached the ground. Boom! As he landed, what he saw is a purple sphere expanding in a fast pace before exploding, causing a huge shockwave in this area. Using his aura, he managed to withstand it. His mana gauge depleted slightly as a result. Aura, even though used in a different professional system, is the same as mana. In short, it's a variant of mana that is converted to become suitable for the body's absorption. That's the reason why both mana and aura is calculated when it comes to their total WIS stat in the True Self template. Just before he could react, 6 lasers blasted the remaining skeletons, turning them into blue particles. The source of that is naturally MONST3R. Based on a dragon, not only it could confront its enemies melee using its sharp talons, it could also converge the originum present in the air to blast off a beam attack. Though, Kaltsit had to adjust it to instead usurper mana instead since it didn't exist in this virtual world. Thanks to it, MONST3R could now use both originum and mana when it comes to empowering its attacks. However, some field bosses survived up until now even with such powerful attacks. PSSSSH. Before their AI could react, Kuroniko went ahead and finished them off with, and, respectively. Since she got the last hit, she received some rare drops, but this is what they had agreed on earlier. Since only Kaltsit and Shiro has AoE attacks, Kuroniko kite these monsters with them first before the former two unleashed their attacks. Then, she would end up with the last hit on the field bosses to make things fair. Sensing a faint presence, Shiro looked back at the starting point and greeted Shinji. Hey, you're already here. Who's here? I don't see anyone. Shinji felt somewhat painful when they couldn't see his presence and even forget about him, but it didn't affect him much since Shiro could still notice him. Going down this train of thought, he decided to think of it as a punishment for his future wrongdoings. Even now, he swears to eliminate every single Shinji that he sees on another world line. I'm here. As he spoke, his existence got cemented into this world. He was finally seen by the others after this. So it was Shinji-kun. No wonder you evaded my gaze. His stealth is powerful. Now that he's visible to others, Cardinal could only be shocked when it saw a new player entering the dungeon. Is this a bug? It thought so as it started sifting through Sao, not knowing that she would find nothing there. While it did so, the dungeon's entrance closed, prompting a white notification window to appear. Notice. The dungeon is now inaccessible. Please clear the dungeon boss to open the exit. The admin closed it. What a pity. Admit? Is it the mission objective? Nope. Shiro continued his words in the chat group. Shiro, it's an administrative system inside the game called Cardinal System. Don't speak this out loud, it can see us. Kaltsit, can it do anything? He began explaining Cardinal's capabilities. Due to him experiencing that suppression firsthand, he knew how it worked the most. Shiro, as long as we normally clear this game, the quest will be taken care of. I think? Is it another one of your intuition? She asked him, but she already knew that something is bound to happen after he set up the flag. After all, going into a dungeon that is not in the anime is a huge red flag in and of itself. Let's hope that it wouldn't happen. Shiro skillfully changed the topic by asking Shinji if he wanted to try fighting against these mobs. Wanna try fighting against a crowd? A crowd far stronger than me. I want to try. Unknowingly, Shinji began enjoying the process of fighting. Only time will tell if he turns out to be a training maniac, just like that certain spearman with his golden rule. Oh, right. I was about to ask you something. Yes, Shiro Anaki. Just Anaki is fine. Anyways. He looked on top of Shinji's head. Precisely, on his hair. Unlike the usual seaweed-like hair, it's now akin to a normal hairstyle. Where's the seaweed I mean, what happened to your hair? Ah, this? This is all thanks to the consumable that I got from the spins. Turns out, it's all thanks to the anti-Wakame hair solution, SSR, that he finally got a straight, normal hair. To be honest, Shiro found it interesting, and ridiculous, because even his magic couldn't do anything to it. In his estimation, it's something close to true magic. It's as if the world didn't allow Shinji to have any other hair than his seaweed hairdo. Did I hear that correctly? An SSR item to set your hair straight? Shiro asked. The three of them has a dumbfounded looks after hearing the rarity of that item. After all, an SSR item already involves concepts and the likes. God-level powers, even. Embarrassingly, he replied, I know. Even I couldn't believe it at first. He replied as he scratched the back of his head. His hair is blessed no, equal to divinities. Kuroniko could only mutter in disbelief while Kaltsit decided to stay silent because she doesn't know what to comment. Your hair borders true magic, Shiro commented. Is that so? I never tried fixing it in the first place. It can be seen that Shiro's estimations are close. It took a single SSR item just to make it normal. One has to know that true magics are classified as UR, whereas some divine constructs are at SSR. With this, the ridiculousness of his hair can be seen. A/N, I guess I'll have an easier time distinguishing between two Shinjis in the future. Chat group Shinji would simply be called Shinji while the scumbag is called Wakame. Here's the fact of the day. Fact number 13, arts in Terra could be roughly divided into three types, scientific arts, base arts, and witchcraft. Scientific arts requires the caster to be more knowledgeable and familiar with science to become stronger. On the other hand, base arts is simply twisting the physics with their imagination, it's like thinking about water and water would form out of thin air. Lastly, witchcraft is similar to formal magecraft that involves rituals to gods. Though, the affinity stays the same, so you won't be able to manipulate water by imagination if your affinity is flame. Chapter 54, Stria. Clang. Clang. Sparks flew out as Shinji blocked the incoming blades at him. As he blocked, he performed a counterattack by stabbing his spear nimbly on the skeleton's forehead. It didn't take long before he pierced through each skull, earning him a kill every few seconds. He didn't mind the incoming arrows as he used his aura to fully enhance his legs, allowing him to dodge the most of them with ease. Still, some of the arrows cut through his armor due to his inexperience in crowd control. Clang! Just as he used his spear to block one of the unavoidable arrows, a small skeleton wielding a pair of daggers rushed at him. Thankfully, his instincts reacted in time and struck it with the edge of the spear's shaft. Bam! With a quick thrust, he promptly depleted its HP points to 0. Private Shiro, control, Shinji-kun. Check and prioritize who you'll deal with first. After seeing this message, he realized something and decided to change his fighting style. Even when 3 skeletons are around his reach, he didn't stab them first and sensed his enemies first. Once he saw that there's no skeletons that could quickly bypass his strike zone easily, he began doing what he did before. PSSSH. He dodged the long sword that came at him and countered with his own attack, ending its life in one blow. Then, he suddenly swung it to the right. With the momentum that he gathered and the aura enhancement that he placed, Shinji managed to shatter its skull. It's a little bit overwhelming already. Shinji thought as he slowly led the aggroed monsters away from others. As he did so, he attracted more skeletons, but he finally managed to lure them away to the point that no more new monsters were added to the fray. 30 enemies. I can do this. Shiro looked at the panting Shinji as he walked back to the starting point. Since it served as safe area of sorts, they used it as a resting area. You all right? Yes, I'm good. Shinji sat down in the floor as he tried to catch some breath. How's fighting against many enemies? It's hard. Sometimes, their attacks pass through my defense. There's also some unexpected moments like a small skeleton almost stabbing daggers in my chest. In the end, it should be your lack of experience. Without a superior reaction time, you can only try to make less mistakes. With a superior reaction time, their room for errors is much higher due to them being able to react quickly and fix that mistake. Meanwhile, those without it can only try their best to make less mistakes since their room for errors is lower. Sometimes in the battlefield, the latter's single mistake could result to their death while the former would be able to avoid such deaths thanks to their fast reaction speed. Shiro began pointing out his mistakes one by one as he'd seen him fight through the video call. Since this dungeon is far too big, he's more than 100 meters away from the starting point when he fought. Shiro. What's the matter? They've exhausted their power of darkness. Shiro stared blankly at the direction that she pointed, only to see the huge hallway void with monsters that are supposed to have spawned by now. Seriously. It turned into a normal dungeon. In the dungeons that he cleared before, the monsters would only respawn after he cleared it once. That's the reason why he rejoiced upon the fact that this dungeon isn't normal. Looks like it's telling us to clear it like a normal dungeon. Dr. K.A. Eltsit. MN. Can MONST3R act as a tanker? It's alright. Then. Kuroniko would defend the flank together with Shinji. Lastly, Shino would be in the middle, serving as the long-ranged dealer. Is that alright? I have no complaints. Fine by me. Kuroniko and Shino agreed to this arrangement. After forming a 5-man party, they started pushing through the dungeon. It wasn't particularly challenging now that 5 of them are here. It's more or less a massacre instead. Shiro spearheaded the front using the aware player takes advantage of the post-motion delay to cast another sword skill, allowing them to use these skills continuously. K.A. Eltsit is right beside him, using her light rapier to kill 3 or more skeletons at once with a calculated strike. Meanwhile, Shinji and Kuroniko took care of the mobs that could pass through them. Sometimes, they helped at the front using a dagger throw or an aura blade. Lastly, Shino stretched her bow to the fullest to deal the greatest damage to them. With the other 4 guarding her, she could do this easily, thus turning her into a well-protected missile launcher. Unfortunately, there wasn't any skill in Incrad which prevented her from empowering her attacks. Though, she took the skill as her main to complement this disadvantage of hers. The group took some time before they saw a plaza-like area. In the corners of it are 4 torches that bore some kind of red markings in their body. A safe area. This should be in the depths of a labyrinth. Kuroniko commented. In Sword Art Online, there are 2 types of dungeons, namely the labyrinth and the sub-dungeons, which is often called as dungeons. The former is a tower-like place that connects each floors on their ends. When the players reach the top of it, they have to defeat a floor boss before going to the next floor. On the other hand, sub-dungeons are like the normal dungeons in a RPG that disappears after being cleared once. There are also sub-dungeons that doesn't disappear no matter how many times you clear them. Shiro. What's? Just as Kaltsit called out to him silently, he felt a gaze behind his back. Presumably, she must have felt this. He made an eye contact with Kuroniko and she nodded, too. Shinji, can you do it? Yes. Shinji nodded as he also felt the stare not far behind them. When he sneakily took a peek, he saw no one, but he trusted his instincts more after his training. He briefly disappeared on spot, causing confusion to Shino who didn't feel it. The person watching them from the back was puzzled when one of them disappeared in front of her own eyes, but she only felt the cold blade being pointed at the back of her neck. Don't move. Ehe. You got me. As the girl cancelled her optical camouflage, her appearance was soon revealed to them. Their stalker has lavender hair that goes down to her neck, with 2 long strands on both sides of her head. Her eyes has a similar crimson color when Kuroniko has her contacts on, but with an addition of purple in it. She wore a strapless lilac dress coupled with an intricate coat on top of it. Overall, you wouldn't associate her with any other players due to her outfit. They soon approached her before Shiro began asking questions. Who are you? Me? You can call me Stria. Stria. He tried recalling this name, but to no avail. He didn't remember reading about her in the light novel canon. Shiro, she doesn't have a color cursor. Then, she's not a player. The moment Shiro spoke out his speculation, shock was visible in Stria's face. You are very sharp. She said with a cheerful tone. It's as if she didn't mind the spear being pointed behind his back. Clearing her throat, she began talking about her identity. Good day, players. I am Stria MHCP002, the second mental health counseling program created to monitor the players' well-being. You can call me Stria. Fact number 14, infected, patients of oropathy, has varying mind-related problems. It ranges from the severe headaches to DID, basically a split personality. As for the reason why they have such problems, it's not explained in the canon, but you know a thing or two about the HP Lovecraftian outer gods, right? Mental pollution is what they specialize the most. Chapter 55, Will Manifestation. Stria. Alright. You can put it down, Shinji-kun. As Shiro said that, they lowered their arms, but still maintained enough vigilance against her. A mental health counseling program, hey. The one that was supposed to monitor the players' mental states. Kuroniko asked Shiro to confirm her knowledge. That's right. We were supposed to provide help to the players. Supposed to? What happened? Both me and my older sister got restrained by the from making contacts with players. Stria began explaining her situation. Originally, she and her older sister are the top-down AI created by Argus to specifically monitor the players' health. Once they aren't in the right state to play the game, they would kindly tell the players to log out. However, this function of theirs wasn't fulfilled due to the fact that Kaiba and the set them to be forbidden from interacting with such players. The only thing that they could do is to watch all of them go crazy and sometimes, kill themselves. Stria has a depressed look at this point, infecting the atmosphere of the party. Thankfully, Shiro managed to change the topic. How did you appear here then? Ah, right, this dungeon is almost considered as a no-man's zone because of its entry requirements. Even I didn't expect someone here. She paused momentarily before continuing, this place is just as it says, an underworld for the remnant data stored in the system's archives. Underworld? Scanned data. They only became more confused as she explained the situation here. Well, everyone except for Shiro and Kuroniko thanks to their prior knowledge of the novel. They're remnant ghosts that retained their power. When a player dies, there exists a remnant data that was scanned when they used the nerve gear for the first time. It's like a carbon copy of sort. Fortunately, Shiro is here to explain her metaphors. Even back in her world, this trait of hers never disappeared. Sue, why do I feel that you know many things? Stria asked them, thinking that there's some sort of company employees involved in the making of this game. Just because. She quickly gave up on asking for some answers and elaborated more instead. Simply put, these remnant data exists in the game as a cache of sorts. Though, they seldom affect the entire game with their existence. Just as how mental power and will in Shiro's magic system, these data has some will stored in them, a remnant thought of sorts. However, almost every remnant data has a not-so-good last thoughts before dying, thus making these emotions very dark. Coupled with the fact that 2,000 people died in the first month, the system is almost overloaded with these types of data. The only way to purge them would be to gradually cleanse these will with time. This dungeon is a result of such conclusion by the By slowly turning these corrupted data into normal ones, they would result in less possibility in having bugs. This aspect is important to be looked on because these wills could overload the system for a brief moment, creating some sort of problem with Kyaba's world. Moreover, the willpower of every player is actually a key point in this virtual world. Incarnation state. Shiro thought as he listened to her explanation. I can see why they would pose a problem. Incarnation state is the strongest state that one could achieve in this game. Through their willpower, they could surpass the limitation of the system and perform impossible feats. One such example of what it could achieve is Kirito killing Heathcliff when the latter is in. This is also the key on defeating Heathcliff, the hardest objective that they have for this quest. Once she finished explaining, Kaltsit went straight to the point. Will these data be removed once we clear this dungeon? Yeah. But the difficulty of doing so is high. Why so? Because of the boss. At first, the party didn't really face much difficulty clearing this dungeon even though they're more than 15-30 levels higher than them thanks to their equipment and special privileges. More so, their average level went up to 35 plus, with Shiro taking the lead at 46. However, this boss will prove to be challenging. If what Stria mentioned is right, it would be as strong as a floor 60 labyrinth boss, which roughly equates to a level 70 boss. Since the mobs here wouldn't respawn any longer, the highest level that they might be able to reach would be around level 50-60. There's still a 10-20 level difference between them. In the first place, a boss is already hard to handle within the same level, but they're even more difficult to handle if their levels lower. This is the main reason why players of Sword Art Online retain a 10 level difference before challenging the labyrinth boss. However, they are simply built different. Shiro asked, please tell us more about the boss. Inside another dungeon, Tuka is strolling on a snowy environment. The temperature is so low that a normal player would have been inflicted with the cold status and gained some debuffs. However, she circumvented this by wearing a thick brown fur coat that she got as a drop in the beginning of her dungeon escapades. It's a pity that I couldn't join, but it can't be helped. She only smiled as she thought about the dungeon where Shiro fell in. That time, she got trapped in this dungeon somewhere in floor 25. Thinking that it's an easy clear, she went ahead and entered it. Since that time, 5 hours had already passed. Unlike normal dungeons, this floor is almost like a field taken somewhere on a floor. That's just how big it is. Swoosh. When she saw a blue sprite, she didn't hesitate to create thin flaming needles and targeted it. Without even a time to react, it turned into EXP points for her. I didn't expect that this would be powerful. Tuka mumbled as she touched her now golden right eye. When she first received this eye, she immediately felt power permeating her entire being. This is not an illusion as her tyrant's eye is really that powerful. Its most basic and passive ability is to see through fate and the likes. Meanwhile, she can bend reality to a certain extent within her range. Even though it consumes her mana and mental power, it's still too strong. There it is. When she saw a giant silhouette not far away from her, she rejoiced. After all, her dungeon exploration is unlike Shiro and Ko's party. It consisted of more than 70% exploration and 30% battles. Equipping she used Tyrant's Eye to make its weight lighter before wielding it in her right hand. With that, she charged towards the Ice Yeti while gathering momentum for her great sword. She placed it above her head as she did so. When Tuka's close to it, she leaped and swung it down to its head. Bright light came out from the great sword, indicating that a sword skill is about to be unleashed. Bam! The first impact that their battle caused created a sound blast as it hit the Ice Yeti. A moment later, it broke through its hide as the blade went deeper in its head. It went on until it split the Yeti in half, turning it into countless blue fragments that fluttered in the wind. A/N, Tuka got stuck in the world of Genzahem. Here's the fact of the day. Fact number 15, normal infected in our nights only gets to live for 1 day 20 years at most. The more they receive the treatment, the longer their lifespan would be. But then, there are some exceptions to it, and this certain someone is one of the strongest, in canon, and badass character in our knight's lore, Patriot. He withstood the oripathy inside his body for nearly 10 years. I can't explain how badass he is in a few sentences, but he fought against Kaltsit and 2 other casters that could easily destroy a city all by themselves, Amiya and Rosmontes, yet he effing won. Even, he is said to be the match of an immortal. P.S. He's basically the Doom guy of Terra, with all his family dead and all. Chapter 56, Labyrinth Boss. A/N, Romani will be changed to Roman. I knew that I kind of screwed this part when I've started reading FGO's story. This reminds me of some memories. Bits of memories flashed in Roman's mind as he traced the labyrinth's wall with his hand. As the king of mages that lived through the age of gods, he visited some magus workshop. Though, they almost look and feel as exactly as this 26th floor labyrinth, with them being dreary and such. Riddled with tons of traps and bounded fields, most magi wouldn't dare invade it. Of course, his former workshop doesn't look like this. At least, it looked more of an intellectual's room filled with books and other magical stuff. Tisk. Tisk. The creator of this game did take his time setting up the perfect ambience for labyrinths. Should be his perfectionism. Kaujiki replied as she stared at the distant chimeras crawling in the ground. The 25th floor labyrinth is also dubbed Alchemist's Workshop due to the fact that slimes and chimeras populated the place. The labyrinth boss is still unknown, but the players speculate that it should be an evolved chimera of sorts. Easily finishing off the remaining chimeras, they soon arrived in front of the boss room. The door in front of them is more than a dozen meters tall. Intricate carvings are designed in front of it while two golden handles are in its middle. Do you need to rest first? No, I'm all fine. I'm opening this thing then. With a single push, the boss room's entrance was opened. As soon as they got in, the door closed by itself. The insides of the room is surprisingly dark and dim until a rainbow light swept through the entire room, making it as bright as day. At the far end of this room is this labyrinth's boss, a basilisk. Mostly black in color, it walked on all fours with a sharp horn in its forehead. Its long tail has a prism-shaped end, something used to unleash its deadly poison stored inside its body. A basilisk. The one from the myths. That's right. Be careful to not look at its eyes directly. That, and its poison. Roman explained it the way he usually does, the precise way. Since they always get interrupted during the time he talks, with some monsters suddenly attacking Ritsuka every time, he does it the most precise way. Alright. At this moment, the basilisk opened up its eyes before releasing a loud growl. We'll do as planned. Remember that I'll cast the healing magecraft at my own discretion. Nodding, he unsheathed his sword made out from black iron. Its grip is adorned with golden patterns while a white jewel is present in the middle of its guard. As he charged straight at it, 4 different elements manifested out of thin air. It fused in an extremely fast speed, creating a 4-colored energy beam. After executing and slashing at its throat, Roman immediately dodged the mouth that tried to bite him off. Behind him, the beam went straight to its open mouth, shaving off one of its HP bars by half. However, such attack consumed nearly half of his mana reserves. A good one, thankfully. As the former king of magecraft and the current grand caster, casting such elemental magecraft is an easy feat for him, or not. When he became an ordinary human, he lost both his clairvoyance and magic circuits as a result. He knew of the upcoming disaster when he became a human, yet he is powerless to do anything about it. Thankfully, his friends got his back and helped him. Marisberry, in particular, created Chaldea just for this. This gave Roman the opportunity that he needed to uproot this future calamity. When the bombing on the command room happened, he knew that it had started. Before that, he could only be pessimistic as he knew less about the said calamity. Only by hiding his identity and having the chance to meet Solomon in person would he be able to use his trump card. Though, this paid off in a way that his identity wasn't revealed when Lef revealed that he's a demon pillar. Boom! The basilisk's tail whipped the floor near him, prompting him to dash sideways. While he dodged, he used to cut its tail by slashing diagonally thrice, similar to the X shape. A/N, the cuts are left diagonal right diagonal left diagonal. Meanwhile, Kaujiki finished the big spell that she was preparing. A huge flame pillar rose up from below the basilisk as it spun slightly like a tornado. This brought the basilisk up into the air as the flame pillar disappeared. By this time, one of its 5 HP bars are fully depleted. The basilisk began to free fall to the ground, which the two took advantage once more. Kaujiki turned the surrounding air into carbon metal with her alteration magecraft before turning it into pikes that aimed at its huge body. Roman used the skill, a 4-hit sword skill, forming a 4-shaped cut in its stomach. When it fell to the ground, they damaged it once more, nearly depleting its second HP bar. As it stood up and gained its momentum, things became harder, however. The basilisk spewed out a bubbly green liquid. This is its poison, a very lethal kind that would inflict a poison status to the ones who made contact with it. Their HP would continuously decrease under this state, unless they drink an antidote potion. The next 20 minutes were spent with Roman dodging the said poisons while inflicting damage using his magecraft and sword skills. The same goes for Kaujiki, who fired off one spells after another behind the front line. Her spells did great damage to the basilisk, especially her flame magecraft. To its poison, her flame is simply a huge counter against it. A few times, she evaporated the incoming poison at Roman, giving it an opening for him to attack. Of course, the AI behind the basilisk isn't dumb enough as it began dodging Kaujiki's attacks when only its final HP bar is left. The moment it reached the final bar, its pupils shone with golden light. Roman sensed something with his instincts, thus he got away from it early on. Still, he received the stun status for 2 seconds. Though, he stayed calm since he knew that someone got his back this time, too. As expected, Kaujiki formed black barriers formed by carbon metal that is based on Shiro's Exia, the E-carbon. Up to date, it is the strongest material that she had encountered, thus she saved its composition when she performed a structural analysis on it during the time in the lounge. The doses of barriers weakened and slowed down the momentum of its sharp tail, giving enough time for Roman to be out of the stun state and dodge it perfectly. "Thanks," he said as he performed the same move as earlier, his mana reserves refilled in the duration of their fight. Once again, it successfully hit the basilisk as it lowered the final HP bar by a fifth. The two attacked the basilisk who is in its last straws calmly. When another 10 minutes passed, its body plopped sideways to the floor as it slowly turned into digital fragments. Phew! That paralysis attack is surely troublesome. Just as what you'd expect from a floor boss. During its last stand, the paralysis gave them the biggest troubles. It simply didn't give them any early signs, only a golden glow in its eyes before it shortly executes the skill. If there are other players, they could have just used and direct the boss aggro to them, but they're only 2 people. What's more, Kaujiki is a mage. Just as they were about to leave the room and head for the next floor, the door of the boss room opened. Fact number 16, the power scaling of our knight's cannon is actually quite ridiculous. One such example is Amiya, a demon lord. She has 15 seals, 10 on her hands, 2 on her wrists, 1 on her neck, and the other 2 on her legs. When she unsealed 2, she can immediately destroy an entire city. We can only guess what happens when all 15 are released. On the other hand, we have Scatty slicing mountains in one hit, an old man, Helaga, who fought Patriot and lived, some remnants of a god that can bend reality, and so on. Chapter 57, Where's the boss? Are they? As soon as Asuna opened the door to the boss room, she and the rest are greeted by a huge congratulations. Prompt as they saw the brightly lit boss room. On the side, Kirito wearily scanned the room. They could only be dumbfounded when they saw that the boss that they're about to clear was killed. Their eyes shifted to the 2 conspicuous players inside the room, the one with fluffy orange hair and a woman that has a length-waist purple hair. Ah! Roman could only make a troubled face once he saw them. To be honest, these parties should have come here tomorrow morning. That's the main reason why they chose to clear this floor boss ahead of time. In the end, the trio's confusion were compressed into a single sentence, in which Asuna worded out for everyone else here. Who are you? A few hours ago. Yo, Key boy. You wouldn't expect what I managed to find out use now. Hey, Argo. What did you find that got you so excited? A hooded girl patted Kirito's shoulder as he sat down in contemplation. Under the street lights, the girl's facial features were revealed. She has brown eyes and curly blonde hair, but what made her look stand out is her red whisker-like paint. 3 of such whiskers are painted in both sides of her cheeks. These are the punishment mark during the acquisition quests, but she chose to retain them as a makeup of sorts instead. Truth is, I went out for a stroll in the labyrinth layers. Guess what did I find? What is it? There's no monsters. Her reply managed to halt Kirito's thought processes for a second. You mean? Someone is trying to clear the labyrinth right now? Kirito exclaimed in surprise since this is no different than committing suicide. The matter on the 25th floor is already widespread, yet some still attempted to presumably clear the labyrinth with numbers. Did they choose this time since the planned date is tomorrow morning? Maybe. Anyways, what would you do? Kirito went silent for a while as he thought of the possible ways of dealing with this. If it's not too late, I can try stopping them. Your heroic spirit, as always. He only chose to not comment in that statement. In actuality, he doesn't treat himself as such. He's not a hero of justice that would worry for the greater good, but he could help someone in need if he sees them. Though, he chooses to cover this up with I'll feel uncomfortable if I let someone die in front of me. I need to message some people first. Thanks for the info, Argo. Tea is not a big deal. Also, you think that I wouldn't come? You're coming. Of course. I'm quite interested in their stupidity after all. Argo came up with a weird reply, but Kirito knew that she would have tried helping them. After all, she's the one who distributed the guidebook in the lower floors for free. Moreover, the income that she earns while doing brokerage work goes to this. It's not an understatement that she's the walking charity herself. Even though she's the usual businesswoman that squeezed out the COR out of the clearers in-game wallets, this act of hers helped Sword Art Online to have lesser casualties. Alright. After an hour and a half, Kirito and his group arrived in front of the boss room. Since this matter is urgent, he could only message a couple of people that are awake right now. He managed to contact Asuna, Klein, and Agil in the end. Man. We couldn't catch up. It's already been hours, you can't blame yourself. Klein only sighed dejectedly while Agil comforted him. The moment that they traversed the labyrinth, it is just as what Argo had said, there's no monsters up until to the boss room. However, the strength of these clearers could be seen here. Since they can avoid the traps present in this labyrinth and fight against the monsters at the same time, they should possess enough strength to challenge the boss. Hey, Kirito-kun! Asuna called out to him, seemingly confused with something. Yes. Which guild do you think it is? I don't know. When the guilds in the front lines were formed, Kirito knew about their notable players. Still, he couldn't guess who's behind this attack since the other guilds fall under the number 1 guild, the Knights of the Blood. Their guild master, Heathcliff, is the current highest leveled player at level 49. Their level average is also the highest out of all guilds, too. Don't think too much. We'll know the answer once the door is opened. Argo's right. I'll open it now. Asuna decided to open the door once and for all. Just like any other labyrinths, they were easily opened after pushing it with a considerable amount of force. This time, bright lights greeted them, as opposed to the supposed dim and dark boss room when no players are present. This made the group slightly relieved since this is a sign that the players inside are still fighting against the boss. However, what greeted them is not the boss attack nor the shouts of the players, but silence. In the middle of the boss room are 2 players who stood still, seemingly checking out the fight log. Both of them wore light armor that has a noticeably high quality. When one looked closely, they shone in rainbow light. The woman has a 2-handed spear behind her back while the man wielded a 1-handed sword in his waist. Ah! It didn't take long before the man, Roman, finally noticed their presence. At that moment, he knew that things would be slightly troublesome, well, maybe more troublesome. Who are you? Asuna could only voice out her doubts by asking this question. Not only her, but the rest of them are filled with doubts. Did your party members die? Kirito asked. If his thoughts are right, they would have sustained heavy casualties during the boss battle. After all, it is not uncommon to happen in the early days. Fortunately, his conjectures were outright denied the next moment. Die? No, you're mistaken. Roman faced them completely as he saw Kaujiki's message in the chat group. We're the only ones here. Excuse me. When they heard his response, they could only be shocked. Meanwhile, Argo laughed out loud as she loudly said, "Good joke. This is the first time that I heard this." Of course, that is mixed with sarcasm. The next moment, her expression turned serious. How many people did die due to that foolishness? Sigh. Romani could only sigh dejectedly since he long knew that they wouldn't believe his words. Suddenly, he took out a blue crystal from the guild storage and held it in his hand. This is not the time to meet yet, he said as he muttered the command to use the teleport crystal. Soon after, they flashed with white light before disappearing in this room. And there they go. Argo muttered, obvious dissatisfaction present in her face. They aren't from any known guilds. That's what I was about to say. She affirmed Kirito's guess as the 2 players from earlier wasn't in any information that she knew. This could only mean one thing, they leveled up discreetly until they reached their current levels. Which is of course, impossible to do. In fact, any player wouldn't be able to avoid meeting other players when playing this game. I was thinking about this just now, but, is there any possibility that what he said is true? Asuna spoke out her thoughts. She saw the face of that man earlier, and it doesn't look like he's lying. No way. There's no way that could be true. Klein is the first one to reject that. That is impossible, Asuna. Ajil replied since he knew that it is outright impossible to challenge the boss with 2 players alone. This isn't something like the first floor boss, but the 26th floor one. Their damage, lethality and attack patterns are much complicated than before. Alright. She knew that it is impossible, too. But, she felt that the man from before is being genuine. He's not similar to the other liars that she encountered before due to her father's high standing. In the end, she could only have some guesses on what actually happened inside this room. A/N, some correction on the fact 2 days ago. Actually, Patriot only withstood Oripathy for around 10 years tops. Still, that's without any inhibitors, so he's still crazy strong. Fact number 17, under the sea, there exists a country called Aegir, basically Atlantis. They are facing off some Fulho-like monsters called Seaborns. You can imagine them having black tentacles all over the place, which is strangely very outer god-like. Anyways, the main reason why these Aegir people, a race that has a strength similar to a strong human, fight this race is due to their super soldier program. They implant the Seaborn's body, DNA and the likes, to an Aegir before they enlist them to fight. Mantis/Flame Chasers, anyone. Chapter 58, Elven Prince. Finally. Hours of clearing up mobs, fighting against 5 other field bosses, and fatigue is what they paid to arrive in front of this gigantic door. It has the same design as the ones in the labyrinths, but much bigger. Magic. Is. Cool. Though, a single girl couldn't help but be excited every time she sees magic. Whenever she sees runes and magic circles, stars appeared in her eyes. Hey, Shiro. Can I learn that too? Maybe. He can only shrug his shoulders. Since he knew that she's an AI, how could she possess magic circuits and the likes? Still, using mana might be possible inside this game. Shiro. Suddenly, Kuroniko called out. "MN. Look, a ghost." She calmly pointed towards the nearly transparent figure lying near the huge door. If one wouldn't focus their sights, they wouldn't find it easily. Shino is the first one to lose calm. A G-ghost. Where? They exist. Surprisingly, Stria looked just as scared as Shino, making Shiro dumbfounded. You too. An AI that is scared of ghosts. You can be more scientific. He retorted in his mind. Anaki, should I? Shinji readied his light magic as it is effective against spiritual beings such as ghosts. No need. Look, there's an exclamation mark on top of his head. I see. They are all too familiar with this sight. Whenever there's a golden exclamation mark in an NPC, it could only mean one thing, quest. They quickly got closer to it before initiating a conversation with it. Hello. You need some help. Ah. The moment the silhouette heard Shiro, his dazed eyes became sharp. It scanned the group for a moment before letting out a tired yet shocked voice. You are, users of mana. That's right. How did you know? Your presence. Ever since the Great Separation, magic disappeared. But how? It seemed to be in some sort of contemplation before it snapped back to reality by itself. It doesn't matter. Everyone here must be strong enough to reach the end of this dungeon. So. It paused for a moment, hesitating on whether it should ask their help or not until it came to a conclusion. Can you help me kill my father? As he said it, a notification window appeared in front of everyone here, Stria included. Undead exorcism. Details: the former forest elf king, Nazadiel, resurrected once more as a terrifying undead with great martial prowess. Together with his soldiers, he will run rampant in the lands of the Steel Castle. On the other hand, his son wishes to put him into rest as his final request. Quest completion: the death of the undead elf king. Accept/deny. After reading for a dozen seconds, everyone decided to accept this quest since they'll face the undead boss anyways. Alright. Thank you, brave warriors. May the blessing of the wind god be with you. Once the ghost elf finished his last words, he turned into golden particles of light before disappearing. Though, he left them behind with something special. Soon, they noticed the changes in their bodies. A new status. It's called Kaltsit found it odd that even Monst3R got affected by it, but she placed it on the back of her mind to be studied later. When they clicked on the new status beside their names, they saw its description. Simply put, it increases their movement speed, attack speed, and enables them to glide in the air for a few seconds. What's more important is that the increase in their speed is 50%. Shiro and Kaltsit quickly adapted to the change, but the same couldn't be said to anyone else. Shinji and Kuroniko almost stumbled quite a few times while Shino slipped down to the floor head first. Ow! This reminds me of Tamimi. He thought as he began using his life magic to ease the pain and heal her HP. While he did so, he spoke to the other three. It'll be a problem if we go to the boss room like this, right? How about, you three spar against me? Adapting in fights should be much faster. Spar? Anaki, I'm in. Shinji enthusiastically replied as he almost fell down to the floor. This one doesn't shy away from mere duels. Fight against you, Shiro-san? I want to try. Shiro waited for Shino to heal before he and the other three positioned a few feet away from him. Don't hold back, alright. He took out his fragrant olive sword and continued, come at me as if you would kill me. Tap. Tap. Clang. When Shiro parried Kuroniko's dagger and pointed the tip of the golden blade at her throat, it ended their little sparring session. The moment he placed down his sword, she immediately sat on the ground with her fatigue stat as high as 75. This is not without any gains, however. Shinji, Shino, and Kuroniko managed to bring out almost every strength of theirs to fight against Shiro, albeit they still lost. They have almost the same stats due to the latter being a few levels higher than them, but that's it. His exquisite techniques were mostly integrated by him after training here in Inkrad. After all, the memories that he got back when he first stepped into Winged Knight are simply too huge. Right now, he can finally look for some ways to break through the master-level mastery and unlock the so-called intents. In the end, Shiro can suppress them thanks to his high-speed processing speed and experiences. This did not come without any cost, however. His body is severely limited right now and is much weaker than before, thus he had to catch his breath a few times before speaking. Y'all did great. He began pointing out their strengths one by one. Shinji can completely adapt to situations and Shino made great use of her superb kinetic vision. He then looked towards Kuroniko and said, and Kuroniko, you've improved so much in a short period of time. It seems that you've decided already. That is so. In this fight, her attacks possessed a very slight amount of lethality. In simpler terms, she developed killing intent. This could only mean one thing, and that is her choosing to throw away her mundaneness and go deeper in this magical world instead. Let's rest for a while, he said as he plopped down the floor, power drained in his body. He lied down the cold hard floor along with the other three. To be honest, this is the first time he felt like this since his battle with Surtur. His body is so exhausted, but he can control himself to continue fighting. It's as if he's used to such thing that it became a reflex of his. Who am I, really? At first, he thought that he's an assassin or a soldier of sorts until he came into contact with his origin. At that time, he found out that he has two origins, namely, books and armaments. The former should have represented his desire for more knowledge, while the latter, he could only guess that he's a warrior king of sorts. Even though he'd wanted to find out more, he couldn't bring himself to use the memory card yet. The memories stored within there can be huge, and it'll take him time to integrate it with himself. If he doesn't do so, he might experience the same thing as Surtur, the world being surreal and such. An hour and a half had passed before they could fully recover. Standing in front of the door, Shiro pushed it open. When the room became brightly lit, what greeted their sight is a skeleton wearing a ruler's robe, with decayed long hair and a golden crown with red and blue jewels embedded around it. The flames in its eye sockets became stronger as he looked at them. Their boss fight had finally begun. A/N, just finished writing the end of this boss fight. I really had fun writing some of Sao's characters as well as their reactions. To be honest, I've long wanted to write one, but you know, laziness. Here's the fact of the day. It's sword art online this time. Fact number 18, in Inkrad and Alfheim, multiple hit sword skills are the norm. However, it is the opposite when it comes to Underworld. There, they specialize in one-hit combos instead, something that aims to defeat their foe as quickly as they could. If you've noticed in the anime, that's the main reason why you can't see a continuous glowing sword during their fight scenes. Only Kirito and Yu-Gi-Oh are versed in Inkrad style. Its main catch is the previous outside skill. With it, the Inkrad style connects these one-hit combo skills to form a continuous hit combo. So yeah, an IAI would have prospered in it, I guess. Chapter 59, Unbalanced Gameplay. Stria, stay in the back, alright. Hi. At first, she was supposed to stay behind, but because of her circumstances, she wouldn't be able to leave this sub-dungeon unless she's in the boss room. As to why she couldn't just enter after the boss is finished off, the door locks itself, unlike the normal boss room entrances out there. Can I really trust you on that? You mean it? Of course you can. Shiro only sighed as he asked Stria to stay out of the boss proximity. When she descended in Sao, she did so in an in-game avatar that is roughly level 35. Though, she forgot to place her player cursor due to her lapse of judgment. Since she doesn't even possess common sense, how could she fight against a tricky boss that is double her current level? Not knowing her enough, the entire party could only treat her like a child. Grr. Sounds of unintelligent roaring directed their attention back to the boss. It thumped the butt of its lance to the floor, causing a huge shadow to take in a huge portion of the room's floor. Soon, a wave of undead monsters were summoned to the boss room, filling it with sounds of bones hitting each other as well as low growls. Strangely enough, a slight purple glint appeared in Kuroniko's irises before disappearing. Nobody noticed this small occurrence except for Shiro. Just as we've planned. Avoiding the skeletons, Shiro charged straight to the boss. Meanwhile, Kaltsit and the other three formed two separate teams to lure in the summons away from it. She and Kuroniko took on one part of the summoned minions while Shinji and Shino took on another part of them. Thanks to their actions, Shiro could properly have a 1v1 fight against it. Clang! Clang! Bam! Bam! Their weapons, a sword and a lance, clashed consecutively. It made the room similar to a war zone, with the explosion of air every time their blades meet. With reinforcement and aura augment, Shiro's STR is still much lower than the boss, but he manages to cancel out the force by using. Every time he clashes, he makes sure that the cooldown timer for is done. If it's not, then he could only dodge. Since this is a game, he would only be at a disadvantage if he takes everything head-on. After all, the game takes the STR stat in account instead of the exquisite skills that he used against Surtur before. Now, when he made the boss off balance once more, he used a 10-hit sword skill consisting of quick slashes and stabs all over the target's body. This skill made it so that each strike can be executed at the fastest way possible, thus his right wrist really got tested in this one. After 2 seconds had passed, he's only at the 5th strike when the boss regained its balance and slashed his lance straight at his face. Swoosh! Shiro managed to dodge backwards just in time, with some of his virtual hair being cut instead of his face. Not missing this opportunity, he ducked and attacked his sides. Creak! Creak! Only the sound of bones breaking could be heard as Shiro hit him. Before he could swing down his lance, Shiro managed to get away from him. 4 ribs and an almost broken right arm. This could be fatal in real life, he thought. Sadly, this is a game. With those injuries, he didn't even manage to deplete more than 1/5 of the boss' first HP bar. There's still 4 HP bar left other than this one. As he looked at the boss who maintained a proper stance against him, he saw the injuries inflicted by him heal on their own. Sigh. Not even breaking its arms and legs could I make it stop. I prefer real life more, tisk. Boom. 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 4 consecutive explosions occurred on his place, which all came from Shino's annihilation ray. Due to its power belonging to the sun, it could forcibly make the undead targets take more damage even if it's not in the game setting itself. Moreover, it'll only look like her PROC some critical hits if someone checks the game logs. Thanks. He thanked her as he charged once more at the boss, taking advantage of its stun status. After one more clash of theirs, its first HP bar went down to 40%. Time to switch weapons. Thinking that the sharpness of his black sword is quite useless here, he used the fragrant olive sword instead. With its AoE, he could also support the others at the same time. Let's see what you can do. A spectacle. Lasers and magic arrows flew around the room while sparks flew out from their blades clashing. Even without a background music, Stria could tell how serious the fight inside this room must be. As an AI that recently left her house, this is the first time that she saw such scene. But most of all, so cool. She kept her eyes peeled at the biggest fight happening in the room. That is, Shiro and the Undead Elf King's fight. She watched Shiro maneuver through some dangerous attacks naturally. If it hits him, it would definitely deplete more than 50% of his HP all at once. Still, he looked confident and unafraid. Even, he would strike the Elven King whenever it gets stunned. He simply couldn't let go of any openings, be it small or large. In her eyes, every move is perfectly calculated, just like an AI. Swoosh. 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 During this time, she saw him slash at an extremely fast speed that can't be followed by human vision. When she saw him return to a normal stance, the boss HP bar depleted at a fast rate until it got emptied out. Whoa! What is that? While she continued watching on the back, Shiro looked at his MP gauge. With a single quagmire, more than 60% got depleted in one go. That's right, he used his time control to slow down the Elven King's time, giving him enough time to execute and a bunch of other sword skills in one go. Thanks to that maneuver of his, he managed to empty the second HP bar of his. Growl. Pride. Not. Unchallenged. The moment he finished speaking, the room's surroundings changed bit by bit until it looked similar to the dead forest outside. Meanwhile, some minions suddenly possessed longbows. What's more, magic arrows were created as they pulled it. They shifted their positions and ran through the dead branches before launching a hail of arrows to the intruders. This is the signature skill of forest elves prior to the Great Separation where magic ceased to exist. Elven archery. When the Great Separation happened, each pieces of the planet's land were cut into circles before they integrated, forming a 100-floor steel castle. Inside it, arrows simply couldn't fly due to the lack of magic. It was only until the elves arrived at this blessed land could they showcase their prowess once more. Doctor. Let's do the plan B. At first, they planned for Shiro to stall the boss before the rest clear the minions. Once they're done with it, the free party members would help him face the boss until it is killed. Unfortunately, things doesn't always go to plans. The moment these elves gained mobility and firepower, the fewer minions posed even more problem than before. Plan B is more or less similar to the main plan, but Shiro and Kaltsit would switch for brief periods of time, sharing pressure of the boss to each other. Isn't this a bit too much of a buff? Shiro complained shortly inside his mind before he shouted. A/N, they got Uno reversed card. Now, the boss is just as unbalanced as them, making the game balanced. Anyways, here's the fact of the day. Fact number 19, Surtur canonically likes ice cream. During that one event in our nights, she asked Meteorite, her temporary partner, as to where she can buy an ice cream. That's also a reference that I made back in the 30s, in which one chapter is named Ice Cream. That's also how she got known by the community. Chapter 60, one version ahead. BZZZT. Clang. Clang. As soon as MONST3R switched in, it immediately condensed a white laser before sending it out to the undead Elven King who became stronger at some point. Unfortunately, it managed to split it into half when a bright green light oozed out from his lance. The former didn't give it time to breath as it engaged in melee combat using its sharp talons. Meanwhile, Shiro is now at Kaltsit's previous position. 1. 5. 15 archers with magic. The moment he finished thinking, the surroundings were finally established. Unlike the time when they hastily switched, trees had already grown from the ground while thick white mist pervaded their vision. One by one, arrows flew at his direction. He managed to avoid some, but the ones that slightly grazed him lowered his HP by 10% each. Downing a HP potion, he began chatting through the chat group. Shiro, saw 15 archers just now. Each graze will make you lose around 10% 15%, so take care. Shinji, I understand. We'll prioritize taking care of them first. Shino, I'll provide some support from my side. Thanks to Shino's weapon, her vision is top-notch. Even with many obstacles in the way such as this mist, she could still see her opponents from afar. This is one of the divine bow's effects that allowed her to do a few 100-meter shots in the alicization arc. Wait, the girl. As he fought, Shiro realized that almost the entirety of the room were turned into a different environment, and that includes the area where she was in. He knew that she has a stealth-like ability, but he went there just to be sure. It's not a big trouble for him anyways. Seeing that she's still watching the fight nonchalantly, he was about to join the fight once more when he was called out by her. Shiro. Good luck. Waving his hand, he soon returned to the battlefield with some newfound emotions. Before, he was always the one doing the motivating and encouraging. For the first time, he felt how it was on the receiving end. It's not bad. He thought as he used the enhanced armament to snipe some archers with considerable distance away from him. The glowing golden flowers made a sharp contrast on this dreary and somewhat creepy environment. As they swept the woods, the elven archers fell down one by one. When it reverted back to its blade form, more than 70% of the archers on his side are long dead at the cost of 60% mana. Naturally, he ran to Kal'tit's place once more, using the tree branches as footholds. Hearing this, Kal'tit immediately ordered Monst3R to parry the Elven King before retreating. Once Shiro is in the latter's place, he soon executed a sword skill. His blade glowed, indicating that he is about to use it. As he fell down, he transferred the force generated by it to the blade. Thanks to the sword skill that he accidentally learnt after fulfilling some requirements, the power of this strike isn't any bit lesser than the ones generated by Or. Its requirements isn't stringent, too. All one has to do is to jump down from a higher place than the targets before the skill is activated. The undead Elven King tried to block it using the body of his lance and his two hands, but he soon caved into it. The lance broke into two as the blade continued going down until the entirety of his right torso were cut off. Possessing a quick reaction time, it immediately escaped from its current position and reappeared a few meters away from him. This time, a bright flash briefly occurred before an ivory longbow with golden decorations is held in his hand. Shiro charged at him but didn't expect that he would use his mouth to pull the bowstrings, generating a light arrow that went straight at him. He managed to destroy it using, though his expression worsened a bit after this. Fuck. This is literally from Alfheim Online. He stared at the Elven King that regenerated before retorting in his mind, isn't this game a bit too ahead of time? However, what he didn't know is that, this move is originally reserved for future games, specifically the game that would be Sao's successor. This only happened due to them potentially breaking the game's balance, something that Cardinal tries to keep alive. Helplessly, it could only buff the enemies to the point of using hidden programs. In fact, there are already pre-made codes inside Seed, the core of Sao, such as that the future game companies that would take hold of it can immediately create a game similar, if not better, than Sword Art Online. That included Alfheim Online, Gungale Online, and even Wrath's Underworld. Shiro, they use magic. Kuroniko, but isn't that something from Aloe? Shiro, dunno what happened, but we should get serious this time. Boom. 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 Shiro cut down one magic arrows after another, but it seemed as if it would never end even after he had exhausted all the available one-hit sword skills through. Since the essence of it is forming a chain of one-hit sword skills so that the player wouldn't be hit by the post-motion delay, he would be stunned in place for a split second once he finishes up all these sword skills. Without any hesitation, he used one of his reality marbles. The surroundings glitched for a while before returning back to its prior dreary appearance. Only, Shiro could feel the power inside him right now, which is the result of his marble buffing him. Although it couldn't manifest and change its surroundings, it still exists here. But, it has a glaring flaw that couldn't be remedied as of now. The lack of mana. Originally, Shiro can use this ability for a long period of time, but it's different when he only has the mana comparable to a normal first-rank circle magician. After all, his previous mana stat is at the hundreds. I can only use this as a burst skill for now. He thought so as he switched the sword in his right hand back to his classic black sword. Without his devouring power, he could only swiftly block the arrows before he suddenly came near the Elven King. Deactivating the marble, he slowed down his and the Elven King's time, depleting a huge amount of HP and mana every second. Using swift strikes, he used every single sword skills in his arsenal that ranged from 1-hit skills to 5-hit skills, dealing an insane amount of damage to the boss. After his mana ran out, he gave it a last blow before beheading it completely. Shiro, second stage is over. Prepare for the last stage. Besides him, Kuroniko appeared like a wind. You're already finished. That's right. The doctor is cleaning up the rest while the divine bow is prepared to strike it from behind. She pointed towards Shino, who pointed her longbow towards the undead Elven King. When the two stepped back, her arrow went straight to its chest. Still, it couldn't damage him, seemingly in a state of invincibility. There's a red glow on top of him. Shiro. She tapped his shoulders, gesturing him to look at the boss room. At this moment, the surroundings melted like candles before returning back to being shadows. These shadows coalesced into the Elven King, forming a horrific sight of its two glowing red eyes inside some black sphere. He shone with a bright light, blinding their vision for a while. As much as I would like to compliment it, his transformation is very magical, girl? Haha, that's what I thought too. Shiro replied to her, knowing that she has some sort of hate towards it due to some reason. A/N, if anyone else forgot, Kirino and Kuroniko fought over their anime tastes during their first real-life meeting. Kuroniko loves goth and horror while Kirino loves magical girls, just like Roman. Fact number 20, did you know that our Knights has one of the darkest doujinshis? Think of every single F-eat-up tags and mix them up in a blender. Those will be the result. Exuge and Kataoka-san, in particular, has an inextricable relationship regarding this. I suggest not searching those, though. Trauma is all I got when I did that, and regrets. P.S. Wrote this since I couldn't think of a fact LMAO. Chapter 61, he is plagiarizing. After a few moments, its transformation ended. To their surprise, it underwent a huge change. The bony undead king grew flesh, which was then covered with pale white skin. His long hair turned into a lustrous white while a pair of eyes with red irises looked at the three of them silently. His tattered robe became brand new, making one think that he went back in time. Clearly, he became a vampire. Shiro and Kuroniko commented at the same time. Isn't this upgrade too much? Shinji asked. Since he knew about the dead apostles as well as the ancestor levels, he knew how hard it is to fight one. Maybe. He silently returned the gaze that the vampire elf, no, the blood elf sent. I am tired of being trampled like this. Suddenly, he spoke with a raspy voice. Those who ridicule me will. In a split second, he disappeared from his spot. Then, he appeared right in front of Shino, with his lance being pointed straight at her face. Clang! Fortunately, Kaltsit was there to block the blow. The blood elf retreated a few steps before clashing with them once more, when daggers flew at it. Shinji soon followed by throwing his ice spear with a javelin throw, which surprised him as it managed to pierce through its stomach. However, this wasn't a big deal out of him as he pulled it out and threw it back at Shinji. If not for his connection to his weapon, Shinji would have been harmed by his own weapon just like his future servant. What insane recovery! Shiro muttered as he saw the blood elf's HP bar recovering at an extremely fast pace. So this is his true strength. The previous appearance is nothing but a facade. Kuroniko pointed out this certain aspect of this boss. Its power earlier is nothing but a fraction of it. That's the main reason why they easily defeated the first two stages of his. It's not that he's weak, but only by triggering the last stage would you see its real power, the boss whom is at level 70. You're right. If we can't deal high damage in one go, he'll just heal all of our ultimate moves, then. Shiro only nodded to Shinji's question before dashing straight to the blood elf. He parried one of its attack before shouting. Kaltsit, who is already ready at that time, rushed at it, completing the requirements for the sword skill. At a quick pace, she immediately stabbed his heart. Moreover, Monst3R soon followed by blasting a laser straight at his head. To end it, Shiro executed to his back, creating a V-shaped cut on his torso. Blue grids appeared all over his body, indicating that it suffered enough wounds. In real life, it would be an extremely fatal wound, even for a dead apostle. After all, his heart and brain were already destroyed. Sadly, this is a game. Swoosh. 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 Dark red spikes rose from the ground, forcing them to separate from the blood elf. Though, they didn't manage to come out unscathed. Kaltsit has some few holes in her right arm while Shiro has a hole in his chest. This left them with less than 10% of their HP, turning their HP gauge to red. Strange enough, the two maintained their calm expressions, as if this level of pain couldn't faze them. This feels strange. It's not the same as a wound in real life. The two drank some HP potions and continued their conversation, all the while they watched the blood elf act around with a heart and head missing. It's still alive. Quite illogical, but this is a game. He only shrugged his shoulders in response to Kaltsit. Shino tried to attack it using a charged arrow, but it could only bring its total HP down to 60%. Meanwhile, more spikes came out of the ground when Kuroniko and Shinji tried to come close to it. They could only helplessly watch it regenerate quickly as a result. Soon enough, his head and heart grew once more while his HP went back to 90% before the recovery slowed down. Foolish humans! This could never kill me. Wah! You plagiarist! Kuroniko retorted back at him, to which he only stared back at her. That are my lines. Stop using it, you Vlad wannabe. Pfft. Shiro couldn't help but laugh at that retort of hers. With him being a vampire who uses blood like spikes, it did have a semblance to the servant in the Orleans singularity. The blood elf could only stare at her confusedly. Meanwhile, Cardinal who was watching this behind the scenes could understand her a little. After all, there is such a system in Sao, in which it copies from some myths on Earth before creating it into a quest. PSSSH. 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 The blood elf drew his bow and sent out 3 blood-red arrows at once, which is all aimed at Kuroniko. Even though he couldn't understand her, he could tell that she's ridiculing him. You dared to single me out! She shouted as she dodged 2 of them while slashing her dagger straight at the remaining arrow. Shiro took this time to send out the strategy that he thought of to the chat group. Shiro, since his recovery slows down at some point every time we injure him, we'll need to. Clang! Clang! Boom! Boom! Bam! Crack! With every opportunity that they have, they parried the Blood Elf King before reducing his HP slightly. Each of them tried to use a minimal amount of skills, unlike before. Still, they were forced to use more since his HP becomes harder to reduce the lower it gets due to his continuous rapid healing. However, its HP recovery became slower every time it reaches the threshold of 10%. His insane recovery earlier could only be brought up to 50% while it slows down every time it goes up beyond that. The price that they have to pay for this is fatigue. Right now, sweat beads fell down their foreheads as they gasped for air. Due to this, they even made some mistakes, such as when Shinji misstepped and got his left arm cut off. Just like Kuroniko, he felt the full brunt of it. Though, he managed to handle it better even without a cheat like thought acceleration. A few minutes had already passed from that. This time, the boss Insane Regan could only be brought up at 45% before slowing down gradually. Now, hearing this, Kaltsit knew that it is time and parried his lance once more. Since he changed weapons between a lance and a bow randomly, they had to wait until he switches back to his parryable weapon. Plus, it also helped that this is a game since it could only mean one thing, his movements are limited. No matter how complicated his attacks are, it wouldn't matter much to them if it would only be repeated all over again. Shiro switched with her position as he started using to tackle him. Once he stepped back a few times, Kuroniko swiftly appeared behind him and tried beheading him at once using a dagger sword skill that would only activate once the dagger is positioned at the target's neck. She didn't manage to fully separate his head in the end, albeit she still made a huge dent to his HP. As soon as it went down to less than 35%, she escaped from his vicinity. Not letting this opening go, Shinji stabbed his heart once more from behind. Shino and Monstra launched their long-ranged attacks continuously, depleting its HP to less than 10%. When they stopped, Shiro rushed in, making the flowers under Enhance armament fall down straight at the Blood Elf's face. 8%. 7%. 5%. He tried to counterattack, but it was all for naught considering the weight of those golden osmanthus flowers. Taking out his intrinsic reaper, Shiro used up his remaining MP and blasted its head off at point-blank range. Bam! Bzzzt. Sparks of lightning crackled in the air before disappearing, a testament of his mana bullet's powerful concentrated attack. 0%. His headless body plopped on the ground before disappearing as fragmented blue lights. Fact number 20, while the other countries of Terra are warring and fighting against literal Fulhu abominations, Yan, the counterpart of China, are too busy fighting against gods, with their emperor making some deal with a powerful god named Sui and all sorts of stuff. The former slaughtered those so-called gods, which is the equivalent of mountain gods in Eastern culture, to become the sole true god, back to the divine investiture, I guess. Meanwhile, the latter is currently split into 12 different fragments, who is actually forced by the emperor to split for unknown reasons. Though, they can still warp reality based on China's 12 arts, go, wine, calligraphy, blacksmithing, etc. Chapter 62, Fluck Light. It's done. We're finally finished. HAAA. They all collapsed to the ground after seeing that the boss fight is over. Albeit it only lasted for 10 minutes at most, it's more intense than an hour of continuous dungeon exploration before. Here, they can't afford to make a single mistake as it'll cause them death, literally. They worked hard not to get touched by the Blood Elf King's attacks, thus making this cross-level boss fight possible. Of course, they wouldn't want to choose this option again if given the chance. Nice job, everyone. Shiro could only do a thumbs up as he placed the final hit rewards to the guild storage. Ha! This is the first. He thought so as he recalled the previous battles that he experienced before. When facing Zukin, he really didn't have much trouble since it is mostly him suppressing his insect mage craft all the time. The only annoying trait of his is immortality, but that's it. Meanwhile, he didn't feel fatigue comparable to this when fight against the transformed Surger due to his buffed physique under the marble. It only worked since his body far surpassed the limits of a normal human, with it being at above 50. His mana reserves are the key to that fight due to it filling in the gaps of his meager combat power that is against a demigod. Through all those, he only collapsed because of his mana usage at the end of it. If he didn't choose to control it that way, he wouldn't have gained the Foreigner's Blessing buff. In the end, he only felt frail and powerless now. It's not that unpleasant, I guess. Though, I have to say that I felt kinda used to it. Shaking off the strange thoughts in his mind, he focused his attention towards a spectator of their battle, Stria. Knowing that she's an AI, Shiro is aware that she's shackled by the cardinal system. Once she disobeyed, she'll most likely get erased, just like what happened to UI, although Kirito managed to save her by converting her data into an in-game item called UI's Tears. After syncing it to his nerve gear, he managed to bring her out to the real world. Slowly, he stood up while using his black sword as a support. Then, he approached her. What are your plans now? Me? It's nothing. I can't even get out of here. What do you mean by that? Aren't you using a player account right now? Yes, I am. But I could only use it in this sub-dungeon due to the system glitches that it created. Now that it's cleared. Ah. Right now, this sub-dungeon is akin to a bugged area inside Sword Art Online. This is the reason why magic and the likes appeared here when it's only stored in seed. Due to the mental interference of such emotions, Cardinal lost some of the control here. One such thing is its inability to expel Stria from the game and erase her. Though, it's only a matter of time when this occurs now that this anomalous dungeon is already cleared. Please keep this a secret to others. No. I'll take you out of here. Of course, he didn't come to this decision just because she presented him with goodwill over the past few hours. Well, that may be a small reason to do so, but the main thing is her state. To be specific, Shiro judged her to be a real soul. At first, he thought that those top-down AI are like the ones that Kaltsit had mentioned to him, but he changed his mind after he met her. Yes, she might be made up with all sorts of data, but her core is something real. That's right, he sensed a soul in her depths. This is interesting. Kaiba, alright. This is the first time I met such insane guy. After all, this is the domain of the souls we are talking about. He thought that only conceptual beings such as gods and the ones outside the rules such as magicians could step in this domain, but the world of Sword Art Online is not as mundane as it seems. I never knew that his involvement with Wrath's output is very high. When he read the light novel, he learned of Wrath, Underworld and most importantly, Floodlights. Shiro knew about JSDF's plan of creating sentient mechanical soldiers and how it succeeded when Alice Zuberg came to the real world. The core of their plan is the said Floodlights, which is based on a famous quantum brain theory that the photons inside the neurons of the brain makes up the thing called consciousness. In other terms, the soul. However, it looks like Kaiba had already created it on his early days and hid it in the present world. Without the things called light cube that functions as the artificial consciousness brain, his work was lost and everyone thought that UI is a top-down AI at best. Thus, Wrath had to do everything from scratch, and only when 2 years had passed after Sao's collapse did it progress to the mature stage. Hey, the one up there. Shiro spoke with a low volume, but it's enough for only Stria to hear it. Shiro. Let's make a deal. He paused for a while, calculating the best conditions that he could come up with to bring her to Inkrad. No, to real life. As for how he would retrieve Kaiba's light cube, he would think of it later. If he couldn't, that's fine too. He can now purchase it in the chat group store anyways. 3 times. I'll only stay inside each dungeon 3 times. I'll only use the magic gun once out of these 3 times. This is the only time I'll be giving you a concession. Shiro said it in a not-so-peaceful manner. Still, his amiable tone didn't change. Still silent, I see. He decided to deal the last blow. If you don't accept this offer, you can expect me to abuse the system more. A second later, a window appeared in front of him. Notice. Fine. His eyes lit up upon seeing this message. I'm not really used at this. Shiro thought as he let out a smile. Stria, who got Cardinal's permission to leave with them, is startled. Before, she didn't think that she'll be allowed by that stiff system to leave. But what about my sister? Sister. That's right. I can't leave you Ionisan alone. What? This time, it's Shiro's turn to be dumbfounded. Of course, he didn't get surprised that much when he had some guesses before, but who would have expected that Stria is the younger sister there? You. Never mind. Another window appeared as he spoke, which is the reply to Stria's question. Notice. I can't do any more than this. He will notice. He. Kaiba. I see. Looks like you can only wait for an opportunity in the future. But my sister. Believe in her. She can withstand it. Silence. Both of them went silent after Shiro said that. Stria knew how bad it is to continuously watch people die with resentment and regrets, thus the main reason why she'd wanted to leave that place. Now that she can leave but her sister can't, she felt complicated. Although, Shiro's words kept repeating inside her head. It stayed this way until 5 minutes had passed and the dungeon's exit appeared. Let's go. In the end, Stria was left with no choice but to trust Ui. Shiro is confident that Ui can hold on, but how could Stria confident when she didn't know about the future? The entire party left the anomalous dungeon one by one. Unbeknownst to them, this would be the start of their chat group making big waves in this virtual world of Incrad. A/N, no fun facts today. Chapter 63, Flutter. Tap. The calm lake rippled as a stone continuously stepped on them. Without nothing to do, Kirito threw another flat stone to the lake, making it step just like before. Non-beta players. Are they really like that? He mumbled. It has been a year since the 26th floor and the anomalous dungeon was cleared. Many changes happened within that time period, but the most significant one is their appearance. Nexus. They must know some inside information about this game. During that time in the 26th floor, Roman and Kaujiki made a mistake and got known too early, albeit this didn't cause much ripples until they officially debuted in the 30th floor. Thud. One of the players responsible for tanking the attack flew right in front of Kirito. Their momentum got messed up, and he thought that they are about to suffer casualties yet again when clang. The giant's sword got parried by a cloaked person that suddenly popped out of nowhere. An androgynous voice rang out before a spear-wielding player took his place and executed a sword skill. BZZZT. A laser beam was blasted right in front of the giant's face, prompting the players who went silent to look towards the source of that attack. A tamed beast, a black skeletal dragon, to be exact. Beside it is an expressionless woman who seemingly wore a cat ear accessory. She rushed to the boss, parrying its attack once more. As she shouted, a tall and well-built woman took her place, severing the giant's tendons which made it go off balance. The former didn't stop there, she also stabbed the giant's throat twice before retreating. Who are they? One player asked while he gulped down on his throat. Did we have a party like that? Their cooperation are impeccable. Suddenly, few players who went silent spoke one by one. They're clearly doing normal a few moments ago. I was right beside one of them. Come to think of it, that guy cleared the mobs neatly. You didn't notice, too. At this moment, only surprise and confusion are present in every clearer's mind. Though, there's an exception. New variables. Interesting. Heathcliff thought as he tapped the grip of his longsword. Since he didn't have any connection to Cardinal ever since that announcement of his, he only thought that it added some new stuff without him knowing. Of course, he is completely mistaken. Kirito-kun. Asuna, who is wearing Cobb's uniform, went besides him. Those voices. I think they sound familiar. Voices. That's right. They're similar to the two people that we saw that night. Kirito recalled the moment when they saw two people allegedly clearing the labyrinth's boss alone. You mean, that man with the orange hair and the woman with long purple hair? While they were mulling over that encounter, the man with androgynous voice complained at them. Ahem. Can we please get some help to finish this boss more easily? He's right. Heathcliff is the first one to reach out his hand. What do you want us to do? The same as the plan earlier. Though, we'll use alternatively instead of tanking more hits. I understand. Before, they could only choose to tank those due to lacking players who has an excellent reaction time to use. Now that they have 8 more players doing so, things would surely become easier. That's what happened in the end. They defeated the boss with no casualties and with much shorter time to boot. Moreover, no one berated them from not showing up until now since the most annoying player, Kaibeu, went to the rear ever since the 25th floor accident where many players under him got wiped out due to the sudden spike of difficulty. Before they left, someone among them declared, "All right, folks. We'll clear every other floor that y'all clears. See you next time." The crowd was too stunned to react as they all left the boss room through teleport crystals. Also, the one who declared it is the one who possesses an androgynous voice. Only that girl remains unidentified. Not only Kirito, but many other players had created a list when it comes to the strongest party in Sao. Since they've cleared every labyrinth boss alone, they are called as such. Though, information related to them are scarce due to that. Shinji, a kid who's 12 years old at best, a spear user. Kal Tsit, a doctor in real life, a rapier user as well as a beast tamer. Kuroniko, someone with 8th grader syndrome, a dagger user. Shino, a teenager, a dagger user. Tuka, a mature adult, a great sword user. Roman, a sword user. Kaujiki, a rapier user. As for the last two, he only added it when he recalled their weapons back in the 26th floor. Kirito-kun. Asuna. Suddenly, Asuna came running at him before she grabbed his right arm. Kirito didn't resist and asked about the problem. What's the problem? I found a child. Ah. His confusion didn't last long as he finally understood what did just happen. In the woods, a girl wearing plain white dress is asleep. It is none other than Yui, the older sister of Stria. In the famous dungeon located in the 47th floor, two figures can be seen running quickly. Monsters akin to flowers spawned. Using their big horrendous mouth filled with sharp teeth, they tried to bite off the player, but what they got is a cut on their stem. Screech. PSSSK. A spear pierced through its head with one thrust, turning it into blue pixels before disappearing. This sight continued on until every single monsters were killed. Reaching the end of the dungeon, they saw a floating stone cube surrounded by 4 different stone pillars. Strange enough, a white flower that emits bright white light is planted in the middle of the cube. That should be it. It seems like I'll be owing you a favor again. The girl happily said. No, this is not that big, really. The blue-haired boy scratched his cheek with his free hand as he continued, we're friends, after all. Friends? She thought as she looked at the boy with a slight blush on her face. That's right. The girl has a short twin-tail hairstyle, with both of them tied by a red ribbon. Her bright red eyes formed a sharp contrast to her light brown hair. The girl whose name is Silica walked towards the glowing flower as her red robes fluttered. A notification window appeared the moment she touched it. After clicking yes, the flower separated from the cube when she plucked it. Placing it in her inventory, she faced the blue-haired boy, Shinji, once more. With a sincere look, she said, thank you for helping me. Seeing gratitude being directed at him, Shinji couldn't react for a while. True, he and Silica goes way back a year ago, but he still couldn't get used to her sincerity and kindness. I'm a sinner, a scum that everyone would absolutely detest, he thought. He realized that it's not his fault that his future self had turned out to be like that, yet there's still a little bit of self-loathing and detest hidden within him. Shiro noticed this a few months ago, but he knew that only Shinji himself could fix that problem. Shinji hid his inner conflict while he skillfully changed the topic of their conversation. Want to do some sightseeing after this? Let's. The moment they left the dungeon, they were teleported back to the 47th floor's plaza. Oh? Didn't know that you two are on a date. A man with an androgynous face exclaimed beside them. Who else could it be but Shiro? A/N, the chapter has a double meaning, and it's up to you guys to guess it, winky face. Also, I effing got Ling and Nian at the same time, just sharing. I lost all hope when I went broke in the bait banner, but RNG gave me another chance when I spent all my savings for more pulls. F2PBTW. However, I can feel my luck drained, so wish me luck on the upcoming summer Proto Merlin. Anyways, here's the fact of the day. Fact number 21, in our nights, there's a heavy metal band called Alive Until Sunset, AUS for short. Why talk about them, you ask? These seemingly normal girls are actually, sea gods. In the sea, there's the Seaborn who is similar to an outer god, while the members of AUS are the true gods of the sea before the former appeared. It is said that they made an avatar to roam the land of Terra, in hopes of them finding a way to resist the corruption that the Seaborns brought. If they're corrupted, they would simply assimilate to the leader of these Seaborns. To be more specific, to their hive mind, thus losing themselves in the process. Chapter 64, Changed Trajectory. Anarchy. It's not like that. Startled, Shinji immediately refuted his words. We cleared a dungeon to revive Silica's pet. That's right, Shiro-san. She bowed slightly as a greeting. Like, I've told you before, there's no need for formalities. You're Shinji-kun's friend, you know. Alright then, Shiro-san. She nodded as if she understood, but she didn't fully stop calling him without formalities. He's much older than her, which is why this level of formality is needed. A/N, Japanese culture. You don't see the neighbor's child calling his friend's parents in a casual way in Japan. Seeing this, Shiro could only give up. He knew that different places has different cultures, and it's his responsibility as a foreigner to respect other people. Looks like I've taken some of your alone time. I'll be leaving for now, so enjoy your date. It's really not like that. As Shiro left, he heard Shinji mumble those words helplessly. In fact, he's only teasing them since Shinji's not even 10 yet. To him, it looks like a puppy love. Only time will tell if their relationship steps up. Looking at the field of flowers as he strolled, he is inadvertently reminded of a certain internet idol. That was an awesome twist, I admit. At first, that internet idol, also known as Magi, Mari, was actually created by Roman himself. As an AI, she is programmed to reply to Roman whenever he's chatting. Since it's his own work anyways, he told it most of his secrets, such as him being Solomon and that humanity is facing a massive crisis. It's quite similar as to how he reduces the pressure that he's facing by telling some trusted individuals of his duty. Unbeknownst to him, a certain magus of flowers took over when it was created, turning it into a true internet idol. That's also the reason why the idol's appearance looked eerily similar to prototype Merlin, someone who is another version of Merlin in another world line. If Roman, someone who only has virtual idols and dislikes true idols, knew of this, he would definitely cry. Moreover, he's actually talking to a man the entire time. That's double the damage. I laughed so hard at that time, but the final singularity sure is a mood breaker. Removing such depressing thoughts inside his mind, he headed towards a certain area in the 47th floor. After walking for half an hour, he luckily got it as a drop from some plant-type monsters. Good. Time to head back. He mumbled as he placed the pink flower with a golden nectar in his inventory. A teleport crystal appeared in his hand before he disappeared on spot. Not long after, Shiro arrived at the town of beginnings. After stopping at a certain manor, a window appeared in front of him, asking whether he would like to enter the premise or not. Clicking yes, the black iron gate opened on its own. Clang. Clang. I'll definitely beat you today. Haha, keep trying. Two players clashed, creating small sparks as their weapons clashed. One of them used a mace and a kite shield, while the other wielded a black dagger. None of them landed any hits as of the moment due to them skillfully blocking and avoiding each other's attacks. Surprisingly, the dagger player managed to evade every single blows of the mace player. Utilizing his high AGI as a thief build, he soon sliced through the gaps of the latter. When his HP depleted to more than half, the duel concluded. It's Ducker's 99th win. The referee, who is also their guild leader, declared while he wrote down the duel's results in his notebook. My low AGI stat. The mace player, Tetsuo, blamed his 99th loss on his low AGI stat. Having the role of a forward, i.e., tanker, his build is tilted towards STR and VIT. Meanwhile, Ducker is a AGI build due to the nature of his role. Not only is he a thief, but he's also the one responsible for disarming traps and scouting ahead of the party. I'll definitely have my win soon. Sure, good luck for you. Ducker playfully replied with a grin present on his face. Soon enough, Tetsuo calmed down. He knew that his friend is just playing around with him, so this didn't matter much to him. At most, he lost a few bragging rights. The stronger his teammates, the more likely they would survive, after all. I suggest you try practicing your intuition more. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out from the front yard. Shiro-san. Yo, Shiro. Shiro took off his hood, which is part of the black robe, revealing his peerless appearance that would captivate virtually anyone. Up to this day, nobody could stand the impact of seeing his charm for the first time. Even though most of the people close to him can build up resistance against it, it still takes effect. Ducker is the one who broke the silence between them. Man, you would have been extremely popular back in school. You mentioned this about 50 times now. But still. Imagine your lockers being filled with love letters every day. That's literally every man's high school dream. Shiro paused for a while before replying, sounds troublesome. And I'm willing to go through all that trouble. School, hey. He thought about attending one and guessed that it might be quite an interesting experience for him. There's one in Kaujiki's world, right? Maybe, the chat group would give us that mission, too. He thought. Good morning, Shiro-san. You too, Kita-kun. Kita, their guild leader, greeted him. He's an optimistic yet decisive young man, making decisions that would only benefit his guild. Shiro admired this trait of his since they would have had the chance to survive since he can reign them. If he's there during the time they saw that treasure chest, they wouldn't have died in such a tragic way. Ah, right. How's being a clearer? It's not that bad. To be honest, I feel closer towards my goal after joining them. He replied with a hopeful look in his eyes. Just like any other player, he longed for Sao to be cleared immediately. Though, he decided to put things in his own hands since he felt more at ease if he's contributing to his goal himself. It just didn't sit well for him to wait for others to clear the upper floors themselves. What if more casualties occur? What if things become harder as a result of that? What if the player count dropped to the point that it becomes impossible to clear all 100 floors? What if they get trapped inside Sao forever? He couldn't help but be pessimistic and think about those in the past. At this moment, a girl rushed to the door before opening it and said, "Shiro-san is here." A/N, Sao-related fact this time. Fact number 22, did you know that in the original Sword Art Online light novel and web novel, Sachi is Kirito's first love interest? However, this got retconned by Riki Kawahara by putting in progressive. Due to that, Asuna became Kirito's first love. With this, we can see that Sachi will be friend-zoned by Kirito if she ever survived in the anime. Not only her though, but every other girl with the exception of Asuna. P.S. The illusion of harem in Sao, everyone. Chapter 65, Moonlit Black Cats. Shiro-san is here. With shoulder-length black hair, the petite girl peeked her head out of the door before locking gazes with Shiro. "Yes, I'm here." He wryly smiled at this oddly enthusiastic girl, Sachi. In contrast with herself in the anime, she regained her former liveliness this time. Who wouldn't be that depressed when they get trapped in this world where death here would be death in real life? Remember the thing that I said back then? You mean, that one when we become part of the top 5 guilds in the front line? Kita asked with some uncertainty in his voice. Yup. It seems like you still remember it. It's only been a year since you mentioned that. A year. At first, Shiro thought that they'll be able to quickly clear this game in less than a year given their powers, but he's mistaken. One of the objectives that the chat group gave is to clear the 75th floor with the other clearers. Since the others aren't as monstrous as them, they needed more time to hone their skills and raise their levels. The only thing that they could do is to provide some sort of help, so that this process would be accelerated. With that in mind, Shiro wandered around many floors a year ago in search for some ways to accelerate the player's growth. That's how he met the Moonlit Black Cats, the guild who is doomed to die in the anime. Does this mean that you'll cook for us? Sachi, who closed the door behind her, asked. Aha, you got me there. Yosha. Shiro-san's cooking. Tetsuo and Ducker cried out in joy as the thoughts of Shiro's cooking filled their head. They might have some quarrels regarding some stuff, but this is the only thing where they could agree to be the best. Even though they thought that he's a martial artist, his cooking is very good, too. I'm not only cooking. You gotta look forward to something else later. Entering their guild base, Shiro headed to the kitchen. Though, he met someone along the way. Looks like you're still a bookworm. A man with curly brown hair and green eyes held a log in his hands. Soon, he noticed Shiro. Shiro-san. Sasamaru, the secretary of the guild. Since he's loved reading about books to the point that he's the most knowledgeable about computers in their club, he took in the role of analyzing each monster's patterns and the corresponding measures to deal with them. He also deals with the guild logs and stuff, which is mostly documenting their expenses so that they won't run out of funds. How's the past few weeks? Nothing notable happened. Though, I think we need to hire more NPCs to handle the stores. More NPCs? Alright, I suggest you talk to that guy later. Shiro recommended a certain NPC that is actually the leader of the townspeople looking for more jobs. Due to his max level charm, he could easily brush up their favorability to the max. I've heard of his before, but I didn't know that you knew him. As expected of Shiro-san. Just luck. Anyways, I'll be heading to the kitchen first. Shiro-san will cook. He exclaimed in surprise, but he remembered Shiro saying this as an encouragement a year ago. The agreement? Right. You can look forward to it later. I understand. Sasamaru separated from Shiro as he handled their guild affairs in the study. These pure people. The world's really cruel. While he prepared the ingredients, Shiro reminisced about the events that happened starting a year ago. These coincidences are truly caused by my luck stat. At a certain time, he wandered around the 35th floor labyrinth. He noticed a party fighting against a huge swarm of insect-type monsters. He planned to watch them, but he soon noticed that one of them would die at this rate. Since he didn't mind helping them, he lured most of the monsters before finishing them off while dodging all of their attacks. This action of his lessened the pressure that the party is facing, giving them the chance to kill the rest of those insects. They didn't forget about Shiro, however, and ran over to help him. But, they only saw Shiro standing there all alone, with no other monsters whatsoever. You killed them all. That's right. As long as you can see their movements, you can use it to avoid their attacks on time. Shiro's voice rang out, causing them to be stunned for a while. Ducker and Sachi thought that he's a girl while the rest thought that he's a guy. This misunderstanding of theirs didn't get fixed until some time had passed. Thank you for helping us. Kita, the guild leader, slightly bowed to him as a form of gratitude. Seeing him, the rest of the guild followed. You don't need to do that. Yes. Actually. I'm a foreigner. They soon noticed his appearance, which will definitely earn the admiration of many guys and girls alike. Since he only wore the light armor this time, its hood isn't enough to fully hide his stunning appearance. Sporting a soft look, his silver-white hair with tinges of black in it would gather enough attention from the crowd. His deep orange pupils made him seem like someone straight out of an anime. Overall, his looks could be said to be perfect. If you would, we would like to treat you to a drink for helping us. A drink? Shiro wondered if he would accept this until he noticed their familiar faces. Aren't they, the one who is supposed to die due to a dungeon trap? This familiarity deepened when he saw Sachi, one of the supposed love interest of the protagonist. That is, until she died. I now know how Kuroniko felt back then. Seeing characters that you've only seen in an anime is definitely an indescribable experience. They are considered as works of fiction, after all. Alright then. Blue lines appeared in the middle of a cabbage that is on top of a chopping board. Cutting it precisely, Shiro saw that it gave him a 100% quality, causing his skill to level up once more. He didn't mind this as he continued preparing all sorts of ingredients to whip up a good dish. After some time, he noticed that Sachi is approaching the kitchen. Without looking back, he said in a teasing tone, "Won't you help your sister in this one?" "Mao, Shiro-san. That was my mistake a long time ago." Funnily enough, Sachi considered Shiro as a girl when she first interacted with him. It was only until a month later did he realize that misunderstanding and corrected it. Of course, this made them closer due to that incident. "When will you come back after this?" The atmosphere became serious once Sachi asked him. "Probably a week later? Things is getting hectic lately." "You mean, the Laughing Coffin Guild?" Someone gave a tip regarding their headquarters and was confirmed to be true. Shiro knew that the one responsible to this is Po, their guild leader. It has been more than a year since Sao's release, so it's inevitable for him to become bored at this rate. When some players investigated that area, they saw dozens of Laughing Coffin members. In the end, they didn't startle the snake and reported back to the Guild Alliance instead. Fact number 23, in Sword Art Online, there exists a thing called Ethics Code. Simply put, it restricted players from sexual acts. This is also the main reason why there's no told cases of in the game. However, it has an option of being disabled so that they could do the deed. Useful it may be for Raijus, it's questionable in a way that the game allowed such acts whilst having many underage players. This thing is tackled more on chapter 16.5, which is a lemon chapter, between Kirito and Asuna, created by none other than Riki Kawahara himself. It's in the web novel version of Sao, something between chapter 16 and 17, basically the aftermath of Karadiel arc and their marriage. This is the time when Kirito came over to Asuna's house when he hunted if someone forgot about this. Also, how non-canon that chapter may be, author said so himself, it is implied a couple of times that this really happened. Riki Kawahara is contradicting himself, doesn't he? Chapter 66, Sachi. It became quiet after that topic, but Sachi's heartbeats kept speeding up due to reasons unknown. Without a word, she suddenly came closer to Shiro and hugged him from being. Surprisingly, Shiro only tensed up for a bit before pausing his cooking. Although, it's still a mystery as to why she calms down every time she does this. Even Shiro only has a few guesses about this. He sensed her heartbeat slow down to the normal level while her body that is subconsciously tense calmed down. It took more effect after she buried her face in his back. Since they're wearing casual clothes right now, with Shiro wearing a white overcoat on top of his black t-shirt and Sachi wearing a plain blue tunic and a skirt, there are only a few layers of clothing separating them. Even so, Shiro remained composed until Sachi separated from him. "Thank you, Shiro," she said so while blushing. "No need. This is just a small favor." Soon, she left the kitchen with quickened steps. Sigh. This is my problem. Shiro quickly reflected from his actions more than a year ago. He noticed that he mostly acted due to interest, and that he didn't care if he gets pulled into something. He simply didn't take any initiative when it comes to most things. After all, how would an amnesiac have a big goal straight away when he just woke up? It's not like Shiro would set a lame long-term goal such as world domination and becoming the strongest. If it's for fun, yes, but he wouldn't take them seriously. Come to think of it, the system kept giving me directions all this time. I would not integrate with the world faster if I didn't get pulled in by it. As for Sachi's matter, it started a year ago. One time, Sachi escaped from the guild due to her fear of fighting against monsters. Shiro was training them at that time, so he took it upon himself to find her. Unsurprisingly, he found her under that bridge. That was exactly the place where the protagonist found her, thus he searched for those in the town of beginnings. When he was about to approach her, but he noticed that she's having a mental breakdown. It's not that shocking knowing that she's a normal high school student before she got dragged into this death game. She was also the one who couldn't rid of her apprehensiveness towards monsters. It worsened to the point that she developed a phobia against them. Over time, she worked on it, but she could only use a two-handed spear since she couldn't bear being closer to one. Hey! Shiro-san. Sachi sat down on the cold hard floor, with her head rested on her knees. Clearly, she didn't expect for him to find her that easily. Feeling scared. How did you know? Sitting down, Shiro continued, it's completely normal for a normal student to get scared. In fact, most of the players inside this game is just like you. Like how most of us stayed in this accursed town. Exactly. In the first few months, there has been a huge amount of players who couldn't even step out of town of beginnings, much less fight against a monster. If they ever regain their confidence to do so, it'll only dissipate due to a number of reasons. I'm not fit for this game at all. At first, she'd only tried it due to her fellow club members, but who would have expected that everything will turn out like this? My friend. She died just yesterday. That time, she was shocked to see that her only friend in-game had died when her name turned grey. When she saw her cause of death in the Monument of Life, it is none other than what she feared the most: monsters. I'll die sooner or later if we keep doing this. How'd you know? Because I'm weak. Death is inevitable for me. Tap. Tap. The sound of raindrops falling from the sky soon dominated the area. It's as if the game had wanted to make the depressing atmosphere inside this town worse. Tap. Tap. Shiro was surprised to see that some raindrops that he heard earlier are actually tears. How should I go with this? He thought with a perplexed face. This is the first time that he'd encountered someone crying. Even Shinji and Kuroniko back then are strong enough to hold back their tears. It took him some time to finally think of something. MN. Alright, then. Shiro mumbled as he decided on what to do. He knew that protecting someone who's a self-aware weakling won't work, as seen on the original story, thus he. Sachi. Yes. Wanna become stronger. Decided to make her stronger, so that she could protect herself. Notice. Skill has leveled up. As he finished the final step for the dish, a notification appeared. 3 levels in a single dish? Wait a minute. It didn't take long for Shiro to realize that the cause of it is the dish's main ingredient, they. This is the first time that he cooked using this ingredient, thus this blunder. After all, its drops is what mattered in Shiro's eyes. Not only does it drop a huge amount of COR when killed, its taste is heavenly, too. He didn't mind this ingredient before since he got dozens of them in his inventory, but it seems that he overlooked its rarity. What a dumb mistake. Well, I tend to overlook minor things anyways. Since he thought that the ragdoll rabbit is something common, he didn't care about it. Moving on to this revelation of his, he continued cooking dishes continuously. After the entire work, which took around an hour, his cooking skill now sits at level 900/1,000. By the time he is done, the enticing smell of the food wafted even to the outside, prompting them to stop their daily training. When they got in, they saw both Shiro and Sachi placing the dishes on the dining table. Gulp. How could they be this appetizing when it's only virtual reality? This is definitely the taste of a Michelin restaurant. I'm sure of it. As expected, Ducker and Tetsuo, who are the most rowdy bunch, are the first ones that got their mouth drooling from the scent of the dishes alone. You didn't even visited one yet. Ducker teased. I don't care, Shiro-san's cooking is the best. Agreed. While the two are doing their roles as the comedic duo, Kita said something that affected a certain someone. Whoever marries Shiro-san in the future will be lucky. Sure it is. Sasamaru, who finished his paperworks and went to the dining room, agreed to it. Looks like you're already done. Nice work, Sasamaru. No worries, guild leader. You take up the helm while we take care of the other stuff. Clap. Alright, let's eat. Shiro clapped once to take their attention back to the food. Though, he is pleased to see this guild function properly, in contrast to the ragtag bunch who always created a mess a year ago. While they took their seats, only one thought remained in Sachi's mind. Shiro-san's wife. Unbeknownst to the other girls who is close to Shiro, someone is already contemplating whether to take the first step or not. Fact number 24, did you know that Kaltsit's explanation is reputed to be the longest by the R-Knights fans? It's to the point that many skipped parts when she speaks, just like in Walk in the Dust in Chapter 8 of the main story. I don't need to explain why, feel free to read one of her excerpts. Take note that she really said this in Chapter 8. Actually, Doctor, there will come a day I won't be able to protect you. First, there's simply far more factions than anticipated fighting against each other. Their penchant for violence is no less destructive than the catastrophes, and not only will that present unexpected problems, it will also bring with it deaths that we simply could not have anticipated. Even if we knew everything, it doesn't necessarily mean we would be able to change everything. It's precisely this that gave rise to so many tragedies, and it's also the beginning of many journeys. Are you really worthy of my protection? I'm just putting on some pressure with information asymmetry. Of course, codices will bite if it comes down to it. A/N, codices equals rabbit race. But if I just handed you the answer, it'd only make you be even more suspicious of the truth. You have to either fight for the truth yourself or wait for the answer to reveal itself. What I said may have been a lie. I don't think the world is going to become a better place overnight, and there's basically no way the infected will get to go back to their previous lives. But what I said could also be the truth. Suppose we leave this place right now. He will never have the chance to see his daughter again, regardless of whether his family or he himself die of other causes in the events that will transpire. And suppose we aren't able to solve the problem we are facing right now. Most broader academic research will forever remain theories and nothing more. The successes of those who put in the work is what gives us the right to continue. There are countless people trying to revolutionize the system for the infected, but all it takes is one failure, and not only will they forever lose the right to try that, we will never again have that opportunity again. If you need a more suitable metaphor, consider the concept, life. Each time a major operation ends in success, we live to see another day. On the other hand, failure means death. There is no such thing as coming back from the dead in science. We only have one chance to save our lives. We will come to face many disasters, and it will be the end of us each time an accident happens. That's both ourselves individually or Rhodes Island as a whole. Disasters like Chernobyl are bound to happen again and again. If we fail to solve a problem like that even once, we will die. On one hand, we have to stop the disease before it catches up and overwhelms all of us. On the other hand, we need to save ourselves from within this storm. I'm not singing Rhodes Island's praises. Not too much, at least. It's just, right here, right now, this is a problem that only we can handle. Most of us only get to live once. Once our lives are lost, it's gone forever. What I mean is that there are people who haven't ever treasured their own lives. There are a lot of people who have never been around anything normal ever since they were born. Twisted places will only bear twisted fruits. The reason there is so much malice in Chernobyl is precisely because there has always been malice not kept in check there. Malice, or more precisely, all those chains of malice aren't going to disappear on their own. Each destruction, each killing might only have been caused by a modicum of desire. In a lawless land, barbarism is simply left to breed rampantly on its own, and that is how it becomes the law of the land. And this kind of law is much stronger than the law you'd find in the cities. It's simply indestructible. That's violence. The violence that flows in our blood veins comes from the parts of us left untamed by civilization. Doctor, something terrible might be happening. Based on the chaos we've seen along the way, we probably would have reached this conclusion all the same, but I'm afraid what we are about to face might be far worse than what we could ever have imagined. I wouldn't say it's always a foregone conclusion. Perhaps someone has placed a curse on either us or this city. That being said, curses can be broken. If you plant the seeds of evil, the flowers of evil will blossom, bearing fruits of evil. If we water the earth with goodwill, then even if this parcel of land doesn't get any better, at least it wouldn't meet such a dreadful fate and be buried by a tragedy like this. It's a shame. It's a shame that, as far as I know, evil is a vicious cycle that will only breed even worse malice, and fate is rarely kind to those who are kind at heart. I can't allow you to bring about yet another nightmare, infected. Sit. This should explain everything. Almost 800 words, all said in one go. Chapter 67, Laughing Coffin. Half an hour later, they finished eating. They got so engrossed in it that they only felt full after eating everything on the table. Now that everyone's done, let's go to the real rewards. Shiro said so as he took out 5 gift boxes of different colors. It is small, to the point that it can fit in a palm. Those are the limited drops in the Christmas event. Sasamaru recognized the item in front of Shiro. That's right. During Christmas, there's a chance of getting these boxes, in which a player can receive some items when opened. Apart from those, there are also empty whereas a player can place an item to be customized as a gift. Shiro received almost 1,000 of those, which speaks for its huge drop rate. Of course, whether they would receive a good item is another question. Advance Merry Christmas. Shiro said so while he placed each in front of them. We might not meet for quite a long time after this ends. Since it'll be troublesome to travel between worlds back and forth, there's a huge chance that Shiro can only see them once a year. He earns points around 95-100 every day, so it'll take him more than 20 days just to earn enough for a round-trip travel. Ah, right. Let's talk about something later, Kita-kun. I understand. How's the laughing coffin issue? The guilds are busy preparing for it right now. They take them seriously, after all. In the courtyard, a serious conversation is happening. Unlike their previous easygoing demeanors, Kita and Shiro took this matter seriously. The former wanted them apprehended to reduce the obstacles for clearing this game and the safety of his guild mates. As for the latter, well, they ought to pay for what they'd done to a chat group member. He got pissed at that time that he swore to do their punishment through Hammurabi's style. Where are their headquarters? It's a surprise, but it's in the 50th floor. Ha! The irony. Their location was never divulged in the light novel nor the anime, but he clearly didn't expect for them to reside in the 50th floor. That's where the strongest guild, Knights of Blood, reside. That guy's mocking them, for sure. Just wait until I kill you. There's a good reason as to why he's very annoyed with that guild. Their attempts of tracking them down never ended until a few months ago. That's right, the rest of the chat group members got targeted, too. Shiro knew about such informants of them hiding as green players, but it's quite a trouble for them to locate those players. The only way to stop those annoyances would be to kill their roots, namely Prince of Hell, Po. You guys will participate in this crusade. We're still deciding if we would. There's some chances that they might kill other people. Due to Sao's nature, a single critical hit can one-hit a player. That's also why Kirito had killed some players even when he didn't mean to. There's also the corridor crystals that could transport them to Town of Beginnings prison that would allow them to avoid such a bloodbath. Alright. When will it happen? Tomorrow. Cobb, Divine Dragon Alliance, and Incrad Liberation Force are confirmed to be joining. Even then, that information is only circulated to the higher UPS. All this time, the guilds are giving orders to the members with a completely different reason. The latter thought that they're about to raid the labyrinth due to the potion supplies being stockpiled one after another. There's also the corridor crystals, but the guilds entrusted it to players whom they truly trust. It was not noted in the light novel, but the amount of spies from Laughing Coffin can easily reach 1,000 or even more. Either these spies are coerced by them or they willingly became one due to their craziness. He's truly bored this time. Alright. You can leave this to us. Us? You mean, your teammates will also come to that raid, Shiro-san? Haha, it's just me and another one, though. I see. I feel more confident that this crusade would succeed if you're with them. After that, Shiro parted with him. Of course, he'd already did so to the other guild members earlier. Though, he couldn't help but notice something amiss with Sachi. It's not like she's dependent to me, so she should be fine. At worst, being with Shiro is her coping mechanism as he noticed her becoming more relaxed every time he's present. However, is it truly everything? Never mind. I should message her first. So that's where those vermins are hiding. You're still pissed at them, I see. Surprisingly, this grown-up woman is none other than Kuroniko. Due to her added status in her real template, everything turned out like this. She still kept her long hair, but her height caught up to Shiro's. There's also hints of lean muscle on her arms, albeit they're barely noticeable. Other than that, there's a certain aspect of hers that grew large. A/N, the short-haired girl is Kuroniko's sister Tamaki, roughly 10 years from canon. It came from the Kuroniko root in the manga if anyone's interested. It is none other than her chest. At first, she didn't notice this. Only when it grew visibly did she notice it herself, which of course made her proud. She'd read her own manga root and saw that Tamaki, one of her younger sister, grew up to be a good girl with the sole exception of her inheriting Kuroniko's Chiyunibu. Similar to how her future self reacted to those antics, she felt quite embarrassed now that she'd mature over the course of a year. Albeit, she kept doing such things due to her not knowing how to react in some embarrassing situations. They still haven't paid for what they'd done to Shino. Don't worry, I'll execute them myself. Shiro replied to her, with his amiable smile still on his face. However, it didn't prevent Kuroniko from sensing the hidden extreme bloodlust underneath it. What happened is infuriating, after all. That one time, Shino went alone to do a quest, unbeknownst to her that a couple of parties sent out by Laughing Coffin followed her. They still hadn't gained that much fame in the past, thus this scenario didn't come across their mind. Turns out, those two players that Kuroniko had killed sent out one last message to their guild leader, which is them requesting for backup against a player from the Nexus Guild. Thanks to the ethics code, no cases of sexual harassment happened inside the game, but physical harassment can still be done by damaging another player. In Shino's case, they cut off 5 of her fingers before she was able to retaliate. By using her mouth to draw her bow, she managed to take down some of them. She sensed real pain at that time, but she managed to kill a couple of those players due to her firm will. Still, her entire right arm was cut in the end. Everything only ended when Kuroniko arrived on the scene and simply eliminated some of those players did it end. Though, most of them escaped and since she is only a single person, she couldn't catch them all. As the Queen of Darkness, it's my duty to finish off corrupted ability users in my vicinity. In normal language, it roughly translates to, let me finish them off myself. Okay, then. I'll handle their boss while you handle the rest. Finished with that conversation, Shiro added, you have something to do today. No. Why? Just thinking if you have some idea on what to do during our break. Hearing that, Her expression faltered for a second before going back to her Chiyunibita mode. Shiro, are you asking me, on a date? Seeing her tease him, he didn't plan to lose and replied. If that's how you interpret it. Accustomed to his counters and calmness, she only laughed lightly at him. Though, it hits different with her mature appearance. She didn't notice, but he truly paused for a second before returning to normal. Sigh. This emotion is too troublesome to understand. He lamented as he thought of some knowledge that he has as common sense. In the end, the two went around the 50th floor city, Salemburg. Fact number 25, Originum guns are not only hard to do maintenance, but it's also expensive to use. Unlike our guns that only has gunpowder, theirs use Originum as a substitute. Yes, Originum might be common, but its processing fees are too complicated. That's why every shot in Terra is gold, and that most mercenaries use bows/grenade launchers/cold weapons to fight. P.S. They might not have gunpowder for guns, but they still has a gunpowder for bombs. Chapter 68, Crusade. The next day, Shiro and Kuroniko arrived at a cliff in the 50th floor. This seemingly inconspicuous rock formation housed the biggest PK guild as well as the villains' gathering spot. This shouldn't be a troublesome one. Looking at his character panel that is the result of an entire year of work, Shiro felt confident that this raid wouldn't pose much of a threat, as compared to them fighting against a special boss with a 20-level gap. Template, Shiro, in Crad. Name, Shiro. Level, 80. STR, 63, plus 80. AGI, 70, plus 90. WIS, 180. Skills. Items, equipped. One-handed sword, right hand, Archangel's Halo, accessory, head, concealment mask, accessory, face. Light armor, body, divine strength, accessory, right arm, Shadow Walker, accessory, left arm. Light armor, legs. Light armor, feet. Thanks to his lucky streaks, not only did he manage to stay on the first place when it comes to levels, he also managed to level the Archangel's Halo to level 12. In this state, it gave bonus 48 points on street and AGI alone. Since it ate a huge amount of EXP per level, its growth is slow. Although, it's mostly due to Incrad having much lower threshold when it comes to power. When he checked it, 3 stat points here equates to a single stat point in his system. Still, the power that it gave is good enough, considering that its main attraction are the skills that they'll be able to keep in real life. It worked by percentage, not fixed stat points. Moreover, they can be used without any cost, except for their cooldown time. Just this alone is enough to give them an edge against even-leveled opponents. When they ran out of mana/aura, they can just use their skills to finish them off. As for his unique skill, it didn't turn out to be like but something much stronger. Just the prerequisites of it alone needs one to level up as well as into 500, as opposed to only to level 500 and fastest reflexes 4. The player also needed to have a true sword and martial arts expertise in real life. Naturally, Cardinal gathers the data about each potential holder of this before comparing it to its database, confirming that he or she is a genuine swordsman and martial artist. When will those heroes arrive? Heroes? Right, they should be coming soon. Just as he'd said that, they saw a group of nearly 200 players marching to this direction. Slight confusion can still be seen on their faces, which made it evident that their guild masters had only explained their intention right before they were about to leave. Caught off guard by the thought of fighting against other players, hesitation can be seen amongst them. This might be the reason why they suffered so much casualties. In the anime, Kuroniko recalled the anime that she briefly watched and the light novel that she'd read. Realizing what Shiro is pointing out to, she replied, "They're not ready to kill other players. MN. While hiding this info until the last day is smart, they have to pay for some things. They have no choice. This guild infiltrated deep enough to be uprooted." In the Girls Ops spin-off manga series, more things about Laughing Coffin was revealed, such as them having green players as spies, so that they can enter the town and buy supplies. Since that guild had done this, it doesn't take a genius to realize that they might have informants working to gather information about their rival guilds. Though, only when their party clashed against them did they realize just how ridiculous their counts are. From the remaining 8,000 players alone, more than 1/4 of them are spies belonging to that guild. It cemented the fact that Sword Art Online housed more psychos once the death game is cleared. Even if they're not one, players has the potential to turn into one after being in this game for extended periods of time. I see, they're all here. Shiro recognized some more familiar faces in the anime, such as the guy who got murdered by Karatiel, Godfried, members of the DDA guild who tried to steal Nicholas the Renegade's drops from Kirito, and another player whom is another student of his. Of course, Kirito and Asuna are present too, mainly because of Asuna's responsibilities as the leader of Team 2 of Cobb. Since both Shiro and Kuroniko has the skill, they weren't noticed by them as they pushed a rock on the wall, causing a hidden entrance to appear. There's one exception, however. Kirito-kun. Ah, it's nothing. He stared at the empty space not far away from him. Did I sensed it wrong? Kirito didn't take much time before following the rest to the hideout. As expected of a protagonist. He can even feel gazes without any prior training. His senses are that sharp. Kuroniko asked with a slight surprise in her voice. Even she has to train intensively under Shiro for a few days before feeling gazes in her surroundings. As for her ability to detect bloodlust and killing intent, it's something that she already have when she acquired that system of hers. That's right. He has the highest reaction time, after all. Give him a lightsaber and he'll surely cut through bullets. I recall him doing that. Talents, hey. Before, this might have discouraged her for a bit due to her talents being in the non-combat oriented side, but not now. At least, she realized that she has talent regarding fighting thanks to her UR reward, Ashbourne's inheritance. Let's go follow them soon, the entrance might close automatically just like the usual cliché. Alright. Inside this huge place where black pillars supported the ceiling on the side and floor made out of quartz, a chaotic battle is happening. Clang. Clang. Bam. Bam. Fuck. How did they find us? What are the informants doing? They should have noticed a raid team this big. The members of the Laughing Coffin, who is just chilling, was surprised when their base suddenly got raided by their enemies. Ever since they transferred here, a structure that used to be a dungeon, everyone else are confident enough to stay hidden under the radar of those guilds. If their leader didn't rat them out, that is. Hat. I knew this would happen if you trust that bastard. Mort, a Laughing Coffin executive who's also known as Poe's right-hand man, snorted at the sight of his comrades in despair. He wore a full set of chainmail armor. With his hood on, one couldn't see much of his face, but they could definitely tell that he's smiling, enjoying this event. Even though there's no casualties for now, he knew that it wouldn't take long before it starts happening. Mort started running away from this place. Thanks to him knowing yet another pathway outside of this hideout, he can confidently escape this place. They've hidden this well, all right. Without their resolve, they'll remain as PSSSH. Stop right there. A player with a boyish face, which hinted his childishness, appeared to intercept him. He pointed his sword right at his throat when he'd arrived. His light brown eyes watched every move of Mort, so as to prevent him from doing something. Whoa. Mort put both of his hands up as a sign of surrender. Saw you standing still earlier. You stayed behind and looked for escapees, right? The player didn't say anything and gestured him to place both of his hands in front before taking out a pair of metallic shackles similar to handcuffs. At this moment, part of his attention is directed to a player humming a song of sorts. Surprisingly, it continuously provided a set of buffs due to her skill. Sword Art Online Ost, Swordland. As long as she continued singing the songs recorded in her skill, it'll provide buffs to everyone within her range. Your friend? She must be that good singer. Quite the cheerful one, too. The player didn't respond and was about to cuff Mort when one of the players responsible for defending that support player got paralyzed. At the same time, a few members of the Laughing Coffin headed to finish her off. Clearly, they knew that she provided a huge buff for the Crusaders and wanted to eliminate her. Yuna. Tisk. If I got the chance, I would have loved to kill her. You. Clang. The player barely blocked the one-handed axe that instantly appeared in Mort's right hand thanks to the latter's mod. It allowed him to equip weapons that he previously selected, removing the need for opening his main menu just to equip a newer weapon. Opening it took a couple of seconds, and it meant a lot in the battlefield. Just as the player is about to throw a couple of daggers at her direction, he saw someone intercept those attackers in one go. That player wore a plain white mask, but he immediately recognized that someone. Sensei. The player, Nautilus, saw him look at his direction for a brief moment before focusing back to that fight. Seeing this, Nautilus regained his complete calmness as he faced off against the well-known player killer that almost got Kirito a few times. Fact number 26, in Sword Art Online, everything from the movies are actually not included in the light novel canon. Ordinal scale simply didn't happen in it while there's an extra character that's been added on the progressive movie. That's also the reason why you wouldn't see Ag and Yuna in the underworld battle in the light novel. There's also no Tozawa Mizumu, Asuna's friend IRL, in progressive light novel. P.S. You can expect their appearance here since I merged everything, from the anime and light novel to even SAO games, Philia and Stria. Chapter 69, Teacher, once again. The moment Nautilus regained his composure, Mort's playfulness disappeared as he took his opponent seriously. Tisk. From his stance, I can tell that he's definitely trained. He's not a normal player. Curious as to why the person in front of his became composed, he looked at the singer's direction, only to regret it the next second. He's. Shit, shit. Fuck. Mort started shivering subconsciously, making Nautilus extremely confused. Not only that, he started muttering something, too. That monster. Fuck, what is he doing here? Monster. I don't have time to deal with brats like you. Agitated, he rushed straight at Nautilus, swinging his axe at his way. Being professionally trained, Nautilus didn't get intimidated and countered each of his strikes perfectly. Dang. Dang. Clang. Clang. Sparks flew out as their metallic weapons crashed repeatedly. There are times when Mort used his small circular shield to block Nautilus' sword strikes. Suddenly, Mort threw his one-handed axe straight at his face. Once Nautilus deflected it, Mort already changed to his second and true set of weapons, the one-handed sword. Sword Art Online never restricted the use of weapons without their possessed weapon skills, but one cannot use sword skills in this case. Mort used this to catch his opponents off guard once he wields his sword. By creating this gap, he managed to trick many players and created a gap within their defense. These players only ended in one way, and that is death. Swoosh. Nautilus managed to narrowly avoid the sword thrust, in turn giving him a chance to cut off Mort's right arm. He did so by cutting it downwards diagonally. Swoosh. Thud. Fuck. His right arm that is still holding his one-handed sword fell to the ground. Even though he can't feel pain from this, the despair that's been eating his mind made him suffer far worse than feeling it. Surrender now. This is your last chance. Nautilus said to Mort with a fear-stricken face. Fine. Just, get me out of this place, now. No, that'll be for later. We only have a few corridor crystals. Shit. Clink. The metallic cuffs made a clicking sound as it restrained both of his arms. Nautilus gave him an HP potion to regenerate his lost arm back by removing his status. This made him more desperate, however. Just as he is about to persuade Nautilus once again, he saw the masked player coming towards their direction. His fear became more evident when the masked player earlier approached Nautilus from behind. Hey, Eiji-kun. Sensei. A smooth and clear voice came out from him, forming a sharp contrast as to how he is being treated as a monster by Mort. You must be the guy, no. And no. I don't know what you're talking about. Mort vehemently denied him with a tinge of calmness, but it's another thing when it comes to his mind. Fuck. 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 Don't give me to that crazy fucker. He thought. It's definitely you. Shino remembered each of your faces, all right. The masked man mumbled as thoughts passed through his mind quickly. In the end, he smiled under his mask and decided what to do with him. Sensei, what's the matter? How should I say this? This guy is the leader of the ones responsible for torturing my friend. He almost killed her if not for her luck. You trash. Hearing this, Nautilus' neutral attitude to him turned for the worst. Not only did they kill, but they also tortured other players before doing so. That is simply despicable in his eyes. He'd only heard about their notoriousness after he finished his training half a year ago, and that was the time when the guild went into hiding. If I didn't have the power, would this have happened to me? Worse, Yuna will be targeted by them. He thought. Can you hand him over to me? The masked player, Shiro, asked. Ah. For a brief moment, he didn't know why Shiro wanted this guy's custody. That is, until he realized the underlying meaning behind his words. Nautilus, or also known as Eiji, knew about this sensei of his for almost a year now. He also knew about how he saved others from Laughing Coffin members, but also on how he chooses to kill them every time he does so. These rumors resulted in the player base having two sides, supporting him from doing so and disagreeing on what he'd done. The former admires his actions and deems Shiro as a hero, while the latter condones his actions for killing those criminals when they could have been judged by the law outside. Be that as it may, even Eiji views the latter as plain stupid. Why bother judging them in the outside world when they couldn't even clear this game? If they didn't have enough strength, they would only get killed. Shiro could also be considered as saving more lives that might have been victims of Laughing Coffin, or so they say. Alright. Wait. What you're doing is illegal. It's murder. So you know what'll happen, Shiro nonchalantly replied to him. However, it only made him look more terrifying in his eyes. Seeing this, Eiji only felt more detest to this guy. He said, what a hypocrite. You killed many before, and now you want to be judged by the law. Mort can only panic internally as he thought of more excuses. Unfortunately, Shiro wouldn't give him more time. I'll be leaving, then. Right, remember one of the lessons that I taught you? About morals. Yes. It's about giving a compass to when and where to use your strength. That's it. Shiro nodded, satisfied on Eiji's answer. If moonlit black cats are the pure ones, Eiji is the more logical one. If the need for killing comes one day, he would do it, just for his loved one. In this case, it's Yuna, his childhood friend. Take note that you'll be the one reigning in your power, not the other way around. If the latter happens, I would only hurt the people that I care for. After that short conversation, Shiro left. They made it look like that Eiji got thrown away by an attack of a laughing coffin member so that Shiro can properly take hold of the noisy guy. To be honest, he doesn't expect this words of his to have an immediate effect on Eiji. Rather, he would like for this thinking to slowly bud on his mind. Since he taught Eiji for almost a year, he knew the right paths for him. Heck, he even asked Roman and Kaujiki in this regard since they can be considered as teachers, too. However, the final say is still on Eiji. Shiro's teachings only serve as a guide, an auxiliary support. It can only point out directions, not force him in one. Let me go. You bastard, you're dead meat. Shiro didn't seem fazed at this threats as he asked, I'm curious. Why am I dead meat? Haha, you don't know just how crazy he is. Mort laughed out loudly as he kept being dragged in the floor by Shiro. Thankfully, he wasn't noticed by the many due to how chaotic this battlefield is. Moreover, he moved so fast that only a black blur can be seen. Although, bringing along a screaming murderer reduced his stealth. That's why a select few saw him. Is it him? That white mask? It's him, the white hero. Coincidentally, the players started calling him as such due to his signature equipment, his plain white mask. Though, some seeing his fair white skin as well as his hair also contributed to this. Stop right there. Unfortunately, someone troublesome noticed his actions. Where are you bringing him? Their imprisonment are the jurisdiction of Cobb. Her signature ivory rapier wielded on her right hand, her attractiveness and her lightning-fast rapier skills earned her the epithet. More importantly, why are you here? The lightning flash. Fact number 27, in Terra, the Sarkaz has the best resistance against Originum, yet they're also the most susceptible on being infected. It wasn't explained why, but their prowess is something that every country is wary against. It's to the point that they wouldn't give their fallen country another chance to rise. The Sarkaz's greatest advantage lies on their great arts affinity, thus making them as good combatants. This is also the reason why many hire Sarkaz mercenaries. Last thing, their last king almost dominated the entirety of Terra, he already had half of it before, but died. Chapter 70, I am civilized. He's dangerous. That's what Asuna first thought after seeing this man seamlessly pass through this chaotic battlefield. The higher version of, not only hid his player cursor from others, but also provided vision and sound stealth. If not for the player being dragged around by him, no one would have noticed him, except for Kirito whose ability to detect gazes and killing intent is on a whole another level. Save me! He's trying to kill me! While being held on his collar, Mort shouted once again. This time is different as some players noticed his plight. Though, they didn't have the choice but to redirect their attention to their opponents after a moment. You're that person. Since she's been together with Kirito from the start, she knew about Mort. In the early stages of the game, he attempted to kill Kirito multiple times. Once, he tried to do so in a duel. Mort tried to control his damage to make Kirito's HP just slightly above 50%, so that he can trigger a critical hit and kill him without being an orange player. There's a couple more times that he attempted to finish him off, but each of his attempts ended in failure. A/N, they did a half-loss mode which will end if their HP reaches 50%. Mort tried to kill him in one hit while being at 51% 55% by using a critical strike, but failed to do so. More than half a year later, his attempts stopped. Asuna didn't know why, but she didn't expect to meet him here again. Please hand him over. We'll make sure that he'll get punished in real life. Shiro went silent for a moment after hearing this. A light chuckle escaped out of his mouth as he replied, why should I? Can't I have him as a favor for clearing more than 20 floors? Ever since their debut, many knew about him. Thus, they could immediately recognize him even if he's wearing a black cloak on top of his light armor. Mister, you know that this is wrong. Instead of enforcing justice, you're doing the same thing as them. As a proper civilian who follows the laws, Asuna has a moral compass that always points out to good. Moreover, she's also kind to others and never killed another player before. Shiro got baffled by these people who has a specific type of mindset, but perhaps this is a specialty of this world. The people living in it aren't so complicated. Kita can do almost anything for his friend's safety, Eiji can do anything for Yuna as seen in the movie, and Asuna can firmly stick to her beliefs even if it's getting challenged continuously by different circumstances. Of course, he also met some other people that has a complex mindset. Basically, their behaviors can shift based on the environment. Lastly, there's the psychopaths who would do anything for fun. Shiro might be included in this category, though he doesn't harm anyone who doesn't possess the intent to harm him or someone close to him. Even now, he couldn't feel any sort of killing intent from Asuna. That's considering her being in a battle stance. Others might not feel much and even call her naive, but seeing her personally instead of a chunk of text made him interested in people such as her. Sigh. I can also be civilized at times. Shiro gripped the black sword in his left waist before pulling it out of its sheath. Let's fight. Hearing this, Asuna's face became serious. Still, she kept her composure and said, I understand. Shiro gestured her to attack him first, and so she did. Clang. Clang. Every time their blades met, Shiro can perfectly deflect her strikes, which surprised Asuna. After all, she trained her rapier skills for a year and fought against many powerful players and monsters. However, she felt that Shiro is on a whole another level. Meanwhile, Mort got his face dragged on the floor as the two fought. Sometimes, Shiro simply threw him away at a certain direction before picking him up in the back of his collar. He doesn't want to kill me. Right now, confusion filled his mind. If Shiro had wanted to kill him, he would have used him against Asuna as a meat shield. Her quick thrusts alone could send his HP to 0 if timed well, that's something he's confident of Shiro doing. Ding! He blocked with his sword. When she unleashed, a simple thrust sword skill that contained a lot of power, she thought that he'll dodge it at best. She didn't expect for him to use his sword as a shield before deflecting her rapier away like a baseball player. Taking this opportunity, Shiro used and jumped at her. He slashed his black sword with an upward diagonal strike, hitting Asuna in the chest. It immediately depleted her HP to less than 50%, making her HP bar turn yellow. Asuna. After blocking a sword and an axe at the same time, Kirito hastily threw a couple of throwing daggers with his skill. Since he has the mod end, they arrived quickly in front of Shiro. Swoosh. Swoosh. Half a dozen of blurry daggers flew at his face, yet he remained unfazed. Shiro avoided these daggers one by one until none was left. While shocked at his insane reaction speed, Asuna finished the starting motion for her big move. Hub. 3 swift thrusts arrived at Shiro's chest, throwing him off balance for a second. Then, she ducked before aiming at both of his legs. However, she didn't expect for him to somersault in the air, his previous loss of balance is nothing but a facade. With it, Shiro gained some distance from her, all the whilst the light on her rapier died down due to her movements being impeded. Picking up Mort whom he had thrown away just before Asuna used, a glint appeared on Shiro's eyes as if he saw someone. It's another farewell for now. What d? A set of flying daggers were thrown straight at her, in which she instinctively used her rapier to deflect them all. In the midst of this, Shiro ran away. Seeing all of these, some players who noticed the commotion are hesitating on what to do. Should we help? Bro, you're also a fan of the white hero, right? Do we even need to choose? But, he's also a killer if you look at it. What, do you think that a hero who doesn't kill is better than him? The ones that he killed are murderers, for God's sake. Even so. While they are busy arguing, a loud shout gathered their attention. Vanguard team, assist Asuna if you can. Godfried asked them. Understood. Shiro only sighed at the sight of players swarming at his place. Though, he never stopped running due to his confidence to someone. Swoosh. 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 10 daggers were thrown from an unknown direction, aiming at some specific members of Cobb. Some did manage to dodge them, but their charge was disrupted for a few seconds due to this. Shiro saw this and suddenly stepped into one of Cobb player's shoulders. This player is specifically paralyzed, thus he didn't have any troubles using him as a foothold. There are several more players who got paralyzed, in which he used them as a foothold in a span of 5 seconds, long enough to let him escape the chaotic battlefield. Just as he showed up in the spot where they'll rendezvous, he locked eyes to the main character of this anime, Kirigaya Kazuto. While his eyes showed that he's scanning Shiro's battle power, the latter is also looking at him with interest. Inhumane level of reaction speed. I see, that's how he managed to cut down bullets. While murmuring, he and Kuroniko headed to their final target and the cause of this chaos, Po. A/N, Uni is about to start, so I guess this schedule would become the norm. Anyways, here's a fact of the day. Fact number 27, in Kjerug, basically the Siberia of our nights, there exists a real god called Goddess Kjerugandr. It is said that she warded people off the extreme cold environment, protected them against catastrophes, and helped them build a settlement. With this, she is enshrined as their guardian deity. A priestess is assigned in one of the highest mountains of Kjera, in which they'll live there whilst waiting for the oracles. Though, their goddess currently takes the form of Kjera, the attendant of the current priestess. She uses divine arts, will be explained tomorrow, while helping Rhodes Island investigate the Farinwoods, which is basically the godlike entities in Terra. P.S. This shows that gods originum as they can protect an environment against catastrophes. Chapter 71, Traps, and more traps. Watching everything unfold from a distance, Po, or rather Vasago castles, have an unwipeable smile on his face. His wavy black hair swayed for a bit once he saw some interesting players, such as Kirito, Asuna, and Heathcliff. He doesn't know why, but he felt strangely suspicious of the third, thus he kept observing him. Suddenly, he saw Heathcliff make an eye contact to him from a large distance. He can see me? Intuition, perhaps. Dozens of thoughts passed by his mind before he came to some guesses as to who Heathcliff really is. It might be talent, but who knows? He might be Kaiba Akihiko himself. He muttered with a light laugh. When he first knew about Kaiba, he immediately presumed some reasons as to why he turned this world into a death game, and one of the most probable guesses of his is that, he's bored. Kaiba has a good record since childhood, from achieving many academic awards to creating the core of this virtual reality game all by himself. With his God-sent talents, it isn't strange for him to lose his purpose in life. As to how he reached this conclusion, he can confidently state that they are similar in regards to their circumstances. His childhood is nothing but good, and he became a part of the underworld at a young age of 15. With his talents in assassinating, he quickly got bored due to it, and only when he is tasked to enter Sword Art Online, a death game, did he regain interest and even felt excitement. After all, this unique situation might only be encountered once during his life. Oh! I knew it. That guy actually came here. As soon as he looked at Shiro, the latter returned back his gaze. Though, he never got scared and went into his position to initiate his plan. A minute later, he saw Shiro and another player, whom he knew as Kuroniko, arrive at the start of the corridor. Seeing this, Shiro cursed at this familiar sight. Are you fucking kidding me? This again? A coincidence, I must say. It is eerily similar to the very long corridor of that anomalous dungeon, but much shorter. The design also differed, as some light crystals are placed in the walls while the floor is made up of white quartz. In an instant, both of them deduced that this is about 200 meters long. You really came. From the far end of the corridor, Vasago spoke out like a labyrinth boss waiting for them to arrive. What, do you expect to go scot-free? Of course not. That's why I orchestrated everything here, for you to arrive. This is the main reason why Shiro didn't deal with Laughing Coffin at its root, he knew that things would come to this one way or another. Blindly searching for them is not worth the trouble, more so when he knew that they'll come straight at himself. And you stupidly fell for my plan. I don't care. Vasago smirked at him with a hint of excitement in their upcoming confrontation. Do you really think of yourself as my rival? Of course. He began explaining to Shiro, giving the latter all the confirmation that he needed on his deductions. In all my life, I never met someone as crazy as you. Why would I let go of such opportunity to fight you? Oh, so that's how it is. You got bored, and now that you found someone interesting, you plan all this shit for a year just for this moment. You managed to read each of my moves. As expected of you. Thud. Throwing the confused Mort to the corner, he said to Kuroniko, I entrust him to you for a while. Be careful, Shiro. Traps are littered everywhere, around level 70 in average. Alright, thanks. Shiro used the mod before changing to his main loadout. A decorated black sword appeared in his right hand while a golden sword appeared in his left. It is none other than his unnamed black sword and fragrant olive sword. It seems that you've received a 2. As the leader of Laughing Coffin, he received 1. It is none other than which is something that you can get after having the most player kills. Simply put, it gave a debuff to other players when in a fight while buffing himself to the heavens. Not only that, all of his sword skills that came from it is specialized in dealing with players and humanoid NPCs. It's simply a skill specializing in killing. Let's cut the crap. You wait for me there obediently while I run past through this traps charade, MK. Without waiting for Vasago's reply, he dashed straight at him, with no care at the traps whatsoever. Click. At one point, Shiro heard a click sound when he stepped on one of the floors. PSSSH. 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 Poisoned arrows came out en masse from the walls, which soon covered his vision. Clang. 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 Shiro dodged them with inhumane reaction speed while slicing down the rest with his blades. Even while doing this, he has a nonchalant face under his white mask. One of the arrows almost grazed the top of his head, but he managed to duck before using that move to gather momentum. He then dashed forward once more. Click. Another clicking sound resounded in this corridor, which caused an explosion here. Black smoke gathered in the surroundings, yet Vasago didn't think that Tiz is overdue to his skill. It has many purposes, but the one that he liked the most is that it detects a player and in his range, making him see their every move as a light figure. Right now, he saw a silhouette rushing to his direction without any stops. Is truly a cheat as depicted in the anime. Shiro thought. After all, it allowed him to withstand more than half a dozen players attacking him from different directions. Shiro watched his HP regenerate quickly as he activated yet another arrow trap, HP, 12,400/16,500. HP, 13,093/16,500. Once every 5 seconds, his skill activates and recovers a part of his HP. Meaning, Shiro can go berserk without minding his HP much. Moreover, he also has a ton of healing items inside his inventory, waiting to be taken out. Swoosh! This time, a spiked ball passed through the back of his head, avoiding it narrowly in the eyes of others. Although, every move of his is calculated. Gotcha! Seeing that the range is right, he chanted the syntaxes inside his head before reciting, "Enhance armament." Surprisingly, the golden blade turned into countless osmanthus flowers that targeted Vasago in the end of this tunnel. What? Shocked by his ability, he immediately used all his skills to deflect them, only to fail. Soon, he got submerged into the heavy flowers. When Shiro recalled them back, he saw him living with a tiny bit of HP, something that he intentionally did. His armor are broken while his prided had its durability lowered drastically. Click! Shiro stepped in one of the traps again, but this time it's a poison mist. Lying down, Vasago thought that he'll be paralyzed, but Shiro's antidote potion warded him off negative status effects for 15 minutes. He drank this before entering the hideout, thus he's confident to bypass these traps. It's the higher-leveled antidotes from rare quests, after all. Arriving in front of him, Shiro looked down at him with a playful look and said, "Do you think I would stupidly fight you head-on?" A/N, first of all, this novel reached 1M views, here in web novel. To be honest, I didn't expect this when I began writing this FIC months ago. I got bored, more inspirations popped up, and I decided it's nighttime to start writing. Thanks to my previous experience, my other novel, it went smoother than I expected. Though, I didn't think that it'll be this enjoyable writing stories with your favorite characters in it. What's more, I longed to write one way back in the past whenever I finished watching some anime, Code Geass, Aina Hana and Sword Art Online to name a few. Also, you can expect a double chapter tomorrow to commemorate this. Anyways, here's a special fact this time. Divine Arts will be tomorrow. P.S. Sorry for the late upload here, I placed the wrong schedule. Fact number 28, do you know Senior Bai from CCG, Cultivation Chat Group? If you don't, you only need to know about his insane level of charm that could attract males and females alike. Oh right, he also has an insane luck, to the point that a meteor full of heavenly treasures would fall beside him accidentally. If you think he's becoming more familiar, then you're right. I used him as a character inspiration of sort, thus I ended up naming my MC Shiro. Senior Bai equals Senior White. Chapter 72, True Self. What the fuck is with your luck? The very first thing that Vasago spoke out is the ridiculousness of his luck. What's there with my luck? You. There's more than a dozen traps that would spawn different mobs instantaneously, yet you didn't step in any of them. In the entire 250-meter corridor, more than 100 traps are present. Shiro only triggered less than 10 of them, which speak volumes of his insane luck. After all, Vasago planned everything up until this point. He would definitely make it hard for Shiro to win with the advantages that he placed upon himself. The spawn traps are only the beginning of it. There's also the boulder trap that would appear from a wall, death arrow trap where every single arrows would be sent from the walls up to the ceiling, and even a pitfall trap that has spikes in the end of it. Vasago never cleared this corridor of traps and went on a detour instead since he planned to use this place all along. After kicking his weapon away, Shiro signaled Kuroniko to come over. Unsurprisingly, she managed to dodge every single trap with her. Not only can it detect traps, it could also allow a player to dismantle them. Every time they do so, they can some materials out of it. Tap. Tap. A minute later, she managed to cross the corridor with ease. You can leave me with them now. I've already made my decision, Shiro. Complex emotions flashed in her eyes for a brief moment. I'll stay. Are you sure about that? Shiro replied with his normal tone, but he felt faint fear upon hearing this. What he is about to do isn't something that a normal people can watch. He believed in Kuroniko not becoming distant with him, yet here he is with the seed of doubt planted inside his mind. So this is how she feels. He thought. She belongs to the first few friends that he had ever since he woke up from that amnesia, thus he really hopes that it wouldn't happen. Other than that, he felt some kind of déjà vu as if he'd already experienced something like this in his past. If I can't even bear to accept your true self, how can I find the confidence for my friends to accept mine? Ah! Hearing this, he could only smile genuinely. To her, she doesn't want to do something unpleasant that she knows. Not only does she want this to not happen to her, she also doesn't want to do it to others whom she consider to be her friends. She accepted Kyusuk and Kairino's relationship even though this is not accepted in the society. To add on, she even helped them hide it. That's just how she is, a distant person as a stranger, yet she is always willing to help her friends. Since she didn't have such relationships before, she learned how to value them once she have them now. Without them, she wouldn't be able to develop herself forward, all the whilst choosing her own ways to distance herself from others as she finds it troublesome. She would have been an outcast as a result of it. Paralyzing daggers, please. Taking out 2 of them, she passed it on to Shiro. Then, the latter stabbed one of them each in their right arm. PSSSK. PSSSK. The sound of flesh being stabbed resounded, yet the 2 never felt any pain, only strangeness. Hat. Are you planning to torture us? Vasago said with a mocking tone. He's someone who isn't afraid to die, thus this wouldn't really have an effect on him. Moreover, the only reason why they torture players is to feed on their despair, not to cause pain, since there's no pain in Sao. If they don't despair, then this wouldn't have an effect. However, the remaining player, Mort, wasn't like that. Fuck. You crazy fuckers. Thanks. Both of them said in a monotone voice. Fuck. Suddenly, Shiro decided to take his mask off. That's how you look like. Shit. I guess it isn't a bad deal to get killed by a beautiful psychopath. Mort resigned to his fate as he saw his face and got affected by his max-level charm. If this is real life. Vasago muttered while in a daze. What? I would have done you in. In an instant, something snapped inside Shiro as his face blackened. His dull eyes, which showed his anger, stared straight at his eyes. This made him snap back to reality. Turns out, he's actually the biggest trap here. Meanwhile, Kuroniko is laughing so hard in the sidelines that she momentarily forgot about the serious atmosphere. PFFTT. Ah ha 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 ha. Tears started coming out from her eyes while she held her stomach. I can't. My stomach. When she plopped down to the ground, she hammered her hands in it in an attempt to stop her laughter. I'm a man. Shiro spoke with a deadpan voice. Vasago's expression crumbled for a moment before using this to his advantage. He replied, I don't care. PFFFTT. What the hell? Kuroniko laughed out loud again until a couple of minutes had passed. Wiping the tears on her eyes, she spoke. This is always the best moment whenever you take off your mask. We either see their faces after knowing your true gender or cases like this. To be fair, this scene looked comical, with Shiro having deadpan face and eyes while Vasago shrugs it off with a smile. Clearly, this is something that you can only see in an anime. I hate being treated like this, so. Shiro took out 2 strange-looking potions from his inventory. The liquid are golden in color, making it so that its effects are hard to guess. I'll make you experience hell so bad that you'll cry for your Papa Goisha. Strangely, his intuitions gave out a big red flags when he looked at it, causing his expression to turn in for the worse. I'm not afraid of death, but that scares me. He thought as he struggled not to drink it, yet to no avail. Once the 2 of them drank it, they felt an unfamiliar sensation that they haven't felt for quite a long time. Pain. Arg. Kook. While Mort wished to roll on the ground, Vasago wore a shocked expression upon feeling this. His years of torture practice went into use, making him unfazed with pain like this. This. Haha, that's right. Shiro began explaining with a monotone voice. This is a potion that will bring back 100% of your senses in real life. No inhibitors, no limiters. Meaning, you'll feel shit here just like in real life. They couldn't let out a word after hearing this. Meanwhile, Kuroniko's expression turned deadly serious once she saw this, no traces of previous laughter can be seen in her. Now, shall we begin? A/N, SHT went from 0 to 100 real quick. Here's the double chapter and double fun facts. Fact number 29, Divine Arts is vastly different from Originum Arts. In the latter, everything is up onto you, from knowledge to control, while the former relies on a god to borrow their powers from. In a sense, it's similar to Thaumaturgical Foundation/Magic Crests in Fate where they simply choose spells from it. Chapter 73, Distant Memories. Once their bodies turned into blue fragments of light, Shiro stood up with his normal vibe again. Kuroniko. Yes. Let's go. They soon left in the exit right just behind them. The former left in a daze, while the latter felt more refreshed after dealing with something annoying. New York. Once a bustling city, it is now filled with nothing but ruins. Broken rubbles are all over the place while the flames set ablaze due to their high-temperature energy attacks. One man stood underneath this destroyed city. While it is full of tears and burnt marks, it couldn't erase the former splendor of his admiral uniform. It is a pity that these medals mean nothing now. All right, 2 more times. They must have left this place by then. Inside this former command room, he repeated the radio announcement once more. December, Yokohama. January, Sydney. April, Shanghai. Notices of the places that might be attacked got listed out one by one. There's one mistake in this, however. This December, it's actually New York's turn. It is unexpected, yet the majority managed to evacuate while she planned to behind. Thud. The man slammed the control panel due to his frustration. It made a dent in this very sturdy material. Those bastards. Sacrificing others while they remain safe in their turtle shells. The higher UPS already deduced that this will happen since this is where the communication signals of the alerts had originated, but they gave zero fucks to it, simply because it benefited them. Why bother stop her when she gave out free crucial information while risking her life? Not only that, but she broadcasts her findings to the whole world, just so that they can escape in time when they attack. However, they soon learned that she's the one behind all of this, thus they sent enough manpower to decimate New York City. If someone didn't tell me of her stupidity, I wouldn't come here. While the citizens of New York City are escaping, she decided to be left behind to act as a diversion. Of course, he caught on to this and replaced her instead. She, Dr. Anziel, is the one that these invaders are aiming for. Though, it is not a surprise that they aimed for her. Kansen, ship girls, wisdom cubes, cognitive awakening, attack predictions. She spat out those godlike findings one by one, which is the major reason as to why humanity can resist against them, the steel leviathans that brought nothing but destruction. Creak. Bzzzt. Static noises came out from his earpiece, making him sigh. Communications are jammed whenever leviathans arrive, but there are some individuals that could bypass this. The man wondered if he shouldn't answer this call, but he knew that he should. Beeb. You took some time before answering. Is there some trouble in your side? A cool voice came from his speaker. Trouble? No. He said with his normal calm tone. Beeb. Beeb. Warning. Several hostile life forms are heading in this coordinate. Danger rating. Impossible to calculate. Evacuation protocols activated. The sound of alarms filled this underground base. Dim red lights filled the entire command room as a result of it. Even so, the man remained calm, hoping that the one from the other side wouldn't notice, but alas, she did. Alarms? The outpost is under attack. Wait, calm down. This must be a mistake, we're almost done dealing with them already. Right. The voice from the other side got cut off, making him sigh out of relief. Tisk. They're coming already. In the large screen, he saw 5 huge red circles headed at this direction. They all came from the southeast direction. With the Kansen here, they could have mounted a counterattack, but 5 Leviathans are simply impossible to defeat without their main force, whom is busy fighting on the front lines, the ocean. No. This can't be. A muffled voice spoke, disbelief evident in her tone. You. Hearing this, he knew that it couldn't be hidden any longer. After some period of silence, he said, remember what I told you before? That death is inevitable for me. It's simply my time now. They pushed harder there for a couple of months now. I don't believe this isn't part of their plan. Ever since they arrived, there's only 3 people whom the Leviathans treated with extreme caution, Anziel, Aostat and he, the Commandant. Aostat never reappeared in the face of the earth for a long time now, thus their attention is shifted on Anziel and him. It's only a matter of time before they aim for them. He realized this too late. Though, he managed to take Anziel's place and cause the diversion instead. That's also why he resolutely traded his life for Anziel's, as she's more important than him, or so he believes. So I'm going to lose you too, hey. I'm sorry. A brief silence occurred between them. If I'm only strong enough. Stop right there. His tone suddenly went serious and continued, don't kill yourself. Please. I can use it. No. Seemingly stunned by his vehement disapproval, she went silent. For my sake. Live. Fuck humanity, it's time for you girls to live for yourselves. Don't you ever sacrifice yourselves for these remaining humans, rather, filth. Humanity's over when the old man died. Many thoughts passed through his mind as his chest tightened, prompting him to compress everything into a few sentences. Trust in Anziel, she'll help you out. With both of you, another way might be found. I might be the key in your eyes, but I believe that an alternative solution exists within the vast and infinite realities we are in. Number. He looked up at the ceiling, at the enemies that he'd been waiting to arrive. Walls cannot impede his vision due to his state, though he knows that he would definitely die after being consumed by those light pillars. Giving him not enough time, light pillars fell to this underground base. Composite metal couldn't even stop it for a second before disintegrating. It soon headed at him, but he has enough time. I love you, Enti. Soon, his everything was swallowed by the light. The first thing that Shiro noticed is the nice smell that his nose caught. The second thing that he noticed is that he actually napped. He doesn't know why, but he suddenly felt sleepy. This is an abnormal phenomenon, but he decided to investigate this later. He used his armor sleeve to wipe off his drool first before sensing his surroundings. You're finally awake, Shiro. Ah? Kuroniko. Turns out, he actually dozed off in Kuroniko's shoulder. With Shiro being Shiro, he didn't get embarrassed and only said, "Thanks for letting me nap in your shoulder." "No problem. It's not a big deal anyways," she replied while looking away from him, a faint blush present on her face. If Shiro is paying attention, he might have teased her, but his mind is on something else. What was that? A city, command room, and a pillar of light. For some reasons, the memories of his dream are very hazy. It's not like something is preventing him from remembering it, but it felt distant to him. Like a memory of a few 100 million years ago. At the thought of it, a pang of pain appeared in his heart, as if he regretted not doing something, or a promise that isn't fulfilled. I recall hearing Ki, Anzil, and. He struggled recalling the final bits of information that he retained. Thankfully, he did. Right, Kansen. He doesn't know what it stands for, but it didn't prevent him from asking others about it. The memory card might give me more answers. Shiro unknowingly fell into a deep thought, in which Kuroniko noticed it. She chose not to snap him from that when she saw new emotions in his dark orange eyes. A/N, things get confusing and interesting, right? I hope so. Anyways, here's the final not-so-fun fact of the day. Fact number 30, in Terra, the infected are severely discriminated to the point that people exile and even euthanize, suicide with dignity, them in other countries, late Reno and Lithuania. Then there's Kazimierz that made an entire city sector just so that the infected can get willingly segregated. That's why an organization like Rhodes Island is seen as unique due to them accepting infected freely. Chapter 74, Luck Strikes Back. After Shiro fully woke up, the two decided to go back to their base, which is a mansion in the first floor. They got it cheaply since there's not much player competition in this city, due to the fact that most of them got traumatized by Kaiba's announcement here. Kuroniko decided to rest even though it's only late afternoon, leaving Shiro alone in this house. Well, he's not actually alone as he saw someone in their private library. "Oh, you're here," Roman said while he read a book. In actuality, he's actually reading the contents of the chat group panel. The only reason why he did this is that South Cardinal might find something amiss if they kept staring in thin air for a long time. It could also see the player's main menu, so this is the only way. "I've been meaning to ask you something." "What is it?" Shiro sat down beside him as he randomly picked a book and said, "How did you handle your romantic relationships before?" Ah. From the looks on his face, Roman hadn't expected him to ask this question. Shiro's not the type to ask things about romance, but Roman didn't know that he only didn't care about it in the past. With all the rising romantic tension in Shiro's surroundings, only someone as dense as a neutron star wouldn't notice it. "Even if you ask me about this, it might not be helpful, you know." "I know, but I would like a reference, to say the least. If that's what you like." Soon, stories of Roman interacting with his wives were told by him. Upon hearing some of this, he thought, as expected of the harem king. By what he meant by that, he meant it literally. During his time as a king, his harem is so large that even Shiro was shocked by it. Yes, it might be due to politics that he decided to marry them, but he really cared for each of them despite his true nature of being unable to share their joys and suffering. He's a playboy like Merlin, all right. Nothing less from Grand Casters. He thought. Likes attract likes. Perhaps this is why they got acquainted. Unknowingly, it turned from a normal lecture to how to handle your harem 101 kind of teaching. Roman continued telling his story with a nostalgic look while Shiro listened while praising him internally from time to time. By the time it ended, the sky turned dark. Phew. I didn't expect that I'll be telling some of my past like this. Looks like I owe you one. Then, you can just fulfill it after you pay Chaldea a visit. Your world, huh? I'm lying if I say that I'm not interested in it. Looking at the unopened book on top of the table, he saw that it is entitled Faraway Lights, Astrology. F, L, A. A/N, FLA equals Fluct Light Acceleration. The unsettling feeling inside of him became very stronger after seeing this familiar abbreviation. All of a sudden, he flipped the book open, surprising Roman who is about to get some snacks. Pages were being turned in too fast that it almost created an afterimage. No way. What is it? Roman asked with interest. Knowing him, only very shocking things can move Shiro like this. Meaning, he would be just as shocked as him once he learns of it. This book. It tells us how to fucking copy-paste souls. Roman? It took him a second before realizing what he'd just said. When Shiro told them about Fluctlights before, they had to reevaluate this world as it's simply impossible to create it without the help of true magic or the ones equal to it, Age of Gods Magecraft. It's the guidebook on how to create souls. Shiro exclaimed. Tisk tisk. Even my luck isn't this ridiculous, Shiro. It can't be blamed. Shiro replied to him with uncertainty. I refuse to believe that yours isn't X rank. You might accidentally find a conceptual weapon one day. When someone with A++ rank luck says this, then it's most probably right. Like Atlas super weapons? Wait a moment, there's a world where Gaia is dead. Going further this train of thought, Shiro realized that traveling to the land of steel seemed quite plausible. Thanks for the suggestion. You're welcome. Roman replied, finding his expression strange. He left the room, leaving Shiro behind. My bad, I was too preoccupied with those wills intervening. But even if Gaia's gone, there should be a Leia left. In Angel Notes, it documented bits of life of someone named Gun God, the final remaining pure-blood human in the land of steel. Due to humans being too weak to resist the planet's pollution on their own, he had to use medications constantly. What's important here is his seemingly normal weapon that resembled the Mosin Nagant. This is the weapon that he used to kill Type Venus during the Operation Bird's Fall. In the story, the angel, which is Type Venus herself, confirmed that it killed her body in one shot. The only thing that's left of her is her mind. However, it could also mean complete death, as something like the concept of mind doesn't exist within her. How would she control her body when she doesn't even have a consciousness? That's why death with the black barrel is the same as eternal sleep for types. The only reason why she came back to life is due to the subconsciousness of people that shaped her mind once more. Assuming that every other types are like this, the prowess of Black Bullet can be seen. Even without the grain-rich environment of Land of Steel, it can mess up an entity just as how Emi Yakuritsugu's origin bullet can mess up a Magus with magic circuits. But there's a Leia, a major variable. Sigh. What a pain in the ass. He could only set aside that plan of his for now. Picking up the book about floodlights, he turned off the lights in the library before heading to his room. Shiro laid down his bed before reopening it. The first words in every line, all right. To read the knowledge of floodlights, its author made it so that the first words in every line formed coherent sentences. Only by knowing floodlights can one also notice this, as it's too elusive without any prior knowledge. Alas, it could only disappear forever once Sword Art Online gets erased by Kaiba in the ending. Dive consciousness in the. Wipe memories in the copied consciousness. Retrieve the. In front of him, Kaiba's lifetime research findings revealed themselves. Something that is impossible to be created by ordinary human beings, he made them in less than 30 years, all with his human hands. No wonder he's a genius, he literally predicted what JSDF would do 2 years in the future. Right now, he felt cautious towards Kaiba more than ever. Who knows whether he has some guesses towards them or not. Still. I want to meet him. In the entire night, he didn't sleep and finished off the rest of the book. A/N, Fate Fact this time. Fact number 31, did you know that the angel, Type Venus who became an angel, mastered every single housework in less than a week? However, what she couldn't master that time is the guitar. Even when she played the guitar of Gun God's older sister, she couldn't play it. But then, it turns out that the only reason why is that it isn't tuned. Quoting from Gun God. No shit. That guitar hasn't been tuned. Yab. It was screwed up from the beginning. P.S. Decided to share this since I found it funny while reading notes, despite its depressing theme. Chapter 75, Troublemaker. During the same night as Shiro's all-nighter. Right after waking up in the middle of the night, Kuroniko recalled what happened earlier after his outrage. They actually went to grind for some levels before resting in that floor city. No one would find it surprising, however, since she's always with Shiro whenever he's up to something fun. There's that time when they have to exorcise a ghost on one mission, but they ended up seeing a thief. Then there's also that other time when Shiro accepted a mission to look for a missing cat, only for it to lead him to an ancient legacy that contained a busted growth-type dagger. When the latter became more interesting, he pulled in someone to do it with him. Of course, it is none other than her. As for Roman, Kaujiki, and Kaltsit, their time is limited due to them needing to prepare for the upcoming calamities on their worlds. The first two has to deal with his unruly son and endless amounts of alien monsters, while the last one has to deal with the ongoing war in her planet. It is also due to that reason that they couldn't fully concentrate in the game for the first few months, leaving the rest to play freely on it. Plus the fact that Shiro helped Kuroniko get used to the dagger, the former thought that the quest is a good practice for her. Such gapmo. She couldn't help but mutter after remembering his innocent sleeping face. Right now, her mind is filled with irrelevant thoughts. If those poor monsters whom she massacred saw this, they'll definitely do a double take just as how Cardinal did so the first time she saw this. This is simply a young maiden in love. I saw a new side of him today. Of course, she's talking about both his scary side and defenseless side. Honestly, she found it shocking that he could be that cruel, especially when he popped off their eyeballs with his bare hands. No matter how used she is in seeing gore from watching Mascara and other anime, she found the scene scary and terrifying. Still, she got over it after realizing that's how Shiro truly is when he's pissed. To his enemies, he's a demon incarnate. To his friends, he's the one that wouldn't abandon you and help you when you needed it. Them being his first friends that he made might be attributed to Shiro seeing them such as this, though it may also be a prominent characteristic of his in the past. He might be harmless when it comes to most things, but no morals would hold him back when he's really at it. He simply acts as he wills. Yet, it is also the same Shiro that everyone had accepted as a friend. Only if I could take a picture of it. She felt regretful that she could only view it again on her memories and not in reality. Alas, the chat group only allowed sharing files if it's connected to a device. That's how she sent those files in the first place. Only when it is sent through the panel could the recipient view them inside it. Just like Shiro, Kuroniko didn't sleep for the rest of the night. Tab. Place the coffee beans in the coffee maker. Confirm / deny. Clicking accept, the bag of coffee beans that Shiro got from a quest got lessened. At the same time, it appeared on top of the coffee maker. Without further ado, the maker began doing its wonders once Shiro pressed yes on the interface. Yawn. How's the thing on your side? Unsurprisingly, the one beside him is Kaltsit, whom is also about to brew some coffee. Ever since she discovered it, she quite liked the taste of it, especially when doing all-nighters. Her body here is different from the one outside, after all. Concentration dropping is one of the few effects of lack of sleep. In regards to this, she felt the feeling of a normal being once more. Her slightly tired eyes looked at him before she replied, I managed to deduce the complete political landscape when I was gone. Being preoccupied with the silence took a huge chunk of my time. That sounds a lot of effort. I have to be ready once I return to Babel. Hearing her mention the word return, he thought of what to do once it happens. Right now, they're already on the 66th floor. Thanks to their intervention, it only took a year to arrive at this point. One has to know that in the canon, the players took nearly 2 years to reach this floor. There's only a few months before we return, right? He muttered as he poured in the coffee on their cups. What are your plans by then? Plans? Hey. I have none, to be honest. Maybe keep exploring Terra? I can't exactly visit Shinji's world. Romans 2. Due to the intervention of both wills, he is 70% sure that he'll meet the other Shiro once he steps in. The counter-guardian Emiya, to be exact, and Shiro's not confident to handle another Shiro. That is, unless he uses his time card and hope to get a strong enough time projection. This is why he told Roman that he could only offer his help in the Temple of Solomon, Ars Paulina. It existed in the imaginary space where it is separated from space and time, thus Shiro could only hope that their influence there isn't strong. I'm interested in the company behind that guy, though. Ferdinand? He's a director of Rhine Labs. Rhine Labs? Nodding, Kaltsit continued explaining, it's a pharmaceutical company closely tied with the Colombian government. If you're planning to cause trouble, you'll need some level of preparations. MN, alright. I'm not that much of a troublemaker, you know. I doubt it. She deadpanned at the thought of him not causing trouble. Shiro living peacefully? Having less than 5 casualty at Kazdal is more likely to happen than it. That's taking into account that there's war every day in Kazdal. Knowing how he encountered a trouble regarding outer gods the moment she met him, she immediately knew that it's his nature to be like this. Either he causes trouble or the trouble comes at him. While the two are talking, another person arrived in the kitchen with droopy eyes. Good morning, Shinon-chan. Good morning, Shiro, doctor. Just as she was about to open the fridge, she realized that something is amiss. Wait. Am I still in the game? Yes. Shiro replied with a teasing tone. Meanwhile, Kaltsit kept her cold face as she affirmed, yes, you are still in the game. I forgot to log out. Embarrassed, she left Incrad before waking up in the real world. She didn't stare at her room as she hurriedly prepared for school, which didn't go unnoticed by her grandparents. What's the rush? I'll be late at school. Wait a moment, eat your breakfast too. Minutes later, she finished preparing for school and stormed off the house after saying goodbye to her grandparents. Is that Shino? I'm glad she's lively, unlike before. Her grandfather commented as he entered the house from the backyard. I told you to have some confidence with her. I knew she would overcome it. Meanwhile, Shino is glad to see that the school gate is not closed yet. I never thought of oversleeping in Incrad before. She muttered as she regained her previous calmness and walked past it. Fact number 32, in Sword Art Online, you can't feel pain. Unlike Aloe where you can set the threshold for it, Sao completely blocked the sense of pain. Instead, players would only feel a strange sensation whenever they get cut. One such example is Kirito having his arm cut off. He didn't feel any pain, as evident with his face, and even fought against Karate normally. Meanwhile, Aloe has the option of 1:1 senses. Remember when Kirito used Heathcliff's ID and went admin mode? Well, he forcefully set Shukyo's pain receptors to 1:1, all the whilst slashing and skewing him like a barbecue on his sword. Chapter 76, Asada Shino. The moment she went past it, she saw that not much students are loitering outside the premises. She didn't stand still and also rushed into her classroom right after changing to their inner footwear. Soon, she entered the room with the sign, Class 2B. Loud chatter greeted her heightened senses, which is something to be expected in a classroom. Just as she was about to sit down, a lively voice greeted her from behind. Shinon-chan. Natsuko. She said so in a monotone voice. Since the moment she started practicing Shiro's techniques, her strength is incomparable to normal people. However, it proved to be a pain to practice due to her world possessing low mana density in its atmosphere. Just like ether, mana is the life of a planet. It's simply impossible for one to not have mana, lest they've been destroyed already. Only, their density varies from one world to another. Thanks to that, she can sense her friend whom attempted to surprise her. With her silky black hair that reaches up to her waist and hazelnut-colored eyes, Natsuko is a certified school flower. Just the sheer number of rejections that she made is enough to surprise the stoic Shino. However, it's not like this before. It's a surprise that you almost came in late. Natsuko said in an intrigued tone, as if she really couldn't believe that Shino made this blunder. After all, she disciplined her body to wake up early to start doing the stances in the Knight's Handbook. She made it like that so she could fit it in just before school starts, which resulted in her being so punctual for the past year. As for the evening, she meditates, the practice of mages in Shiro's system. It's much easier to do than the former since all she has to do is to sit down comfortably and start immersing herself in it. As for her sleep schedule, 3 hours is enough thanks to her constant meditation practice. This allowed her to game until she disconnects to sleep. I made a mistake. I slept inside a game. A game? Are you playing with an atmosphere? Yes, yes. Stop shaking me. Sorry, my bad. She said in an apologetic tone. She continued, if I knew that you're playing, I would have invited you with me to Aloe. Aloe, the abbreviation for Alfheim Online. It is considered as Sword Art Online's successor, with its player base increasing even more in the future. For now, it only has a slight increase due to people's trauma with the Sao incident. Though, even the government stepped in and declared that Atmosphere is certified to be safe together with the Medi-Cuboid. Alas, people are still skeptical with VR-related technology even after a year had passed. I don't play Aloe. Ah? What are you playing then? It's... Before she could reply to her, their teacher had entered the classroom. Later. Shino said as she watched her friend rush to her seat. Natsuko can only sit quietly beside Shino while their teacher said, well, let's begin. Thankfully for the entire classroom, their teacher this time is an easygoing one. He even stopped requiring them to do their bowing tradition every time the class starts. He started discussing, though Shino has no intentions to fully listen to it. She has the rights to do so due to her studying the entire semester's course in a matter of a week. Any students would cry so hard just to have her ability. I bothered them yet again. Just after killing those two, Shiro sent a message to the chat group, which said we've dealt with them. It didn't even take a second for her to realize that he's talking about the ones responsible for her ambush. Tap. Tap. Swoosh. Huff. Huff. Shino gasped for breath under her hood while throwing another set of throwing daggers at the players. They all have a common characteristic, their color cursors being bright orange. These dozens of players, which is from the infamous Laughing Coffin Guild, laughed out loud like some psychopaths who's chasing their victims. Their laughter were interrupted when 3 out of 10 daggers curved and unexpectedly hit 3 players in their sides, respectively. Fuck. Get that bitch. While the ones hit by it swore loudly, they noticed that their HP bar is continuously going down even though they already drank an antidote prior to this. Caught unexpected, they soon turned into bits of blue lights joining the ranks of Death Sao players in the Monument of Life. While running, Shino saw the scene and became absent-minded. Again. Unbeknownst to her, her hands started trembling intensely. This is even worse than her PTSD, which is when she stole a gun from a robber and shot his head. Due to this state of hers, she couldn't dodge the batch of throwing daggers aimed at her. Some hit her, inflicting a paralyzed status beside her in-game name. These set of ranged attacks never fail due to the fact that Sword Art Online's ranged attack is only this. It has negligible damage if it's the average, but negative status infliction is easier done with this. We finally got her. Shut up, you idiots. A taunting voice came from behind them. He continued, she's only a single female player, yet it took you 30 minutes to capture her. Sorry, boss. The man who wore a chainmail armor sat down near her, staring at Shino's face under the hood intently. While doing so, he let out a laugh. Ha! One of Nexus Guild members is a effing middle school student. What a revelation! Aside from Shinji, she's one of the youngest chat group members, with her turning 14 last year. She's on her 3rd year in middle school. What should we do with her, guys? Cut her fingers first. To hell with her annoying daggers. Hearing this, the hooded man's expression faltered for a moment. He retorted, you make it look like we're from a Yakuza gang. We should be more refined. He then looked back at Shino and asked her, mind visiting our base while sipping a cup of tea? And no. While in a state of panic and disorder, she can still understand what he meant and refused. Her clouded mind thought that she'll only bring trouble if she answers that. Only if she can think straight, she would have had confidence with them. But now? She thought that it's impossible to fight 1v40 and even 1v50. No matter how they cleared the boss with their reaction speed, they'll only get overwhelmed. PSHK. Without any prior warning, the hooded man cut one of her finger off. Ah! Just like Kuroniko, her face became unsightly as she felt the pain of her fingers being separated from her finger. Not only does it feel like burning, it's also itchy and painful at the same time. PSHK. This time, her index finger was cut off. Her screams filled the entire place, only stopping when her entire right hand is chopped off. Did you change your mind now? The hooded man said so without any change to his previous tone. However, what he didn't expect is that this small torture session didn't scare Shino, rather, it woke her up from her absent-mindedness. Her eyes being sharper than ever is the sign of this. If I die once, then I can also die a second time. At that time, the only thought of hers is focused on one thing, protecting her mother. She lost her father at a young age, so she grew up with her mother and grandparents. Seeing her mother's once peaceful and happy become traumatized by her father's death, she decided to become strong enough to protect her mother and avoid letting another accident like that happen again. However, fate is playing tricks on them. When they decided to visit the post office in one time, they're very unlucky enough to encounter a robber who demanded money from its staff. There's so many other places to rob, but they had to choose exactly that one. Japan has a very strict control when it comes to guns, so only God knows how the man got one. At the end of that ordeal, Shino shot the robber in the head. A 13-year-old teenage girl pulled the trigger against a robber and saved many possible casualties in the building. It caused a huge sensation in the media, but they didn't know at that time the suffering that it caused to Shino. That's why every time a gun-like thing gets pointed at her, finger guns, toy guns, airsoft, she starts having panic attacks. This moment is almost similar to the one that she had experienced before. Will you continue running? She recalled Shiro's response when she asked for his help on dealing with her trauma. Will you run away every time you face your greatest fear? Or will you face them once and for all? We both know what you chose in the anime, but can you prove that you are strong enough to choose it this time? Thinking of what he'd said, Shino closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Her body is still trembling, but her mind is already set on one thing. I'll prove it. That I'm strong. What did you? Poof. A small metal ball was taken out from the hidden pouch behind her, releasing a huge puff of white smoke. When it was cleared, the players saw Shino holding a bow in her left hand. Shockingly, she bit its bowstrings and drew it. A single light arrow was created in its wake, shining so brightly as if conforming to her will. What should I do later? She got caught in her reverie while planning on her to-do list in Crad. Her friend noticed it and thought, she definitely has someone she likes. A/N, 1.6k words for Sinan, my first waifu, Sao is my first anime. //////// There's less than 10 chapters before the Sao arc ends. In the advanced chapters that I wrote, they're already fighting with the Skull Reaper, 75th floor boss. This is for those whom are thinking that it'll get unnecessarily prolonged XD. To me, they already satisfied the character development that I planned, so onwards to Terra's world, and another secret world, I guess. Anyways, here's the fun fact of today. Fact number 33, remember the Sui, deity fragments, chapters ago? Unlike arts, they don't need any catalyst, originum, to bend physics at their will. Their powers can be compared to divine arts, but since they're the gods in this case, it's much more powerful. Neon can create kaijus at will, corresponds to her blacksmithing role, Dusk can paint boss monsters at will, corresponds to her painting role, and Ling that has something related to winery role. Ling's powers isn't exactly said in the lore, but she can summon literal dragons in-game. She's the only one that could fight against their eldest brother, the strongest fragment obviously. Also, it is said that Neon's shackles and Dusk's paintings could be broken just with a shake of her tail. Basically, treat them as reality-bending entities within a certain aspect. Chapter 77, Sisters Reunion. We're finally going out again. Don't overreact, it's not even a week since our last hangout. Right now, Shiro has a company beside him. She examined the huge lake with great interest like it's her first time seeing one, it really is her first. This is a novel experience to Stria, after all. As to where they are heading? Oh, a log cabin. Guess that I'm right, then. Right about what? You'll see. With a smile, he asked her to knock in the door while Shiro hid behind her. Knock. Knock. There's no response. It's still early in the morning. Wait for a bit. 5 seconds later, the doorknob was opened. He wore a set of black t-shirt and black pajamas while his eyes are still sleepy. Of course, his face is familiar to those belonging to the clearers. It is none other than the anime's protagonist and fake harem protagonist, Kirito. Who is it? We meet again, Kirito-kun. The moment Shiro undid his stealth and appeared behind Stria, his sleepy eyes is no longer. He immediately gestured to grab his sword behind his back reflexively. Whoa, we come here with no harm. Shiro replied. Meanwhile, Stria was stunned for a second upon witnessing what is happening. Confused, she asked, Shiro, who is he? Well, you'll find out soon. Shiro is right on the mark as Kirito stopped the gesture. Being just as confused as Stria, he asked, who are you? You never recognize this voice. As if recalling something, his eyes widened before looking straight at his face under the hood. Even though it greatly obstructed his vision, Kirito can tell from the lower half of his face that the player standing in front of him is someone with peerless appearance. Meaning, he couldn't have gotten anonymous with it. Unless... You're the white hero. Bingo. Whilst shocked, a small figure approached from inside the house. Papa, what's wrong? The child behind Kirito has waist-length black hair and black eyes. She wore a long-sleeved pale pink sweater and a purple skirt, making her cuteness reach new heights. Upon seeing this child, Stria became just as stunned as Kirito. She froze in place, her eyes widened in shock. The moment she broke on that stupor, she smiled brighter than ever. Nei-san. Kirito thought that Stria is about to lunge down to Yui and was about to protect the latter when she saw that she simply hugged her. Nei-san, we finally met again. Want some sweets? Shiro popped a huge cake in the table upon asking this. Papa, can I? Sure, feel free to eat. She looked at the beautiful man in front of her and said, thank you, mister. He smiled at the cute little girl opposite of him before Asuna helped her have a slice of cake. For the proper introduction, I am Shiro, a member of Nexus. I'm Stria, Yui Nei-chan's younger sister. Oh, I'm also a part of their group. The two beside Yui, Kirito and Asuna, absorbed this important piece of information quietly. Soon, Asuna is the first one to ask a question. You're her younger sister, right? That's right. Why is Yui this small? Due to the synchronization, everyone's appearance should look the same as real life, yet there's a legal loli here. It's not that Asuna doesn't believe her, it's just that hard to believe that they're related given their difference in size and appearance. It didn't make any sense with common logic. That? It's because we're born in this world. Dumbfounded, they could only exclaim. A few seconds later, they caught up to that explanation of hers. Thankfully, Stria isn't done with explaining yet. No, we are the mental health programs designed by Argus. Mental health programs. The A's responsible for monitoring a player's physical and mental health while gaming. You're right. As a beta tester, Kirito knew more about SAO than other normal players. One of them is the top-down AI that Argus specifically made just for this game. With their supervision, the players can be forced to log out once their mental health is deemed unsuitable for playing the game. Of course, they might also function as a psychologist to try lessen their mental health problems. Minutes had gone by with Stria explaining the general gist of their situation. The things about Yui's and Stria's suffering, Cardinal, and so on are some of what she told them. It makes sense now. Why she would appear in the forest alone. Yui. Though they have different responses to it, one thing remained the same, their concern for Yui. How can we help her? Kirito is the first one to ask this question, showing how he got attached to this little girl in a span of a few days. We can have two ways regarding this. Surprisingly, Shiro is the one who said that. This further cemented Kirito and Asuna's guesses of him being an insider in the company, or at least have a better computer skills than most. The first way is the GM console that Stria had told me. GM console. Yup, it exists in the hidden dungeon beneath the Black Iron Palace. Stria said in a matter-of-fact tone. A hidden dungeon. His shock is understandable since no one knew that there's such a high-level dungeon right below the beginner's town. The second way is to threaten it. What's it? Asuna asked, firm resolution can be seen in her eyes. The cardinal system. The what? The game's administrator. Kirito and Asuna asked consecutively. That's right. Shiro said so with a smile. That's how Stria got her freedom in the first place. But how? Even for Kirito, what Shiro had just said doesn't make any sense. How did it work? I broke the game's balance. Ah. Recalling their precise skills, he now knew how it worked. Cardinal is a management system that sometimes has some limitations, thus if one can exploit one of its loophole, he'll be in the even grounds with it. Of course, this is nigh impossible to do, only players like Shiro can make it be like that. Though, I recommend the first one since it'll be relatively easier than the second one. Looking at Yui who's happily eating her share of strawberry cake, the couple made their resolve to help her whatever it takes. What do we need to face? Nothing much, just some miscellaneous frog monsters that might disgust you. Oh, and a level 100 dungeon boss. Fact number 34, in our knight's canon, there had been only 3 types of eldritch abomination that got introduced. One is the Seaborn's Genesizoix, Queen in the Hive, Ishuremele the tentacle monster. The second is the Fane Hotland monsters, I imagined it as Balrogs. Lastly is the ones in the northern part of Terra which is being fought against by the Emperor's Blades and the Sami Guards. There wasn't any other mentions other than these, thus you can expect that anyone other than this is a FIC. Chapter 78, Final Preparation. Bye bye, good Nay-san. See you next time, Yui-chan. Seeing the sad Stria on their parting, Shiro could only say, don't make it look like you'll be separated for eternity. You'll meet again the other day. But it's my fault that she became like that. Being an AI alongside Yui, Stria knew why she acted like a child immediately. It is due to her memory being corrupted. Perhaps, she tried to descend to the game world forcefully and Cardinal tried preventing her. The latter didn't succeed, as her emotions became darker and darker the more she saw people suffering, all alone nonetheless. She desperately reached out for that light, the only players that experienced pure happiness. In this case, it's Kirito and Asuna. We'll help her regain back her memories, so don't worry. You can just catch up for the old time's sake. All right. She said so dejectedly, unlike her usual cheery self. Shiro is used to her straightforwardness, albeit he can get caught off guard sometimes when she acts like this. She matured a lot during the past year, but she's still a bit naive and childish. He thought so as she reminded Shiro of himself when it comes to romantic relationships. He knew common sense about it, but reacting is a whole another matter. Heck, he didn't get flustered even when he slept together with Sachi on a single bed that one time. Shiro knew its significance with opposite gender relationships, but he only thought at that time, why would I get flustered when I don't have any intent? Roman could only facepalm when he heard this story from him. Thankfully, he's not this naive anymore compared to his earlier days as an amnesiac. Everything's already set. All that's left is the final battle, I guess. Thinking of the quest, they're only left with the first and third objectives, clearing the 75th floor and eliminating Kayaba Akiyoko. After they face off against the hidden boss the Fatal Scythe, they'll be ready to fight in the 75th floor. Given that the hidden boss is comparable to the ones on the 90th floor, it'll make their life easier when facing the 75th floor boss. Items, EXP, and experiencing a unique boss pattern are just one of the benefits. Fighting against Kayaba, hey. As he mumbled, he felt some kind of excitement, something that he only felt during the fight against that outer god. After all, they knew beforehand that fighting against Kayaba Akiyoko would be extremely difficult. Unless they enter the incarnation state and move while they're in the paralyzed state, they would only lose. Of course, they prepared a set of contingencies for that. Shiro, did you say something just now? It's nothing. Anyways, wanna go taste the skewer stalls that I accidentally found a week ago? You found those accidentally? Let's go. Truly, his luck affected him to the point that he can find the most delicious skewer stalls just by strolling a city. It gives some benefits, too. Months had passed by since then. The current floor that they are in is the final floor in the anime and light novel, the 75th floor. Alright, let's head to the final boss battle. Let's get this over without anything unexpected happening. The rest could only stare at Roman while he stretched his arms upwardly. They were about to use a corridor crystal to head into the 75th floor when Roman placed in a huge flag just like this. Wait. Don't tell me, you all expected something to happen. We now do thanks to you, Roman. Tuka is the first one to rebuke him with a deadpan face. Nice flag, Roman. Kaujiki smiled at him. You placed a flag right before the final fight. We have to prepare ourselves further. Kuroniko declared with a serious face, as if someone's about to die in this fight. Now, should we go? There's no way that a flag can cause us huge trouble. Shiro said so while holding the in his hand. You're the one to speak. Kaltsit followed Tuka and made a deadpan expression while staring at him. The rest wondered why he had to place another flag right after Romans. No. Only a weak reply came from him since he's aware of his troublemaking aura. Corridor, open. The moment Shiro chanted it, a portal started enlarging in front of them. The location was set by Shiro to connect the portal to the 75th floor, in front of the boss room, to be exact. Let's go. Stepping in the portal, their view instantly changed from the rowdy town of beginnings to the ominous boss room. Once they all entered, the portal closed. Their entrances are more grandiose than before. Probably due to the higher floors. Shiro replied to Roman's musings. Looking at this huge door, he recalled the terrifying monster behind it. Not only is it one of the most intense boss fights in the anime, it's also the creepiest looking one. Simply put, the boss is the result of you putting in a skeleton of a centipede, blades of a mantis, and a huge deformed human skull together. It has insane AGI, which is shown in the light novel and anime. It can crawl in the ceilings as well as run through defenseless players with dozens of its skeletal ribs. It's different from the Blood Elf boss where they can pin it easily in one direction. This time, they required the help of those players to make things easier. That's why. Tap. Tap. The sounds of footsteps filled the area. Looking back, Shiro said, "They're finally here." More than 50 players gathered in this place, all whom is in the top 50 when it comes to levels and skills. He saw many familiar faces such as the moonlit Black Cats and Ag. They all wore serious expressions as they headed in this place. "We finally met again." Shiro greeted the man with a huge white shield in front of him with a handshake. "The pleasure's mine." He paused for a bit before continuing, "I didn't expect that we would be working again." "Oh, we definitely would." Kaujiki eyed Heathcliff and the other guild leaders for a while, expressing her dissatisfaction on their dumb move. "You pointlessly sacrificed 10 players after all." "You." One of the COB members glared at her angrily, though he got pacified by their guild leader. "Stop." Of course, this didn't stop Kaujiki from speaking. "The last floor that someone cleared solo is an anti-crystal zone. Did it not come to your minds that this floor would have that too? You lot with your fantasies, always clinging in the small possibility and thinking that making sacrifices are fine." Silence. Kaujiki alone roasted every guild leader present, making them quiet together with their guild members. Moreover, they couldn't retort as everything that she said is right. This is the result of desperation. They clung to the possibility that this floor didn't have any anti-crystal area and hoped to know more information about the boss. That way, the chances of casualties are lower and they'll have a higher chance of escaping this hell. Only, they sent those players to death pointlessly. As for her qualms of sacrificing someone, she hates it. She knew about the future of her world. Knowing that her best friend and her students are sacrificed in the future, she hated herself for being powerless. She got tempted to know the future information of her world, but she soon held back from it. Changing their world's future when she comes in contact would only cause the interference of causality. Just a single flutter of a butterfly's wings might spell the end of their bright future, forcing them back to go with alternative plan 4. Thus, she entrusted everything to Shiro and the rest. When she comes back to her world, she wouldn't interfere with its development. That is, until Shiro enters at a perfect time to do so. Once that happens, she'll actively change their future and consume the information that she withheld from knowing. A new path to a brighter future would open as a result. Side story, A Sword Duel. Kirito grasped the wooden sword in his hands tightly as he fully concentrated on the person in front of him. 3. Since these training swords are something that Shiro got from a quest, it would never reduce one's HP bar to less than 50%. 2. Shiro has a casual stance that might look like full of openings, but Kirito's intuition says so otherwise. 1. That's why he's facing him with his full strength. Begin. Stab. Charging straight at Kirito, Shiro used on his right sword. The former easily avoided this and began his counter-attack using an upward strike. Swoosh. The moment Shiro avoided it by tilting his body to his right, Kirito broke free from their first confrontation. Shiro stood still and commented, "You have good instincts." Surprisingly, he charged once again and aimed at Kirito's head. He did a horizontal slash, making his blade glow as a sign of a sword skill usage. Kirito ducked, but his central balance went off a bit. Leveraging this, Shiro slashed his left sword upwardly, but Kirito avoided it by tilting his head. As if expecting this, he didn't mind as he did a full spin and swung both of his blades at him horizontally. Kirito's eyes widened upon seeing this. Thankfully, his instincts reined him back in and did a cross block to receive his blow. Bam! He got pushed back by a dozen feet, only stopping by stomping his feet on the soil. I have to break his momentum. He thought as he immediately used one of the sword skills that he used the most. He factored in its post-delay motion that has a duration of 1 second at most. Only, he hoped to break the tempo that Shiro built right from the beginning of the fight. Ha! Due to the double reach that the skill provides, the tip of his right sword collided straight into the center of Shiro's cross block. The latter got forced back a bit, but he did the unexpected. Boom! Shiro dropped his cross block, allowing the thrust to almost hit his face. Although, he reacted perfectly and it only hit his left shoulder. As a result, his HP had gone down to the yellow bar, which is below 70%. With his free left sword, Shiro thrusted it in Kirito's chest. It only stabbed slightly at his chest before his HP went to 50%. Shiro wins. After the announcement, Kirito's mind loosened. He gasped for air, as if he'd undergone some kind of battle whereas he soloed a boss. Alright, I see where your problem is. Hearing this, his ears perked up. You have one of the highest level, stats, equipments, and most importantly, reaction time. Shiro paused for a while before continuing, you can react faster than others, which gave you the edge against others. But it also proved to be a problem since you're brute forcing it. Brute forcing. You rely on your superior reaction time to pull off that idiotic stunt of yours. That second doesn't matter if your opponent couldn't react the entire time, right? How? I understand. It only dawned at him now that he's using his reaction time to fight with a huge advantage. Granted, others wouldn't be able to react during that 1 second of paralysis of his, but the ones stronger than him could. Kuroniko, Shinji, Kaujiki, Shino, Tuka. Each of them possessed a reaction time faster than his. On top of them is Shiro, who simply has a ridiculous reaction time. Meaning, his moves might work against those with slower reaction time than him, but it wouldn't when it comes to higher-leveled enemies. Even Heathcliff managed to use this against him during the duel in the anime, much less them. That's why we have to fix these mistakes of yours. Ding! Shiro requests a duel. Mode, half HP loss. Accept/deny. With resolute eyes, he tapped accept. Once more, he went into his own swordsmanship stance. To clear the game. And to protect my beloved. He thought as he observed Shiro's stance, unknowingly incorporating some of it to his own. A/N, we head off to the final part in Sao arc. As for the slice of life aspects, and to explore Sao fully, I'll only add them as side stories, so as to not make the entire story padded with fillers. Fact number 35, in Terra, there's an ancient race similar to angels called Sancta. The thing is, they can't fly. At most, they could do so for a few seconds before gliding in the air. Still, they use this move of theirs to outmaneuver their enemies in a gunfight, as every citizen in their country that has a license carries a gun whenever they come out. If they fight it out in some abandoned alleyways, it'll definitely be a mess. Though, this might only happen since their enforces there carries an assault rifle, or even LMGs/SMGs, out in the open. We never know their specific guns since there's not much late Reno event. P.S. You can think of them as playing an FPS game whenever they fight, so the movements are important. You know, strafing, sliding, proning. Chapter 79, The Skull Reaper. Now, let's talk about our roles here. The moment Shiro diverted the topic, the guild leader's countenance went back to normal. By doing so, the awkward air is gone for now. If the boss is STR based, we'll take the DPS role. Otherwise, we'll take the MT role. The players are surprised by their generous offers as they listened. Since there's only the STR and AGI stat in Sao, the boss can either be STR based that has huge health and gives huge openings, or AGI based, which is also the most annoying types of boss. Thanks to their group's reaction speed, they could literally tank hits using. Even those slippery bosses who did nothing but rush at them could be perfectly parried. Right, the little Miss Chanter over there. Yes. Shiro called out to the girl besides Agi. She has a rather short brown hair, has a fishtail braid on her left, and a white hat coupled with a white feather. This made her look like a proper bard. Can you use your strongest buff right off the bat? Ah? Alright. It took a second for Yuna to understand that this is the situation that Shiro had told them beforehand. This made their mood heavier, nonetheless. If things came down to this, it only meant one thing. The level of danger in this boss fight is the highest in the past year. If I may ask. Heathcliff took the spotlight and stared at Shiro's masked face before saying, how dangerous do you think this fight would be? Danger? If our predictions are correct. He paused for a moment to make their made-up prediction more believable. This will be the most dangerous boss fight in the present. Is it because of the fifth interval's floor pattern? Schmidt, the sub-leader of Divine Dragon Alliance, asked him. Partly, but it's mostly caused by it being in the 25th intervals. 25th intervals. Shiro began explaining the difficulty spikes in the game. In every 5 floors that they clear, the labyrinth boss becomes much harder to kill than a normal boss. However, there's another catch in this intervals. Every 25th floor that they clear signifies a huge milestone, thus the boss becomes exceptionally difficult to kill. A good example of that is their 25th floor labyrinth raid, whereas the difficulty of the succeeding floors spiked. No wonder you took the 50th floor labyrinth clearance by yourselves. Heathcliff commented while he finished connecting the dots. Exactly. We don't want more casualties to appear. With this, one of the unsolved questions are answered. Turns out, their guild took it by themselves since the difficulty soared through the roof. That time, we encountered a boss that would use the environment against us, so y'all better be more cautious. Hearing this, some of the players tensed up while the rest heeded his advice. It's a no-brainer to ignore the advice of the most reliable guild in this game. Heck, the information that they publicized through an informant is enough to cut the casualties by half. That's why many place them in the pedestal of heroes. Even Shiro has his own fans, and so are the others. After a few minutes of preparation that consisted of drinking antidote potions and placing some HP potions with them physically, Shiro pushed the door open. The players quickly charged to the boss room before getting in their positions. The MTS, main tank, are in the front while their STS, substitute tank, are in the flank. Ha! While they charged, they screamed as loudly as they can to ease off the tension that they're feeling right now. It wasn't until every single players had entered did the door close off by itself. Thud. They sandwiched the damage dealers in the middle to avoid sudden ambushes. If it came from the front, the STS could swiftly change positions with the damage dealers. They scanned the room in silence, but they couldn't find anything abnormal. It's only a normal boss room. Wide area, tall ceilings, and a dreary atmosphere to finish it off. Nothing's happening. Where's the boss? Some players muttered out loud, but they still couldn't find anything. It only served to agitate them further, thus they quickly looked around the room whilst fully concentrated. Just as their heartbeats kept speeding up, Kuroniko shouted, "It's above." All of them looked up, only to see a huge skeleton centipede clinging on top of the ceiling like a spider. Small creaking sounds could be heard from it as its sharp rib cages moved by itself. The skull. Reaper. Klein and Kirito read out the name visible on top of its head, its bright red cursor coupled with the blood red in its name made it more ominous. KRRR. Heathcliff, who saw this, instantly reacted and said, "Spread out." As if it's the cue, the players ran away from the Skull Reaper's area. This created a huge circle, with the boss being on the center of it. However, there are some unfortunate ones that almost had a panic attack, making them react much later. D-damn. 2 players, both of whom are DPS builds desperately ran away from it the moment it detached from the ceiling. Creak. Its bones made another creaking sound when it crashed itself to the floor. In a split second, it's right behind them. Just as they thought that they'll definitely die, a player leaped and landed right in their direction. With her huge great sword named, she single-handedly blocked the Reaper's horizontal sweeping attack. At the same time, a wave of light swept, making the room brighter. Now, the rocks looked reddish, as if their special environment is in a volcano. When its other scythe-like arm is about to attack her, a pair of black talons cross-blocked it while it sprayed lasers right in its face using the other set of its talons. Kurua. One of its 5 HP bars went down a bit due to Mon's 3Rs surprise attack. Tap. 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 In that short moment, Shiro and Roman sprinted to it while unsheathing their blades. Making a huge leap, Shiro used the skill, slashing his sword downwardly to its skull. Bam! Since he used 2 blades, his damage is twice than the normal, 2. Meanwhile, Roman used the. He kicked the ground hard enough and leaped, somersaulting past it before landing. Midair, he switched to the reverse grip, thus all he have to do is stab it to the ground. Stab. BZZZT. BZZZT. Lightning arcs generated from his blade, which soon covered the entirety of the Skull Reaper's body. Not only did it deal another set of damage, it also stunned it briefly. This gave yet another chance for Shiro to unleash a stronger skill of his that was acquired after having the unique skill. At that moment, his swords felt more lighter. Though, it's due to the additional 50% AGI that it brought. Due to this, he became free to do cross slashes below the Skull Reaper's stomach. As he wreaked havoc, it grunted in pain. KRRRRHHH. Suddenly, it sped up, hitting Shiro from below with dozens of rib cages that served as blades. Trapped in a grinder like this, he decided to run away from it. Swoosh. Swoosh. Thankfully, 4 shurikens flew out from afar, hitting its pair red eyes accurately. This cancelled its rush, allowing Shiro to escape from that blade hell. Meanwhile, the rest of the players snapped back from their thought as they heard Heathcliff yell. Team A, charge! Shuffle the damages between the main and sub-tankers. Dealers, right after it gets parried. This is enough to make them move. Sure, they are scared, but they regained their confidence upon watching the opening performance that Nexus did. Right now, they only have a single united thought in their minds. That's how the top players fight. Side story, Gotcha god. So. Who's this? Lisbeth was surprised that Kirito brought another person inside her shop. Considering that he's a lone wolf, it is totally reasonable for her to think so. Liz, this is Shiro. Kirito introduced him to her. Hello. Hearing Shiro speak in fluent English, she thought that she'll use her shabby English from school. Much to her surprise, he soon switched to Japanese. Omu, I now see why Kirito praised you as the greatest player blacksmith. Shiro mumbled as he looked around her displays. Although he couldn't see their stats personally, his intuition told him more about it. If taken out in the real world, they'll be comparable to a Grand Knight's weapon at the very least. Since those weapons provided by percentage yet again, their potential is much higher. Only, their durability has to be taken into consideration. As for the other player blacksmiths that he encountered, they only have 2 or 3 pieces at best. He did. She asked with a straight face, but her inner self is in reverie. I didn't know he praised me that much. Ahem. Shiro coughed after seeing the dazed look of this girl. He knew what that girl is thinking about. Alas, she doesn't have any chance with Kirito. This is the conclusion that he came up with after seeing how close Kirito and Asuna are. Just their habits alone is enough for him to guess that they might have gone up to the stairway to adulthood during their alone time in the log cabin. There's also the light novel and girls ops manga that subtly hinted this. Heck, only dense characters would never do something when the girl that they love is sleeping right beside them. Why yes. I would like to have some equipment to be enhanced. He said as he pulled out several top-grade weapons one after another. Then, he also brought out the necessary enhancement materials from their guild storage. A twin reddish daggers, a silver longsword, a shiny black mace. Upon seeing this, Lisbeth could only gasp in surprise as she saw that each weapon possessed an enhancement of plus 70, each. What's this? Ah, they're the main weapons of my guild mates. Your guild mates? Kirito added, the Nexus Guild. The Nexus Guild. The strongest guild in Inkrad. She paused for a bit before examining the person in front of him. White mask and a light armor. You're the rumored white hero. Shiro could only smile wryly as he replied, that's what people calls me. After thinking about it, she now knew more about their strength. If their weapons alone are in this stage of enhancement, it's no wonder that they could clear an entire labyrinth with just 8 people. How much do you want to enhance it? Up to, plus 80, dot. Are you sure about that? Lisbeth asked this as she knew just how abysmal the success rates could be the higher it is. If it fails, not only will an enhancement chance get wasted, the weapon would also degrade as a result. Yup. Shiro replied. Seeing this, Kirito commented, you don't need to worry about failing, Liz. As for the reason, we'll see later. If that's what you like. Lisbeth then invited them to her forging room. Soon, she began doing the procedures for enhancement. She placed the materials in the forge first before it turned into a liquid. The color became silver as Shiro requested for the twin daggers portion to be enhanced on sharpness. She then threw in the daggers inside the forge and hammered it 10 times. Due to the nature of this enhancement system, she got slightly nervous in the 9th hit. Still, she proceeded and hit it with her one more time. The daggers shone before revealing the results in a window. It's a success. She heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing this. This is the first time that she's enhancing a plus 80 item and it'll be a pity if she fails. Though, her worries were soon dispelled as she experienced one success after another. After the twin daggers is the black mace, yet she succeeded 10 times consecutively once again. Then the silver longsword, black mace, obsidian black greatsword. From her initial shock, it turned into disbelief before numbness. After all this, she asked dumbly, what are the odds of this happening? Well, 100%. Shiro replied with a weak voice. He's a gotcha god, Liz. Let's just accept reality. Kirito added. Shiro's luck shocked someone to no ends once again. A/N, Sao facts this time. Fact number 36, Sword Art Online's underworld is actually not as simple as it seems. That world operates with memories as its base. Meaning, the touch of flower, the coldness of water, and the hardness of a tree is due to each Fluctlight's belief that they're soft, cold, and hard, respectively. That's also the main reason why it has near-reality sensation in graphics. It also made incarnation state possible since these memories are affected by willpower. If the mind's strong enough, then a Fluctlight can partly change the rule and make what others deem impossible, possible. A good example of it is the Brawler tribe of the dark side. Due to their belief of training equals tougher body, it became a fundamental rule in Underworld, with them being able to block swords with their bare bodies. The more people believe in it, the greater the effect of the said rule. Chapter 80, Spear of a God. Yasashii Kotoba wo, I lost your words of kindness. Nakushita yami no naka, in the darkness. Seigo no inorai emo shizuka ni kaidiata, even your final prayer quietly vanished. Ordinal scale ost, delete. Yuna's singing resounded in the voice room perfectly. What's even more strange is the accompaniment that followed it. This is caused by her extra skill. She first records it before Cardinal gives out a score, the higher the score, the better the buff that someone would receive from it. Though, she has to sing the entire 4 minutes of the song perfectly, or else the buff would weaken. Unlike the hymn from earlier, this one is alyrical. It's more stronger than the former, but its difficulty rose. The only reason why Shiro taught her the hymn is due to its ease to maintain. Adding all of this, she received the title Yuta-chan from the clearers. Krrrah! Clang! As the Skull Reaper charged straight to the flock of characters, Heathcliff went forward and blocked it with his shield. At the same time, a sonic boom resounded in the entire room when Asuna used one of her strongest skills. Boom! She charged straight at its face. Even before she came in contact with it, the sheer force that the skill had produced managed to make it off balance. Unhindered, her rapier hit its skull, only for it to bounce off upon contact. HP, 150,089/168,450. However, someone else took her place the moment it bounced off. Swoosh! Slash! Kirito initiated the sword skill that took down the 74th floor boss, Gleam Eyes. He immediately finished a right horizontal strike with his and an upward strike using his on his left. While falling, he did a full spin to the right while doing another horizontal slash using both of his swords. Tap! The moment he landed in the ground, he did his previous move once more before lunging in its neck. Crack! Slash! He did an X slash in its neck before yelling. On it! A slightly childish voice replied before charging at it once again. As if waiting for him to charge, the Skull Reaper tried slashing its bone sickles once more, only to be met by a perfect resistance. Clang! The X-guard created by Shiro's skill was initiated, making it easier for him to lift the sickle grazing his right shoulder. He gathered all his strength to do a. After that, the sickle bounced back at it. Due to it being intercepted at a perfect time, the succeeded. Its balance was lost once more thanks to it. Using this, Shinji charged at it the same manner Asuna did, allowing him to utilize his skill to its fullest. Just like it also left a sonic boom in its waist. An extremely strong spiral of wind gathered in his ice spear, enhancing the damage that it can bring further. There's also something intangible attached to it, though no one detected it except the Nexus Guild members. Hub! Shinji's attack hit the Skull Reaper square on its face. Not only did it send the boss flying, it also depleted a chunk of its HP greatly. HP, 135,009/168,450. Since he intentionally sent it to a direction of players, they didn't hesitate to unleash their to this monstrosity. Huff! Are you alright? Asuna asked Shinji as she saw him panting with that one strike. Ah, yes. No need to worry about this. Take the opportunity to attack, Asuna-san. Hearing this, she followed his advice, not without a good reason, though. She and Kirito had been closely interacting with them ever since Yui and Stria met, thus she knew that they are all good people. This came from their months of interactions, quests and boss battles, thus her judgment isn't wrong. At least that's what she thinks. Although, what she didn't know is that Shinji blew off half of his MP pool just for that single attack. Even so, that's only a small percentage of its true power. After all, it's the part of Spear Arts, Hades, SSR. During his special 10x pull, he got Spear Arts, Hades, SSR. That's taking into factor his anti-Wakame hair solution, SSR. Heck, he even thought that his luck for the next 10 years got consumed by this pulls alone. Moreover, the rest of rewards that he got were UC trash. At most, it consists of some things that can slightly help him in his daily life. It's this strong. He thought in a daze as he recalled its description. Spear Arts, Hades, SSR. Details: the Spear Arts used by the King of Underworld, Hades. Created during his lifespan longer than 13.8 billion years, it possesses divine might that could annihilate his enemies. Under it is 5 techniques, each that is exhibited in Ragnarok. The nature of these techniques are further strengthened when it got listed as an SSR-rated reward in the chat group. Note: the 5th and final technique can only be used in conjecture with Pluto Ichor, SSR. Its description is brief, yet the complexity of it isn't to be scoffed at. Originally, it utilized the energy higher than mana as a fuel, allowing it to have thick intents as well as the concepts that Hades excelled at the most, death being one of them. With Shinji being weak to use it, he could only use the downgraded version of it using his mana. Still, it's an extremely strong technique that can allow him to kill servants on a head-on fight. Meanwhile, Agil commanded the players to disengage from the Skull Reaper when he saw it recovering its momentum. At this moment, however, the players' nervousness lowered as they saw its remaining HP bars after their 10 seconds of attacks. HP, 127,490/168,450. One of the HP bars. We shaved it off. The player's mood became enthusiastic for a moment, something that'll be proven detrimental soon after. Screech. Letting out a loud screech, the Skull Reaper rushed at these players. Caught unprepared, 3 of them was about to be sliced in half by its sickles when the flying dagger's handle hit them in the back. Due to it, they were thrown away from their previous position, saving their lives from it. Tank. Kuroniko, who is approaching the Skull Reaper from behind, shouted. This time, the one who answered is none other than Schmidt, the MT of Divine Dragon Alliance. Except for the group members, he possesses the highest HP in the game. With the help of his items, his defense became more impenetrable, making him only second to Heathcliff. He might be afraid of death, but he knew how to make a move against the boss. His confidence was bolstered by the Nexus existence in the raid, thus he's pinning more of his hopes on clearing this dungeon safely with them. Ding! The Skull Reaper's thrust is successfully blocked by him, albeit he got pushed back by an entire meter just to do it. Of course, Kuroniko didn't let go of this chance as she used her skill, a skill included in her unique skill. True to its name, the is a 3-hit skill that clouded the vision of the enemy with each hit. For every hit, it inflicts 5 seconds of status. Ironically, it landed on her since Shiro killed off most of the horrendous players in the game. Since he's already in possession of a unique skill, the second player was chosen, which is her. However, she didn't expect this and is apprehensive of it at first. Yes, she resolved herself to kill, but seeing its proof isn't pleasant at all. Only, she slowly accepted it because of her will to keep moving forward. Over time, she made a joking thought that it's a fitting name with her Queen of Darkness title, which made her think more positive of it. Crack! Crack! With each hit, some of its bones became blue grids. Surprisingly, it began flailing randomly after this. Its loud screeches filled the room, confusing the players for a moment. Everyone, attack! The blindness status will last for 15 seconds. Kuroniko shouted, making the players flinch back to reality. The other group members didn't wait for her signal as they blasted off one sword skills after another. Roman used his one-handed sword to pierce its legs, sending golden electrical arcs all over it. Now, it also has the state on top of the state, turning it into a live practice target for 5 seconds. 3 seconds later, all 50 players ganged up on this pitiful boss, depleting its HP bars in every second. The only thing that they watched out is its random attacks, which got taken care of by Heathcliff, Schmidt, Kirito, Asuna, and the group members. Steadily, its HP bars decreased. A/N, Spear Arts, Hades, SSR, is from Shuumatsu no Ragnarok, an awesome manga to read. I definitely recommend it. Fact number 37, remember the Abyssal Hunters from the Fun Fact chapters ago, the Flame Chasers? If before, they're in the hundreds if not thousands. But now, only a total of 4 of them was confirmed to be alive after the final battle against an outer god, Genesizoic, of the sea. What's more, everyone is living in Spain without the S right now. Skadi is fighting against the remnant will of the outer god, Spectre got brainwashed by the church of said outer god, Gladia is busy locating the remaining Abyssal Hunters as their leader, and Ulpian, another captain of theirs, are busy dealing with the aftermath. He's not to be blamed, however, as there's more than one Genesizoic, multiple outer god incarnations got Atlantis F'd up. Though, you can also treat it as if the entire Seaborn race is the whole outer god itself, since they have a collective will. Meaning, all of them are one, even if they have these Genesizoics, leaders. Chapter 81, the boss fight's over, or is it? Tisk. Just how high is its defense? An orange-haired girl complained as she thrusted her dagger to its skull once more. She's not alone in this endeavor since Kuroniko did the same just now. Not long after, they got off the Skull Reaper, all the while avoiding its tail that was aimed at them. I see that you're still the same, het. Kuroniko taunted the girl with a smirk on her face. The same goes to you. Who dresses like that in a boss battle? The girl retorted as she saw Kuroniko's gothic outfit. Due to her completed, maxed level, she could now integrate the light armor on her normal outfit. Though it might look like her usual gothic dress, there are thin metal plates on it. It feels as if it wasn't there, but it'll definitely block a level 90's attack with ease. Swoosh! The bone tail did a clean sweep, in which they avoided it by leaping. Anyways. Will you two be free after this? Why? Smiling, she said, I found another treasure trove. This girl, Philia, is one of the unique players in Sword Art Online. While others played for combat, she sought out treasures instead. Together with her good luck, she always winds up finding one in an average of 2-3 days. Funnily enough, that's also the reason why she met Shiro and Kuroniko. Once they entered the final place for a hidden quest, they were surprised that others came in. It led to a competition on whom will have the treasure first. Since she fought against Shiro's massive X-rank luck, she lost. That time, it's as if the treasures came straight at his hands. In less than 5 minutes, he found it. Considering the maze that they have to get through, his luck shone brightly at that time. Philia and Shiro encountered each other for a few more times until they decided quits and search for treasures together whenever they meet. Fighting every time they see each other is tiring, after all. Her blue eyes scanned the boss room swiftly before seeing Shiro messing around with the Skull Reaper's tail. Slash! Slash! While the others annoyed it from the front, Shiro and another group annoyed it in the back. Philia squinted her eyes upon seeing a single thing. Shiro said loudly. Hi! Another girl switched into his place before thrusting her two-handed spear on the back of its tail. Then, a series of heavy thrusts followed when she used something part of her unique skill. Bam! 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 Since Shinji used a two-handed spear instead of a two-handed lance, it belonged to her. Gusts of winds originated from those strikes as it pushed the Skull Reaper back slightly and made it cry in pain. This moment was further used by the ones in the front to deal more damage. HP, 59,330/168,450. Why do I feel something wrong with her? Her? You mean, Sachi? You know her? Looks like you don't. Kuroniko replied with a smug aura. Before Philia retorted once again, she decided to answer this good friend of hers. Shiro taught her guild before. That's how they knew proper martial arts instead of the shabby autocorrects in this game. I see. She muttered before giving up thinking about it for now. She saw something on her that she couldn't put her finger on, but she doesn't know what that is. Let's talk more later. Defeating this boss comes first. Kuroniko said with a strange tone. Though, it went unnoticed as they rejoined the siege once again. HP, 0/168,450. The moment the Skull Reaper had turned into countless blue fragments, almost everyone fell down due to exhaustion. Though, they were very elated due to their victory, making the room full of cheers once they saw the congratulations, prompt in the center of it. Yada! We did it! No casualties! Pfft! If not for Shino-san and Kuroniko-san throwing daggers at your backs, we'd become goners. I know. That's why. I'm joining Kuroniko's fan club once we get out of here. Same. But you're already a part of Kaujiki-sensei's fan club. What? A traitor. While the others messed around, Schmidt quickly approached Shiro. Bowing, he said, thank you for the help, Shiro-san. No problem. He nonchalantly replied. After that, he looked straight at the chat group members before they all nodded. They have two choices at this point, and based on Kirito's reaction, one would be chosen. Only, even they don't know what they'll end up with. Meanwhile, Kirito let out a smile as he thought about them becoming closer into clearing this game. 25 floors left. After that, he held Asuna's hand while he continued thinking, we'll spend more time together. However, he soon noticed something out of place, Heathcliff's HP bar. Being with him for a dozen times, he can confirm that his HP bar had never gone down to the yellow zone. This gave Heathcliff the title. Weird. Wait a minute. His eyes. He saw many players in the eyes, and most of them has a clear desire of beating this game. Then there's Shiro who expresses clear interest from his eyes whenever Kirito does something in accordance to the light novel. As for Heathcliff, he's akin to a god watching over mere mortals. Kirito recalled something from their duel before. Shiro and he fought a couple of times before, thus he really got used to the former's reaction speed to the point that he overlooked one important thing. His maneuver at that time. If Kirito had learned something during their regular spars, it would be martial arts. Since he has a kendo background, he knew about the importance of balance. At that time, Kirito pushed back Heathcliff. The latter is supposed to be defenseless when Kirito realized that his sure hit strike got blocked by his shield. He never thought much about it before, but it's different now that he paid more attention to it. There's simply not enough time to react at that time. His balance went off, too. Simply put, something impossible had been done by Heathcliff. There's also his surprised expression at that time, but it isn't one out of fear. Chills ran down his spine, because if his conjecture is right. Kirito-kun. If he turns out wrong, then he's sorry. If not. Wordlessly, Kirito stood up and used before charging straight at him. A trail of yellow light appeared before he aimed straight at the defenseless Heathcliff. Nevertheless, the latter managed to react and used his shield in a hurry. Clang. Unsurprisingly, his thrust was blocked. His actions weren't fruitless, however, as a single window popped up on top of Heathcliff's head. Immortal object. In an instant, everyone went silent. It's as if time froze at that exact moment, as the players couldn't react at what they've just seen. Asuna muttered absent-mindedly, system grunted. Immortality. Meanwhile, Kirito saw the Nexus members. He became slightly confused when they didn't show any looks of surprise, but he soon thought of something. If they weren't surprised, then it seems that they suspected Heathcliff early on. To be honest, he also did. But with the lack of evidence, he could only forget about it. Ever since I got stuck here, I couldn't understand one thing. Where is the creator of this game watching us? He paused for a while before looking straight at Heathcliff's eyes. He continued, there's nothing more boring than watching someone else play a game. He thought of what Shiro had said when he asked him about this exact thing. His answer turned out to be the same as Heathcliff's intentions. Don't you think so, Kaiba Akiyako? A/N, the unique skill is supposed to be, but I opted to use another skill since it wouldn't make any sense. First of all, is acquired after completing your skill, based on the wiki. Secondly, its kanji form is Mugen Yuri. Yuri can mean both spear and lance, thus the official translation being. Lastly, the info on the wiki might be incorrect since Riki phrased it as infinite spear. It gets very long. Spear completion. Thus, the unique skill on lances and spears will be OC, and, respectively. That's all, enjoy the fun fact of the day. Fact number 38, did you know that in Sword Art Online, there's a huge difference as to how Kirito found out about Kaiba's identity in the anime and light novel. In the former, all Kirito had is the flashback during their duel and realizing the sketchy move that Kaiba did to block his sword. Meanwhile, the latter has an entire page detailing Kirito's suspicions, from the way Kaiba looked at others to the fight that they had. It's also said there that the reason why he attacked Kaiba is to confirm his guesses, that he'll be sorry if he got it wrong. Then there's their fight scene, whereas Kirito became more desperate when he saw Kaiba blocking all his attacks easily. P.S. This is all in Volume 1. Chapter 82, Death Duel. L Leader. Is this true? Asuna tried voicing out her words, but she could barely speak out properly as of the moment. Her dry and faint voice managed to reach Kaiba, but he ignored that and tilted his head to Kirito instead. Just for reference, how did you figure it out? Back in our duel, I thought that there's something wrong, because you simply couldn't have moved fast enough at that time. As expected. That was a mistake on my part. I got too overwhelmed of your speed that I ended up using the system's assistance past its limits. He laughed bitterly as he continued, this was supposed to be revealed during the 95th floor, but I'm wrong this time. He smiled as he stared at the players around him with a hint of authority, his eyes devoid of any empathy towards human emotions. That's right. I am Kaiba Akiyako, also the final boss who will be waiting for you at the top floor. Everyone froze at this revelation. Their minds went blank, their eyes stared intently at the figure of the strongest player that led them up to here. They continued denying reality, but alas, time wouldn't wait for them to recover. For the strongest player to become the final boss. Kirito murmured with a low voice. Don't you think that this development is interesting? I originally thought of the huge waves that it'll bring in Crad, but never did I expect to get found out 3/4 in the game. Kaiba replied in a matter-of-fact voice. He then looked at a single direction, towards the group of 7 strongest players to be exact. Kaiba then looked back at Kirito before speaking. I knew that U9 would be the greatest variable in this game, but I didn't expect for you to have such potential. Or, you all have suspected me since long ago. A light chuckle escaped in Shiro's mouth as he said, you've said that this is the most interesting scenario, right? Coincidentally, I share the same sentiments. A Demon King being a hero's ally until the final battle. It's a unique and brutal twist, I must say. Kuroniko said while thinking about the next doujinshi, SFW, that she'll make. As for Roman, he only had a profound look, as if saying that he's already guarded against traitors and as such, he can see through this ploy easily. I had expected that the two of you would act as the heroes who would fight against me in the end. The is given to the player with the fastest reaction speed while has so much requirements that it's almost impossible to acquire, having added it purely on an off-chance basis. Though, it worked. He continued, I suppose this element of surprise is the essence of online RPGs. At this moment, one of the players who's frozen stood up slowly. He is Godfried, one of the COB's sub-leaders. His easygoing and kind eyes were nowhere to be seen, it is only filled with anger. You took our loyalty, our hopes, and for you to defile them. He lifted his axe as he went into an attacking position. For the brothers who died. You will pay for this. He charged straight at Kaiba and launched himself at him, but Kaiba's faster. With the swift finger gestures, he applied the paralysis status to everyone in this room, save for Kirito. Godfried fell to the ground with a thud. Yellow electrical sparks appeared in his HP bar in him, indicating that the paralysis status got inflicted on him. The other frozen players also fell down to the ground, while Kirito managed to catch Asuna. Even Shiro and the rest was affected by it, showing the might of Kaiba in this virtual world. Here, he is God. Kirito knelt down and propped Asuna's upper body in his arm. He then asked, what are you planning to do with us? Kill us? Of course not. I would never do something so unreasonable. Kaiba shook his head and smiled. But since it all came down to this, I have no other choice. I will depart Cobb, as well as the clearers whom I carefully cultivated to match the 90th floor, and wait for your arrival in the... I believe that even with me gone, you would be able to clear the remaining floors. Kaiba suddenly stopped talking and took a look at Shiro, who knelt down. The latter felt his gaze and reciprocated it with his angry glare. It is reasonable, as he hated the feeling of being looked down upon. He chuckled lightly at the sight of that and said, I'll wait for you in the 100th floor. As for you... Kaiba turned his overwhelming gaze right back at Kirito. Kirito, since you've figured out my identity, I will give you an opportunity. A one-on-one duel. Of course, I will negate my immortal status. If I win. If you win, the game would be cleared immediately, and everyone would be able to log out. What do you say? That instant, Asuna began to squirm in Kirito's hands, trying to move desperately as she shook her head. No, Kirito-kun. He's only trying to get rid of you. You have to back down. Logic dictates that this is the best course of action, that backing down would save his life right now. Even so. He trapped the mind of 10,000 people inside this game. Killed nearly 3,000. Now, he spews some crap like cultivating Cobb from scratch. Kirito then thought of the suffering that he saw all over the game. Most importantly, he remembered Asuna's tears and sobs every time she's having a breakdown. Kaiba created a world that he enjoyed, but made Asuna's heart bleed profusely in turn. There's no way I would back down. He then looked at the one whom served as his mentor during the past few months. Kirito thought that he's shady and that he's a psychopath at first, but he at least held his own morals inside the game. Not only that, he also owe him big when he helped both of them with Yui's situation. Seeing this, Shiro smiled under his mask as he knew that things would play out like this. Heck, every chat member knew. Even if they somehow delay this and try reaching the floors higher than the 75th, they knew that this is bound to happen. Just like Poe's case, Heathcliff's true identity would be revealed, it's only a matter of when. Since they interfered with this world, this event was brought forward by an entire year. Do what you want. Shiro said out loud. Alright, let's settle this. Shiro-san. Asuna was shocked by his reply as she thought that he'll stop Kirito from his suicidal move. The couple stared at each other, one with a guilty look and one with a pleading look. You aren't planning on sacrificing yourself? She asked him. Of course not. I'll defeat him and put an end to this game. I understand. He laid her body down as he prepared to fight, only to be interrupted by two shouts. Kirito. Stop. Kirito. He then looked at the source of those voices, Agil and Klein. Agil, thanks for supporting the warrior class up until now. You used up most of your savings just to give free help in the middle floors. Smiling at the big guy whose eyes are widened, he turned his gaze to his best friend, Klein. Klein. Thanks for all your help. I'm sure that I owe you big, so wait for us to return to the real world to pay you back. You said so. You said it. So, make sure you come back. I definitely will. Lastly, Kirito turned his gaze back at the girl that he loved, the one who allowed him to say all the words buried deep within him and open up yet again. To this, he could only mutter out an apology in his mind as he used the messaging function to Heathcliff. Kirito, I have one thing to ask. Kaiba is slightly intrigued that he would receive Kirito's private message at this time, but he soon replied. Heathcliff, go on. Kirito, I don't have any intention of losing, but if I die, can you prevent Asuna from committing suicide? Heathcliff, okay. I'll set it so that she won't be able to leave Selmberg. With a peace of mind, Kirito took a proper stance against Kaiba. Just as they were about to start fighting, someone shouted. Suppose that someone breaks free from this paralysis. Would your offer with Kirito apply, too? It is Shiro. You sound quite confident with that. I have nothing to lose. With an interested look, Kaiba thought for a while before replying, well then. You can also fight me if you manage to do so. Shiro went silent after this, only closing his eyes to focus on something. Meanwhile, the duel is about to start. A/N, in less than 5 chapters, the SAO arc would finally end. Just some more transitionary chapters before we advance in Terra once more. Of course, there's many other developments to be seen in the members' world. I won't spoil where, but he'll be mistaken as a ghost in one of them, winky face. Anyways, here's the fact of the day. Fact number 39, in Terra, there are godlike beings that walks on earth called Farinmuts. They are nigh immortal, and is completely immune towards oripathy. They also use different powers other than Originum arts. Though they're immortal, they can be shattered into pieces, just like Sui, Nian, Dusk, Ling, and 9 more. Though they're generalized as godlike beings, there's also some of them that can be considered as incarnations, with one of them being the member of Alive Until Sunset, Quick recap, they're the uncorrupted sea gods who roamed the land using some avatars. This is also one of the basis on Surtra's backstory, as she only has a 1% cell assimilation, which made me think of her as a semi-Farenmut of sorts. Beware, my conjectures are non-canon, though her possessing 1% assimilation is canon. Chapter 83, Broken Bindings. A wide spray of sparks appeared as the blades and shield clashed, it lit up both of their faces as of the moment. Ha! Kirito's mind recalled what he'd learned under Shiro's tutelage. Since Kaiba is the creator of this game, he couldn't use any system-related skills. If he uses something like, Heathcliff would know of its disadvantage and kill him in one swoop. The same goes for his highest leveled skill. When the duel began, Kaiba adjusted their HP to be at the red zone, thus one solid hit would end it all. Clang! Heathcliff blocked yet another strike of his with such ease and calmness. He didn't need the over-assistance in the first place. As they fought, Kirito realized just how of a monster Heathcliff is the moment he stared at his eyes. He shouldered the death of nearly 3,000 people, yet he remained calm, without any expression of remorse whatsoever. Still, my mentor is much more better than this. Instead of fear, he only felt calm and confident. Even if he's fighting against the creator of this world, he never saw the possibility of his failure. Rather, he chose not to think about it. He learned that if this happens, he'll only shoot himself in the foot. Fear would slowly creep up in his heart, lowering his chances of winning even more. Tap. Kirito chose to put some distance between them as he reanalyzed his next moves. Basic attacks won't do. Fine, I'll try fooling him with that dot. He thought as he lunged at Kaiba once more. Glowed with bright light, indicating that he's using a sword skill. Swoosh. A trail of blue light appeared as he used, aiming to graze Kaiba's face. Still, he moved his shield with minimal movement, accurately blocking the incoming strike. Clang. Meanwhile, his performed A, which is a diagonal slash. Clang. The moment it got parried by Kaiba's longsword, it almost flew out of his grasp. He held it tightly, but the cost is his balance. Kaiba saw this as an opportunity and was about to strike, but he was surprised to see Kirito re-establishing his footing quickly. The latter's right foot stepped hardly on the ground as he did a full body spin. Kaiba's eyes widened upon seeing this. At this time, he instinctively used his over-assistance to avoid Kirito's incoming spinning roundhouse kick. It is also empowered by the extra skill. Thud. The kick didn't reach his right hand as time continued flowing normally, but Kirito hacked at it using his, making him lose grasp over it. It fell on the ground, creating a loud metallic sound. Kaiba's HP also fell down a bit, but it's not by much since it's not a direct damage. You've learned real martial arts? Kaiba asked interestedly, with no hint of fear in his eyes. That's right. He replied as he aggressively attacked at Kaiba once again. With each sparks that flew out, it became evident that he managed to give Kaiba a much harder time now that he lost his sword. With his dual-wielding style, he can play offensively, defensively and the balance of both. Granted, one might have a harder time using this style than a single weapon, but its wielders is more flexible than the others. Before, he only played the balance of both, but he could now play offensively. Slowly, he's pushing back Kaiba, giving hopes to the players who are watching this fight. He's winning. We might be able to get out. Please win. As for the others, only worries remained. Kirito-kun, live. Asuna muttered as she tried to shake off her paralysis. Even though it doesn't feel much right now, she somehow has a feeling that she can succeed. Even if she can only move for a few seconds, she is determined to sacrifice herself so that Kirito can live. Their fight continued on for minutes, yet there's no sign that this stalemate would end. Unknowingly, Kaiba is already done observing him, too. In fact, he's looking for a very tiny mistake that Kirito might make. Even without his over-assistance, Kaiba's reaction time is on par, if not higher than him. While the fatigue started to caught up to Kirito, Kaiba is still the same, he's a machine in human skin. Moreover, the latter is confident to survive a huge blow from Kirito, thus making his winning chances even more. At a certain point in time, Kirito finally made one. It came off as a surprise that Heathcliff tilted his shield horizontally as he ducked, avoiding Kirito's incoming strikes in a width. Thud. Kaiba actually used his shield as a weapon, hitting Kirito right in his stomach. He got thrown off by that hit, making him land to the ground. Kaiba took this chance to pick up his long sword back. Due to the fact that Kirito had only gone up right now, he'd only barely blocked Kaiba's downward strike using a crossguard. Crack. What's even more worse is his cracking up. With a few more hits, it'll be broken. Kirito shouted as he became more desperate. What he feared the most, which is fear catching up to him, happened. Even with Shiro's tutelage, he only managed to stay calm for almost 5 minutes. Then, his performance began decreasing due to fatigue. If compared with the light novel, it's definitely much longer. There, the fight ended after he instinctively used because of a momentary lapse of judgment. As for this time, he'd done much better by only using together with original sword techniques. Crack! With few more strikes, cracked fully before turning into sword shards. Together with Heathcliff's shield bash, he got sent flying to the ground once more. He tried standing up, but Kaiba arrived in time to stop him. The latter pointed the tip of his blade towards Kirito, giving him enough time to think his last words. "I'm sorry, Asuna." At that moment, a binding was torn off. A sonic boom resounded in this room while Kirito heard someone shout, "I'll protect Kirito-kun." Thanks to this, Kaiba is forced to leave Kirito for a while to dodge. Asuna saw this and stood in front of Kirito. Only, she fell right after. Fortunately, Kirito managed to catch her. "Asuna. Kirito-kun." Unfortunately, Kaiba doesn't have any thoughts of leaving them behind. Though, he seemed more intrigued on what happened. This is really surprising. Isn't it just like the standalone RPG console? It should have been impossible for this to happen. He paused for a while before continuing, "So things like this happen. I had never expected this." Even so, his face is as calm as ever. His lack of human empathy was replaced with interest, as shown in his eyes. "Would you like to continue our duel?" "All right." Kirito picked up his remaining elucidator while he switched to a backup weapon of his. With his mod, he finished doing so in under a second. He felt different with it, but there's no other choice. Still, his mind was cleared once again at the thought of Asuna's suffering coming to an end. "I can't use the sword skills, and there's the fatigue." He tightly gripped his sword as he made a resolute expression. Things are already this helpless and he's almost bound to die. Even so, I'm unwilling. I'm unwilling to end it like this. If I can put an end to this game with my life, I'll gladly do so. Perhaps this is the defining characteristics of a protagonist. They have the mentality of a strong, the mentality to never give up for what they're fighting for. Even if it costs them their life. Suddenly, a pair of blades twinkled from afar as they quickly approached Kaiba. Sparks flew out as he blocked, but Kaiba was pushed back by a dozen feet. When the rest managed to react, what they saw is someone wearing black light armor. Arcs of electricity surrounded his body, yet he can still move. What's more notable is his eyes, it turned blood red. "You know what? I hate being shackled the most." Shiro suddenly spoke out with his usual tone, yet there's something different about it. Their bloodlusts clashed just like what happened earlier between Kaiba and Kirito. Though, Shiro seemed to be much thicker than even Kaiba himself, enough to incite a slight fear and interest to him. "As expected, you're the biggest variable of them all." Mind sharing how you thought of it as a future reference?" Shiro copied Kaiba's own phrase earlier, but the latter didn't pay it heed as he replied, "Your eyes." "What about it? We share the same eyes." If Kaiba is an emotionless monster, then Shiro is an unstoppable monster. They simply didn't give a FCK as long as it's within their interests. Hearing this, Shiro only chuckled. He replied, "The offer from earlier stands still, no." "That's right. I'm pleased to think that you're not some kind of coward." Shiro then looked at Kirito from the distance. "My dear pupil, I'll show you." He went into a casual stance that Kirito's familiar with since their first spar. What peak swordsmanship is? Shiro's eyes glinted, an indication that he's taking his opponent seriously, just like what happened to Surtur. Against this guy who can manipulate this world freely, it's only right to do so, even if he's much weaker than Surtur. "Let's go." With murderous intent flowing out of him, his blades clashed with Kaiba's shield, making countless sparks fly out in the process. A/N, Chayunibi-related facts this time. Fact number 40, the main reason why Tyrant's Eye was created is because of Rika's longing to meet her dead father again. In her delusions, it is said to see the invisible boundary lines, thus she'll be able to trace it and visit the other side, afterlife. Other than that, it can also see the destiny of each person, making it overpowered if real. That's why the description used in this FIC is broad, destiny branches to fate, karma, life, death, and so on. Also, it can manipulate reality through her imaginations, as shown in her fake fight with Tuka. These are the facts that I used to create the broken skill Tyrant's Eye, which granted the Tuka here reality-bending powers in a certain radius and the ability to see through those lines. Chapter 84, He's Cheating. Shackles. For some unknown reason, Shiro's blood began boiling the moment he got paralyzed. While they all have a concrete plan as to how they'll break this paralysis state, he somehow felt a foreign emotion budding inside him. Anger. Rather, it is right to say that it didn't came from himself, but his bloodline, the Fenrir bloodline to be exact. In the past, Shiro got some time to research something about its myths, and what he found out are two major things, Odin and Gleipnir. The former being the one that Fenrir had killed while the latter is the chain that successfully bound him. As to how those are related to Shiro's Fenrir bloodline, he doesn't know. Still, his Fenrir form semi-manifested, giving him a boost in his stats. Even now, he somewhat felt like daydreaming. Shiro's fully aware on what's happening, but he felt somewhat strange. Though, he paid it no heed since eliminating the one that triggered him comes first. Clang! 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 A shield and a pair of blades clashed one after another, creating a loud metallic sound in this boss room. Unlike Kirito's sword strikes, Shiro's are more aggressive. Although, Kaiba couldn't see any openings in this reckless attack of his. Shiro's balance, stance, and even the way of wielding his swords are perfect in his eyes. Moreover, it didn't seem as if fatigue is affecting him negatively. At one point in time, Shiro's dual blades lit up. However, Kaiba isn't the least bit moved by it. After all, he created the set of sword skills in every unique skill. Just as what its name indicates, is meant for a swordsman to dance in the battlefield with his swords. Coupled with the stringent requirements that it has, he added in one special skill for it, which also possesses the same name as the unique skill. Simply put, allows its wielder to bring his expertise in the real world to the game as it allows them to create it as a sword skill. While it has a limit of 30 hits, the degree of freedom that it gives made it a huge variable in this battle. Show me what you have. Kaiba asked with a calm voice. You're asking for this. The black sword in his right hand lit up. In the same manner as, he charged using it towards Kaiba. Su. Due to its speed, the sound of cutting through air resounded. Golden streaks of light covered the blade, blazing like flames. This made his blade have longer reach, in which it clashed with Kaiba's white shield prematurely. Ding! Screech! Scraping sounds were made as Kaiba skillfully made his blade slide past through it, making Shiro move forward in the same manner as Kirito did in their duel. Kaiba then rose his long sword and was about to slash it down when he saw Shiro put a stop on his charge and swiftly made a cross-block position. He realized what was going on, but it is too late to pull his sword back. Clang! The instant the blades met, Shiro's blades lit up as he used the final skill that took his skill slot. Unlike the fake parry that he uses, which is mostly him brute forcing it, this skill is the true one from the game. It allowed someone to make their attacker defenseless once executed properly. This skill is absolute and only by failing could it be prevented though, everything has to be done in less than a second, thus the reason why the entire Nexus Guild is able to overpower those bosses. In less than half a second, Kaiba's long sword was almost sent flying, the parry is successful. While his left side is protected by his shield, his entire right side was undefended when he lost his balance. How would Shiro miss this golden opportunity? Slash! Stab! He sent two strikes, with the slash preoccupying the shield while he stabbed at Kaiba's waist. Just as the left stab is about to connect, Shiro felt time coming to a halt. Kaiba's body, which couldn't react quickly, suddenly moved quickly. By the time everything went back to normal, another strike was sent to his right arm, making him lose grip over his sword. Clang! Shiro's sword managed to connect with it, depleting his HP as a result. Though, there's still a portion of it remaining. So you're confident that you'll withstand a full-powered strike? Considering that your equipment is over-leveled, that just seems right. Shiro mumbled as he continued, but that's still cheating, no. I couldn't help but instinctively use it. Kaiba replied while he mused. As for the latter, you're definitely right. That's why. I'll only use it 3 more times. Hearing this, he couldn't help but chuckle. The same Kaiba that stayed true to his word when he got killed by Kirito, is willing to cheat? Perhaps, their presence had really changed this world greatly. 3 more times, hey. Shiro paused for a while, opening the chat group's template panel. Level, 120. STR, 83, plus 100. AGI, 100, plus 120. WIS, 250. Ever since he reached level 120, which is the maximum level, he officially became the strongest player of this game. He thought that fighting against Kaiba would not pose much of a problem, but he's wrong. Not only does he have that over-assistance cheat that'll save his life 3 times, his gear is also top-leveled, with each around for level 110. Even with more than 17 of his abilities synchronized here, he'll have quite the trouble even if he use them. Of course, there's the option of using magic as well, but the one thing that they'd thought the most is Kaiba going back to his promise. If he'd just decided to be revived due to seeing their unfair abilities, they won't be able to complete this quest. They have to make him be eliminated willingly, just like the cannon where he fried his brain cells himself. He's the game master, thus he knows what he enabled or not, he's not gullible like Cardinal who would misunderstand something. Granted, he placed guns and magic inside the seed, but he didn't place it inside Incrad. If not for them knowing that Cardinal couldn't interact with Kaiba and vice versa, they wouldn't use their magic at all. Of course, there's a chance of convincing him that everything's possible with willpower, just like in the anime, but they'd rather not take any chances. Meaning, they would have to defeat him the true way, which is the use of swords. Though, there's some abilities that would enable him an easier win. Something that he used just now. With the addition of these skills, his STR and AGI went up by 100 each. Meanwhile, enhanced his AGI further by 100 while allowing his body to react more in sync with his reaction time. His MP went down, but he didn't care. His HP. I shaved it off greatly. It's a good thing that I didn't use. He thought. Since Kaiba's STR is far lower than his, the damage would also be lower than he wanted it to be when countered. With 2 or more greys, he'll go down, or so he thought. Ready for another round? Shiro taunted him as he adjusted his stance. Unnerved, Kaiba replied, okay. Another wave of sparks were sent out by their confrontation. The screeching and clanging of metal were the only sounds in this wide boss room while the others are busy watching their intense fight. Unbeknownst to them, some players are about to break their constraints. They only laid low, waiting for the right moment to break it. They'll only be granted a few seconds at best, except for Roman and Kaltsit who has a naturally strong soul before. Only they would be able to stay unhindered by the paralysis using sheer willpower. That's why he'd already broken it. Murderous intent flew out between Shiro and Kaiba until the former managed to force the latter to rely on his over-assistance once again. Gotcha. That's the first one. Shiro commented as he charged at him. What others didn't know is that he has a bloody smile under his mask. This time, he's not giving him any chances to breathe. Fact number 41, there's a country in Terra called Late Reino. It is none other than the country that invented Originum guns. As such, each of its adult citizens are mandated to have one after they pass the test. Meaning, you'll see almost every adult out there having a handgun or an assault rifle while walking in the street. They're also bound by something called the law, which ordered the survival of the Sancta race as their utmost priority. It also gave them the power similar to the Sarkaz, sensing emotions of other Sancta as well as instill strong emotions in all of them. For some reasons, the Sancta race also has the highest affinity to Originum guns, unlike any other race. Be that as it may, they don't allow any Sarkaz to step in their country, due to their 1,000-year-long conflict. Oh yeah, their citizens are also free to demolish buildings as long as it doesn't come in conflict with their 13 rights of citizenship. They might have to pay for collateral damage, though. Chapter 85, Curtains Fall. With each of Shiro's sword strike, he pushed back Kaiba bit by bit. It looked as if they were still in a stalemate, but they aren't. Even with his reaction speed, Kaiba could only passively defend. He knows at this rate that he'll die, yet he doesn't care. Right now, he only wants to see more about the unexplored possibilities that he saw back then, back when he was still a young boy full of dreams. I shall wait for his arrival. He thought as he looked at Kirito in the distance. The main reason why the latter didn't join this fight is to land the decisive hit, or at least help Shiro do so. Kirito knows just how annoying Kaiba can be, thus their chances of winning is higher if everything will be over in an instant. After taking another calculated risk, Shiro managed to force Kaiba to use his over-assistance the second time. I wonder how you learned those deadly skills of yours. Each strike is filled with killing intent, something that you wouldn't see in a normal player. Kaiba asked this question after analyzing his sword skills. To be honest, I do. Shiro paused for a while before a reply came out of his mouth. Imagine living on a battlefield. It's only natural that I'm this strong, else I'll just be a rotting corpse somewhere. Shiro doesn't know why, but it suddenly came to his mind like a reflexive reply. His emotions was stirred up as he said it, making him confused for a moment. After all, this is the first time that he felt myriad kinds of emotions in a few minutes. A warrior who lived on a battlefield. Now, I understand. Kaiba blocked 2 simultaneous strikes of his while he replied. Unbeknownst to the rest of the players, the group members received a message from Shiro. Shiro, he used his second over-assistance chance. While he uses the third, attack him to the fullest. I'll slow down his time. Through all this time, he's been informing them from the distance about their fight. Considering that they all broke out of their own wills, chances are he'll fulfill his promise. Though, they'll resort to another way if he doesn't do so. Namely, traveling to the real world and eliminating Kaiba Akihiko, freeing the players as they do so. This can be done since Kaiba programmed in Crad to be deleted after he died. Who wants to do the countdown? Roman asked. Why do a countdown? Tuka replied with another question of hers. So that we don't mess things up. Truly, Roman's pessimism caught up to him once more and made him ask this silly question. Though, it's understandable since he has a threat hanging above his head, which is also his son. There's also the Beast 7, the Olga Marie Outer God, but he decided not to worry about it for the sake of his psyche. It doesn't matter. We can see the exact time to strike. Kaltsit spoke while her feline ears twitched every now and then due to the paralysis. She grasped her rapier as she was about to perform the stance of the highest level rapier skill. There it is. After Kuroniko said it, they broke through the constraints at the same time. Kaojiki took a throwing stance before shooting out her one-handed spear with the skill. Moreover, Kaltsit could summon Monst3R once more after the status effect wore off, thus it also charged together with her. Kuroniko disappeared from plain sight suddenly after using. She roamed the area for a bit before finding the best angle to strike. Shinji used the as he jumped up and thrust his spear straight at him. Shino threw dozens of shurikens consecutively while Roman used to have a longer reach. Theirs also took a gathering momentum for a huge downward strike with her great sword. To add on this siege, Kirito also engaged with Kaiba once more while using. Even if it has a post-motion delay, it'll only happen in the last strike. He's fairly confident to end this without going to that part, thus he decisively chose to use it for higher attack damage. What? The moment they all broke free, Kaiba's instincts warned him about danger everywhere, and only when he saw Shiro's guildmates rush over him from all directions. Then, he felt as if something was hindering him from moving effectively. That's the effect of Quagmire, slowing down the target's time. In this case, Kaiba's body is the target. Knowing this, he doesn't have much choice except to use his final trump card. Kaiba used the hidden ability that his armor set has, giving him a transparent shield all over his body. The only downside of it is its huge charging time, which was fulfilled after minutes of their clash. They got caught off guard since it wasn't even in the cannon, but they continued their attacks. Bam! While blocking Shiro and Kirito, Shinji's attack connected, pushing Kaiba an entire meter away from his previous position. He wasn't able to come out of it unscathed, however, with his spalders broken, cracks appeared all over his armor. It's not the end as he dodged some of the shurikens that was thrown at him before he blocked a javelin with his shield. Its durability decreased even further, the same cracks from his armor appearing on it. As for the other shurikens, it hit him, reducing the transparent armor's durability. Swoosh! Stab! Kuroniko's backstab connected to his neck, but it was promptly blocked by the transparent shield. With a swift shield bash, he managed to make her back off. Right now, he's already defenseless, his armor set broke down after that hit. The only thing that remained is his trusty shield, but it was about to break, too. Still, only calmness can be seen in his eyes. Bzzzt. Bzzzt. Kaiba dodged Monst3R's lasers with minimal movement. However, he still got hit by it twice, lowering the transparent shield's durability even more. It was also at this time did Kaltsit and Roman engage with him. With their respective sword skills, they stabbed him. Clang! Clang! Crack! At that moment, Kaiba's senses broke through his previous limit without any assistance and used his shield to block their attacks once more time, barely saving his life. His shield broke into blue polygons while he got sent flying by the impact. Just as he thought that everything's over, he saw a black-haired woman with a straight face aiming her great sword at him. This is the end. Unexpectedly, he used the over-assistance for the fourth time. Time stopped at his perception while his body automatically moved in midair to avoid that strike. Once time flowed normally once again, he avoided the huge blade just as it almost grazed his left ear. Kaiba landed on the ground with his feet, a smile present in his face because... HAAA. It's the end. He saw the two people that he considered the biggest variables, with their blades piercing through him nonetheless. Kirito's elucidator stabbed at his lower torso while Shiro's fragrant olive sword stabbed at his heart. Recalling all the interesting things that he saw while he fulfilled his childhood dream, another emotion can be seen on his pair of calm eyes, joy. Truly, he hadn't expected to see so much things in this short span of 1.5 years. Human willpower, in particular, made him interested. Alas, it's time for the curtains to fall. Under the dumbfounded gaze of the players, Kaiba turned into countless blue polygons. With a smile on his face, the last thought that he had is... It's fun while it lasted. A/N, there's a correction last chapter. It should have been gotcha. It's the first one. It's fixed already, though. Anyways, there's only the transition chapters left, reward settlement and dealing with some more things, before he goes back to Terra. Shiro would also begin with some kind of experiment in the near future, something that would... Clue, kitchen, ghost, understaffed base. Fact number 42, not much is known about the Rhodes Island landship. Only, there's some hints here and there about it originating from an extinct civilization. One of such clues is it having helicopters. Remember the airplane fun fact a while ago? Airplanes/helicopters are rare since the catastrophes gather mostly in atmospheres. RI has those, which gave away some suspicions. Another clue is Rhodes Island having the capability to replicate pure gold. In the game, you actually make them in your factories before trading it to other countries/organizations. Though, most of the players switched to rock farming, 1 to 7, as it could give them the currency for doing gacha, originum. Chapter 86, Kaiba Akihiko. What did just happen? Only bewilderment can be seen on every player's faces as they saw what happened in the span of less than 15 seconds. Kaiba getting ganged up by 9 players is something they surely didn't expect. This feeling is soon replaced by happiness after realizing that they actually won against him. It's over. It's effing over. This game is. Soon, a single announcement rang through the entire game. In the city, in the field, in the dungeons. Every single player heard it. The game has been cleared, the game has been cleared, the game. While the others are preoccupied with the announcement, Shiro took off half of his mask and mouthed some words to his acquaintances. This time, he's back to normal. Of course, this caused the players' brains to short-circuit as they saw the visage of his peerless appearance. Just seeing the lower half of his face is enough for them to imagine how handsome/beautiful his appearance is. What did sensei say? Eiji, who only paid attention now, asked Yuna. I think. It's nerve gear. Box. Farewell. What does he mean? Their musings are cut short as they were engulfed in a bright white light, forcibly logging them out of the game. The others also has something to say to him, but they didn't have the chance to do so. Quest cleared. You have obtained 10,000 points. You have obtained 2 random reward tickets. You have obtained 100% synchronization from your in-game template. Begin synchronizing. A barrage of messages appeared in front of Shiro. Their golden outline and transparent black background made it stand out more, but he didn't mind them. Instead, he said his farewells toward the chat group members. See y'all next time. Same goes to you. I'll be waiting for your visit. Goodbye, Shiro. Roman, Kazuki and Tuka were among the ones that left first due to their responsibilities. They didn't have to wait for the others to log out as there's simply a return option once the mission ended. Send my regards to Sakura. Take care of yourselves and try not to get involved in your Grail War. Shiro said to Shinji, acting like a true mentor. Just like others, he also grew in the span of more than a year. He got time to organize his thoughts, which made him more neutral than before. I understand. Shinji replied with his normal face. Though, there's some sadness hidden within it as he parted with his first ever friend. Seeing this, Shiro could only smile and said, don't be too sad, you can still meet. Also. His face became serious as he continued, don't be too harsh on yourself. Okay. Thanks, Anaki. With another flash of light, he left. Ugh. Still not confident with your disguise? Well. Slightly. Right now, Kuroniko has a troubled look on her face. Now that they're going back, she faced her biggest trouble yet, her appearance. It is completely unlike before, thus her friends and relatives would only wonder what did happen for her to grow that much in a single night. This is not some isekai manga whereas there's a very convenient excuse for their appearance changes. That's why she practiced her dark magic. With the sensory distortion, shape-shifting, and disguise, she is able to revert back to her former appearance. Though, she still has some doubts to it. If it doesn't work, what should I do? Her flustered face is completely different from her smug face before. There's a certain level of cuteness to it, more so her appearance is more mature. Patting her shoulder, Shiro joked, if it doesn't work, I'll help you settle in another world if you want. I'm crazy rich. You and your tons of gold. Kuroniko replied. It can't be helped that I got lucky and found the resting place of a rich empress, right? With the pure gold and other antiques that he found back in Terra, it'll be enough to live a luxurious life, build a company, and even collapse their economy itself. After all, the gold that he found is enormous, something that can't be seen in the modern age Terra. Don't worry, I can also do some investing. He paused for a while before saying, seriously, I'll help if you ask. While Kuroniko blushed upon seeing his serious face, Kaltsit deadpanned at the sight of this. Strange enough, she felt slightly irked by it. If her past self prior to the chat group hears about this, she'll definitely won't believe it. She, a 10 millennia old doctor, paying attention to things other than saving the world? There's no way in hell, heaven and in any other paths for her to do so. Later. She left after saying a brief farewell. After Kuroniko left, Shiro was about to say something to Shino when he felt that he'll be sent away from here. I'll visit your world later. Someone's calling me, take care for now. All right. Shino replied as she saw Shiro being engulfed with the same white light that logged players out. She didn't plan to remain in this boss room, though he looked at it for a while and sighed. What an exciting adventure I had. Upon opening his eyes, Shiro saw that he's floating in the sky. In the distance is the true appearance of Incrad, albeit most of it is nothing but codes now. Unbothered by it, he started looking around him before seeing Kaiba in his white lab coat. Swoosh. Winds blew in this place, making the ends of his light armor flutter. You really thought of making this realistic, hey? That's my thoughts, at first. He replied with his usual calm tone, but it sounded more humane than before. What are your thoughts about human soul? The moment Shiro asked this, Kaiba showed a rare emotion of surprise. His eyes widened for a moment before returning to stillness. It seems like you're aware of my final research, too. Even Rinko doesn't know of this. Are you a spy? Guess. Hearing his playful answer, Kaiba chose to not delve deeper with it. Instead, he answered Shiro's question truthfully. Human soul. Many books that I've read depicted its complexity. However, the truth is they simply don't know more about it. Good answer. But, don't you know just how big of an accomplishment did you do? Copying a person's consciousness and stuff. I know. If you know, why did you choose to commit suicide? Silence. The moment Kaiba had created Sao, it's a roundabout way of committing suicide. Since he designated himself as the final boss, there's no way that he wouldn't be defeated. As the game creator, each and every aspect of this game is designed by him to be clearable. The only reason as to why he tried to duel Kirito is due to his interest. He's the one who revealed his identity, after all. Only, he didn't know that the biggest variable is not Kirito, but the person besides him. I lost my purpose the moment I finished the prototype for the Fluctlight experiment. At that time, we're only in the middle phases of Sao. Since then, I only wished to fulfill this childhood dream of mine as my final goal. Why didn't you continue your Fluctlight research, then? I saw many talented people in the world. He paused for a while, thinking about his peers. I know they can finish it within a year or two after I release the seed. He's completely right on the mark. In 2026, Underworld would be made by the JSDF. His Fluctlight research would play a big role for it, which will lead in the creation of Alice Synthesis 30, or Alice Zuberg. He also has a former girlfriend, Kaojiro Rinko. She's the one that helped Kaiba hide during the Sao incident. Of course, Kaiba made it look like she was forced to help by putting a fake microbomb on her sternum. It's the only gift that Kaiba gave her, thus it's a normal and sentimental item. So, what now? What are you planning to do? I know, my true self is already dead. I'm only a remnant of my consciousness, so there's no then for me. Alright. How about that consciousness transfer of yours? For the second time, Kaiba was caught off guard. Surprisingly, he laughed lightly, something that he didn't do so since the past few years. Ha! If only I met you before, things would surely be more interesting. Shrugging, Shiro replied, maybe. Maybe not. Kaiba then proceeded to explain more about his question earlier. I lived without any sense of purpose. Even the goals that I set back then are easily accomplished by me. The only remarkable challenges that I've faced are the creation of Vermo and the Fluctlights. He then looked at Shiro before saying, until we clashed. The topic of human willpower interests me greatly, so there's a change of plans. After that, they only looked at the crumbling steel castle from the distance. Suddenly, Shiro took out 3 metallic cubes from his dimensional storage. Under Kaiba's interested gaze, he called out, kids, it's time to go home. Fact number 43, did you know? The creation of world's first Vermo, Sao and Nerve Gear, took 10 years to make, with Kaiba spearheading it all? Meaning, it certainly posed a problem to one of the greatest genius in the world of sword art online. Also, his consciousness upload in the internet was successful, as shown in the Alfheim online arc where he gave Kirito his administrator ID, it worked since it's an ID for the seed, thus it's universal. He's only a copy of his consciousness at that time. This is the reason why I connected Kaiba and Fluctlights together. In a sense, Kaiba copied his own consciousness, Fluctlight, and uploaded it in the internet 2 years in advance. Copying Fluctlights are only done in the Alicization arc. Chapter 87, Real World. Hey! We're not kids. Stria suddenly appeared behind them as a black portal filled with codes popped up behind them. She is soon followed by Ui, who is now wearing a one-piece white dress, and another girl that wore a librarian's outfit. https://images.ext1.discordapp.net/external/uadkia9 omarnrxosh 7qf9 cicg429 fj__4_ //urpl/ki/3fcb%3fcb%3d20181222251111/https:/static.wiki.nokooki.net/sword-art-online/images/d/d2/cardinal.png/revision/latest, width equals 840 and height equals 473. The latter looked like a cute 10-year-old, having chestnut-colored eyes and curly hair of the same color. If one is to look at her for the first time, she'll give the vibes of a wise scholar. You and your jokes. Unfortunately, she developed in a different way than her light novel counterpart. Simply put, she kept a calm facade and likes to Tsukumai a lot. Perhaps, this is caused by their first relationship. Ever since Shiro negotiated with her, she mostly watched him out of her interest. Though, it soon became the norm. Of course, she cares about his privacy and only watched him at some times. Didn't you agree to this before? That you want to know more about the world? That's right. I hate to admit this, but you made me interested. Hearing this, Kaiba was startled. Heck, even a floodlight that he made is saying some strange things towards Shiro. Unlike him, there's a whole variety of emotions inside her. Not only Cardinal, but also Ui and Stria. He could only smile wryly as he thought of how his creations has something that he doesn't have. Thanks to the console back in the hidden dungeon. Suddenly, Shiro spoke to him. To not have any holes in his otherworlder identity, he has to make up things in front of him. Sure, he enjoyed their meeting, but he still has his guard up against this guy. Shiro felt that they're the same, both in their current attitude and their talents. If he turned out to be enemies, it'll be quite troublesome to fight him due to his special nature of being a virtual consciousness. I see, I see. You're planning to save their data inside Nerve Gear by turning them into in-game items. Clever plan. Kaiba said. See you all later. Shiro spoke as he readied himself to leave this world. Let's visit the real world later. I'll tag along. Stria and Cardinal said respectively. One is purely excited while the other is purely interested in the real world. This is all Kaiba's fault that they turned out like this. They couldn't even access the internet during their times as Ace and only got their knowledge through the players, which is not a good idea. Lack of common sense is one of the few things that they have to deal with as a result. I can meet Papa and Mama again. Patting her head, Shiro replied, soon. You'll meet them soon, Ui-chan. Really? Thank you, Shiro and I. When she smiled, Shiro has a sense of fulfillment in his heart. No matter what, him being good with kids isn't something that would be wiped off easily. Right, I want to ask you one last favor, Kaiba. What is it? Can you check if someone is messing with the players who logged out? Kaiba did some hand gestures, opening the game's console panel. With some quick checking, he found a problem. It is hidden in such a way that people other than him wouldn't notice it immediately. Moreover, it'll also be impossible to see the logs once SAO gets deleted. That's why the government had a hard time catching Recting's shady stuff and their leader, Shugu Nobuyuki. He's also the self-proclaimed rival of Kaiba that the latter didn't take seriously. Someone is messing with me in the last moment. I've promised them something, so I ought to fulfill it. Wordlessly, he started fighting against the programmers on the other side. With a bit of tweaking, he defeated them easily and changed the consciousness routes from Alfheim Online to the direct logout of SAO. With this, 300 plus players won't have to suffer from their human experimentation and truly escape this hell. Alright, everyone, we'll be going out. Hearing this, Stria, Ui, and Cardinal turned into streaks of light before entering the light cubes. I'll be leaving, then. It's been nice meeting you. Kaiba replied. Well. You've reminded me of myself, to be honest. That's why, good luck on your consciousness upload. Without waiting for his reply, Shiro left. The only one remaining in this crumbling virtual world is Kaiba. Looking at the remains of the steel castle, he thought, willpower. It also sounded like he knew about my plan. For the first time, he met someone whom he considered as an equal. His eyes became more humane as he regained a part of himself in the past. By the time wind blew, he crumbled into countless data. The lights on Argus server, located in the 5th basement floor of its headquarters, went off. I'm finally back in the real world. Shiro murmured as he wandered in the streets of Tokyo. His attire is changed to a normal one that he has, which is his white jacket and black shorts with a lot of pockets. Yet, he still looked as if he's cosplaying. What's more, he gained more attention due to his face even with his hood on. With each of his steps, people stopped walking and looked at him. Where is it? Beep. In his pocket, his phone rang out. Since this is something that he bought from the chat group, it's much more advanced than this world's phones. It's a UC item that costed him more than 700 points, after all. Shiro took it out before the screen lit up. Seeing your face, I say that you lost your direction. Cardinal appeared on the entire screen like a virtual avatar. She didn't hesitate to deadpan at him after seeing this. Even after seeing the map online, I thought I could find it. Alas, this is a dilemma of a world traveler. Every place is new, and it's even worse now that he has a flaw like this. Do you want my help? She asked. Wait, I'll do my best to find it. Thankfully, he found a landmark soon after. After going to a cafe to sate a part of his hunger, he continued his way to the destination. Soon, he arrived to a huge hospital. AI-operated robots are cleaning the hallways while some even assisted the doctors in the emergency room. Pushing the door open, he is soon greeted by the scent unique to hospitals. He didn't head to the reception's desk and went for the elevator instead. Again, he garnered too much attention once more. The girl beside him in the elevator is totally enamored by his face. It's much worse in a society, right? He thought. Ding. After seeing that it's the 14th floor, he soon stepped out of it. Though, she regretted not talking to him. She is a petite young woman with black long hair. She might be mistaken as a legal lowly if not for her popularity as a prospective singer. In a daze, she muttered, a perfect being. Who is he? Meanwhile, Shiro stood in front of a door with a name tag beside it saying Kirigai Kazuto. Fact number 44, did you know that Our Knights has a sequel game called Our Knights, Enfield? While it's still unreleased, just some bits of it alone is enough to confirm several things. First of all, the planet in Enfield is most likely Terra. Secondly, they found a way to deal with the Originum in the atmosphere since they've already reached outer space. You can't do this unless there's a solution to the catastrophe. Thirdly, they might have found a solution to Oripathy, but they have to leave that planet at some point since it's no longer habitable. Perhaps, it is caused by wars and catastrophes. We don't know how far in the future Enfield is. P.S. The facts all of the above are merely the headcanons of me and the community. Enfield is not yet released as of the moment. Chapter 88, Real Life Meeting. With a single click, the sliding door opened. What was revealed beyond it is a skinny teenager trying to stand up from his bed. The cause of that nightmare, nerve gear, is placed on the side of the bed. Who are you? The boy tried to speak, but his voice is hoarse. It is due to his year and a half of inactivity, which is the result of his long period of inactivity. You haven't fully woke up yet? Shiro asked with a playful voice. Hearing this, he immediately guessed who he was, even if his vision is still blurry. Shiro. Anyways, what are you planning to do? I'm going to make a phone call. Since Kirito and Asuna had known each other for a long time, it is natural for them to make plans as to how they'll contact each other. One of them would be calling her brother's phone number. A phone call? Here, you can use mine. Thanks. Taking out his 700-point smartphone, he opened the calling app before passing it to Kirito. With it, he could now sit down peacefully. His clouded vision got better after a minute, allowing him to dial the numbers correctly. While Shiro laid his back on the wall, the call had finally connected. Hello? Who is this? On the other side, Yuaki Kaorichiro, Asuna's elder brother, answered his phone while he kept running. It is unexpected that just today, Rex's server shut down. It is also the server responsible for running Sword Art Online. Since he worked for the company, he received the news firsthand and rushed to the hospital where Asuna resides. He also messaged both of his parents before he left the company building and drove his car. Is this Kaorichiro-san? Yes? Who are you? I am Kirito, Asuna's friend. Kirito doesn't want to come off as someone ridiculous on their first meeting. After all, it'll be awkward if he suddenly hangs up upon hearing that they're husband and wife. Kirito? Why does it sound like an in-game name? Kaorichiro asked before realizing something. You are a player from Sword Art Online. That's right. To be honest, he found it surprising at first. But then, it also reassured him further that everyone from that game logged out. Asuna. You're with her when you logged out? He asked. Yes. It happened suddenly, so I would like to talk with her now. Hearing this, Kaorichiro mulled over this request for a while before agreeing. After all, it's only a talk. He also recalled something in the server's database, in which Kirito is a part of the highest-leveled players in the game. Since his mind is in a mess right now, he couldn't think properly. Only now did he calm down as he arrived in the hospital's reception desk. He put his side on hold as he filled in the visitor's log. Meanwhile, Shiro said something nerving to Kirito. You better look out for some shady guy besides her. What do you mean? Kirito asked. To that, Shiro only smiled at him. Though, Kirito already expects some trouble from his tone alone. Thankfully, the call connected once more. A familiar voice rang out from the other side. Kirito-kun. Asuna. He heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing her voice. His worries were almost gone, if not for what Shiro had said to him earlier. While they spoke to each other, he said, Asuna, be careful on some suspicious guys around you. Asuna paused for a while before asking, is there something wrong? Well. Shiro said something about a shady guy near you. A shady guy. At this time, another person is on the front door. Nobuyuki. Kaorichiro greeted him. I rushed here as soon as possible. Is Asuna alright? Yes, but you'll have to wait for a while. Why? Kaorichiro only smiled as he thought of Asuna's happy expression upon hearing the name of Kirito. That's why he left them alone to talk. She's talking to someone. Is that so? Meanwhile, Asuna heard this from the inside. A shady person. It should be Shugu. She said with a firm voice. Kirito could even feel her anger on the phone. Since there's only a few times when she got that angry, he took this seriously. In the end, they talked for 10 more minutes before ending the call. Right, here's your present. Shiro said while he took out a silver box encased with a black exoskeleton. It looked like a sci-fi object as a result. Present. With a single tap on top of it, a holographic screen appeared. A hologram. That's right, but what's more important is this. After some swiping and tapping, UI appeared on the screen. Papa. UI. Shiro passed this cube to his hand. He then continued explaining, this is a. You only have to know that it's made out of very special materials, allowing it to store hundreds of millions of data qubits. You can think of it like an artificial brain. Hearing this, he couldn't help but to pay attention to this small cube more. You can access its controls by activating the holographic panel. With that, you can bind UI to other devices while she mainly stays here. Though, you can also make her leave, but her processing power is gonna take a huge dip. To Kirito, who majored in computer engineering, he at least understand its basic functions. Thanks. No problem. Anyways, I gotta go. He paused for a bit before he added, yeah, you shouldn't show it to anyone else. I won't. Shiro then waved his hand as he headed for the exit. Just as he's about to open it, someone beat him to it. When the girl saw Kirito, who woke up, she exclaimed, Ani-chan. She didn't mind Shiro as she headed straight for Kirito. This is one of the effects that Shiro had discovered when he taught Eiji and Yuna. While his charm may mesmerize single people, those who has a romantic relationship would only admire his appearance and not get affected by it. Perhaps, his charm runs on a much complex rule. Though, he felt happy upon knowing this. It feels good to know that there's a group of people that wouldn't bother him much. Before closing the door, Shiro suddenly said, it's Shugu Nobuyuki. Kirito's eyes widened while he was being hugged by Sugiha, but he showed his appreciation with his eyes. As he left, his little sister couldn't help but wonder. Ani-chan, who is he? He's a friend that I made in the game. Is that so? While Kirito stared at her, a thought flashed by his mind. What would be her reaction if I introduce Asuna to her? Unknowingly, he dug a hole for himself. Fact number 45, in Terra, there's Originum arts that involves astrology. Astesia, an operator in RI, used to have this. Just like the normal fortune teller, she receives a reading that would predict someone's future. Add to that her record of always being correct, she was one of the best astrologers. However, it would also weaken the moment someone contracts oripathy. Astesia caught this, thus her astrology became weaker. It really made me wonder if Originum is some high-leveled energy source that interfered with foretelling. Like, Lord of the Mysteries had this, right? P.S. Lo TM has many outer gods out there, the ones that had their Sephiroth stolen by the creator, thus making me wonder about this. Chapter 89, Mission Rewards. I guess this is a way to abuse my luck. After that meeting, Shiro took some time to obtain the currency here. Since hacking might pose some unexpected troubles, he chose the easier way, buying from the chat group. Before, he was really stingy with his points as he doesn't have much, but things changed now. With more than a year and a half's worth of daily logins, he obtained nearly 53,000 points. Plus the 10,000 that he received, it totaled to 63,000. Though, he has to spend 3,000 points each for every light cube, thus he almost spent the ones that he gained from missions, or not. He looked at the notable prompt that he received back when he entered the real world. It only used a tenth of a normal world travel since it's technically from the same world. Verification finished. Hidden quest complete. Retain one or more after the mission duration. Reward/S, 5,000 soul points, 1 SR discount coupon, minus 50% off. Hidden quest complete. Retrieve one or more Fluctlights and bring them to the real world. Reward settlement. Total Fluctlight/S retrieved 3. Multiplier applies. Times 3 to the designated rewards. Plus 600,000 soul points. Plus 9 weapon enhancement cards. Plus 1 buff upgrader, S. I didn't expect to hit so many birds in one stone. He thought. Shiro then checked his current status. Definitely, it far surpasses his previous self a year ago. Shiro. Realm, 9th rank Circle Magician, plus, /9th rank Winged Knight, plus. Soul points, 1,020,000. Attributes. Physique, 128, plus 128. Dexterity, 132, plus 132. Wisdom, 140, plus 250. Unlock special attributes. Aura, 138, plus 138. Mana, 275, plus 458. Originum, 60. Charm, 100, max, plus 5. Luck, 89, plus 10. Control, 100, max. Willpower, 100, max. Acquired masteries. Arts Mastery, Expert 76%, Gun Mastery, Expert 99%, Apothecary, Expert 80%, Writing, Expert 99%, Cooking, Master 96%, Blade Mastery, Expert 99%, Tech Master, Master 2%, Bow Mastery, Expert 99%, Explosions Master, Master 35%, Mechanic, Expert 33%, Surgeon, Proficient 89%, Shield Mastery, Expert 99%, Negotiation Master, Expert 30%, Demonic Arts, Master 1%, Investment Master, Master 79%, Assassination, Master 50%, Trap Master, Expert 79%, Painting, Expert 50%. Hunting, Master 9%. Due to his a wealthy dragon and a foreigner's blessing, his base stats became like this. It'll be even more ridiculous after he wears the concealment mask. A wealthy dragon, s. Details, a dragon must be wealthy. Thus, the wealthier you are, the stronger you will be. The higher your wealth stack, the greater the enhancements would be. Wealth stack, 100%, max. Effect 1, increases overall parameters by 50%. Effect 2, grants the ability to see opportunities leading to wealth. Effect 3, grants the ability to summon the phantom of a jewel dragon for a minute. Effect 4, negates any curses below S rank permanently. Effect 5, once a day, a lucky encounter would occur randomly. Ironically, the main reason why his wealth stack maxed out is not caused by his current wealth, rather, it's the robes and the interchangeable weapon that he has. They are simply too precious that it maxed the buff immediately. Suddenly, Shiro searched every nook and cranny of this 4-star hotel that he chose to stay in. Unsurprisingly, he found a hidden compartment beneath the floor. With a single cut from his black sword, he found a safe inside it. Slash. When he cut it open, he found stacks of yen all over it. There's also a couple of USB and a single folder in it. It's this time of the day, hey. Unfazed, he started reading the contents of the folder. A confidential document about the recreation of Sao's death game aspect. Wow, I'm surprised. He thought sarcastically. He sat down on the bed once more, mending the damage that he made from the floor by reconnecting the cut part on it again. It's a simple thing to do, considering that all he has to do is to use a bit of earth magic. Shiro took out his phone once more, showing the figures of Stria and Cardinal. Shiro, that was magic, right? Magic in real life. I'm totally baffled to see that. Ever since he arrived here, it's inevitable that they'll learn of this. That's why he didn't care much and showed his abilities immediately. Since they can still connect to his phone while their floodlights are on the dimensional storage, they're free to watch all of his shenanigans. Can I use magic? The two asked on the same time. Thinking about it, one of the few ways to let them do so is for them to have bodies. Obviously, the mechanical bodies here won't work, thus he's left with the option of Einsberg's homunculi. Well, it's not exactly necessary for him to visit them as he has other options, such as visiting Igmalenia on some time. Though, he doesn't have much clue as to how to do that, considering the two will's repulsive behavior to him. We'll see in the future. Alright then. I'll watch you for now. Stria and Cardinal replied with understanding. They don't want to cause him much trouble since he'd gone all the way just to help them get out of Inkrad. If not for him, they would have been deleted. Alright. It's time to buy that now. He thought. Opening the store tab, he ignored the random spins for now as he aimed for an item that would bring him the best benefits. After some more swiping, he found it. There it is. Potion of Luck, SR. Description, a high-leveled potion that increases luck greatly. Cost, 50,000 points. Note, only works for people below 90 base luck. Ever since he found out his luck increased to 99, he thought of finding a way to level it up to 100. Since his base luck is at 89, this would totally work, or so he thinks. Clicking buy, he found out his points being drastically reduced. Though, the discount coupon worked as it only costed him 25,000 points instead of its original cost. A moment later, he found himself holding a potion filled with shining golden fluid full of mysteries. Sometimes, it formed a rainbow, which showed its auspiciousness. Without hesitation, he uncorked it as he drank everything in one go. Instantly, he felt something different. Your luck has been increased by 1. Your luck has maxed out. However, a notice woke him up from reverie. Detected that the host has reached the max level through unorthodox means. Intervention is bound to happen. Forced correction ongoing in 10. 9. Shit. I need to pull quickly. Shiro swiftly took out his 2 random reward tickets and tore it in the middle. Then, he clicked the random spin option and rolled using 1000 points every time. 3, 2, 1. Correction established. Current luck, 199. The moment this prompt popped up, he sensed that he lost something. FCK, I didn't expect that. This is a scam. Shiro complained loudly. Though, it has to be taken into consideration that 99 luck and 100 luck are two different levels. While their only difference is 1, their effects vastly differ. An example of it is the max-leveled luck granting someone with unbelievable fortune. He or she wouldn't die no matter what, plus they'll encounter crazy things that would only bring them many benefits. One such thing is them encountering a dying god and usurping everything that he has. Simply put, everything would turn favorably for them. That's why he thought of abusing his luck to win some URS in the random spins, but things didn't go to his plan. Perhaps, something would correct this loophole that he found, urging his system to move by itself. In the end, he managed to do more than 120 pulls, and that's with him using the special 10 pulls that he has. What they? He could only get shocked with the results that he got. A/N, hope y'all like this Cliff XD. Fact number 46, one of the strongest people in Terra is the Witch King. In a nutshell, he mastered arts extensively to the point that he's hailed as the strongest caster up to date. Even the mere fragment of his power is enough to destroy an entire city, courtesy to lingering echoes. Sadly, we didn't see him and the former Sarkaz King, the man who conquered half of Terra before dying, duke it out due to him dying under the twin empresses of Lythanine. However, it is questionable if he's truly dead, as it was mentioned in lingering echoes that his fragments contain a part of his will. Who knows, maybe he'll pull out a Xiangxia body possession the moment someone contacts his largest fragment, which is all from his experiments. Chapter 90, Overpowered Max Luck. Ah ha ha ha. Ah ha 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 ha. Shiro laughed hysterically as he laid down the bed. Heck, he couldn't stop laughing after seeing what he got from the decisive 10 seconds of his life. He's gone mad. No, Cardinal. It's just. Ah ha 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 ha. There he goes again. After all, how could he calm down upon seeing 4 URS? That's right, he got 4 URS in under 130 pulls. He only got a single UR from his special 10 pulls, while the remaining 3 was acquired from the remaining 110 pulls. He knows that there might not be 1 UR in 200 pulls since there's no pity system here, but he got 3 in one sitting. Let's see. Shiro murmured as he scrolled through the backlog. There he found each of the URS that he got, namely, Aurora Curtain, UR, Tail Gear, Red Courage, UR, Six Eyes, UR, and Eternal Arms Mastery, X, UR. Out of them all, he got the Eternal Arts Mastery, X from the special lucky draw. This can be useful for retrieving my past experiences. Since the info that he saw here matched the one from the anime, he's somewhat confident to retrieve his battle experiences in the past. Eternal Arms Mastery, X. Details, prevents the degradation of one's martial skills even when under a special mental infliction. The more dire the battle is, the greater the effect of this ability. Synergies can also be created using this as the basis. A very short description compared to the ones that he's used to, but he knew just how much help it would bring him. Since his amnesia can be considered as a mental infliction, it's possible for him to retrieve his previous combat experiences thanks to it. If his body really remembers those experiences, then it's easy for him to integrate it permanently to his current skill set. After all, only his basics can be said to have reached perfection. There's many other techniques out there, or so he thought. Synergies? What does it mean? He murmured as he moved his attention to the interesting ability that he got, Aurora Curtain. Aurora Curtain. Details, manifests a bridge between 2 separate parallel worlds, allowing other-world travel. It can also open a door to other places and dimensions of the said world, such as its mirror world. Only, it requires the user to have visited the world once, or else the bridge manifested would lead to a random world. At a higher level, it can be used to travel through time. Note 1, consumes the amount of mana equivalent to the distance. Note 2, the same rule in other-world travel applies when traveling inside a world. Unlike Eternal Arms Mastery, X, this ability of his serves as an auxiliary instead. Though, it sure is helpful when it comes to visiting the members' worlds. Nice. I won't spend 2,000 points after visiting it once. Shiro then called out the third thing on his sights, Six Eyes. Six Eyes. Details, the all-seeing eyes given by the world itself. In its original world, its intricate connection to fate made it so that there's one possessor of it at a time. This ability gives a vast perception as well as a huge boost in brain processing power. If its user becomes stronger, these base abilities would become stronger too. In its stronger form, it can see through laws and concepts easily. Note, using its full power continuously would cause physical and mental fatigue to the user, thus a limiter is recommended. Upon seeing its description on the panel, he could only laugh. While its drawbacks might be a concern, the advantages it would give him is tremendous. With it alone, his combat power would increase once more. I'll take care of this later. As for the last tail gear, red courage. Details, the artifact of the strongest warrior in a universe. It that grants power the more their Elamura attribute matches it. Since its Elamura attribute is twin tails, the user would become stronger the more fascination he has towards it. There's also the second way, which is the user being perfectly compatible with the twin tail attribute. As an artifact with limitless potential, it has the following forms. Normal chain, 100 tons / current power 10, if the strength exceeds 100 tons, blazer blade. Riser chain, on top of normal chain, current strength 10, twin blades form. Faller chain, on top of normal chain, current speed 10, short dagger form. Fall razor chain, the effects of both riser chain and faller chain, unlocking of all blade divider. Ultimate chain, depending on the strength of the enemy, the base enhancement of current power 10 will be increased. The tail caliber will be unlocked at this state by the fusion of all previous weapons. Aura pillar can be used freely in this state. Note 1, to transform, say the keyword twin tail on. Out loud. Note 2, each chain forms other than the normal chain has a time limit. It depends on the user's current power. Note 3, the use of all blade divider can result in a terrifying backlash, use it carefully. Note 4, there will be certain side effects upon usage. Additional side effects might be encountered after using the ultimate chain. Note 5, the tail gear will be soul bound to the first owner. After it's bound, it gains the indestructible attribute. Since this is the reward that has the longest rewards, it greatly interested him. To top it off, this tail gear, red courage seemed to be something from Takusatsu, something that Kuroniko and Shino mentioned before. Might as well claim it now. With a thought, he accepted this reward, making it manifest to the real world. It instantly showed up in his right wrist, surprising him and the other two together with him. Eh? What's that? Stria asked with a curious expression. Seeing this, Cardinal was bewildered and said, is that another magic of yours? Yup. Shiro's attention is on what he feels right now. Just after he bound himself with this item, something clicked on his soul, as if a connection was formed between them. Knowledge about it appeared in his mind, making him the greatest expert in using this. This time, the chat group panel showed up. Tail gear, red bound successfully. Twin tail Elamura, 100%. All of its effects had been retained. The tail gear adapts to the current user. Mutations have occurred. Tail gear, red courage changes into tail gear, blazing courage. More information flew inside his head after it was made. While it was the same tail gear as before, there's some changes due to his nature. He looked intently to the bracelet-like item in his wrist. Unlike any accessories, they are wider than a normal bracelet, it looks like a children's wear. Gone is the previous red color that it has as it got replaced by black and white colors. They are separated in a symmetrical manner, with half of it being white and half being black. The previous pink orb in its center is also replaced by an orange one. Might as well test it out. Shiro stood up from the bed before wondering, will my attire be damaged? Never mind, I'll just take care of it if it does. Right now, he's wearing a casual attire made up of white t-shirt and plain black pajama. Of course, he tilted the camera of his phone so that they could see it as well. He knew they would ask for it and since there's not much harm to it, he let them do so. Shiro took a deep breath before shouting, twin tail, on. A bright white light engulfed him for a split second. Once his new appearance is revealed, the two became dumbfounded. A/N, Aurora Curtain comes from Kamen Rider Decade, Six Eyes comes from Jujutsu Kaisen, and Tail Gear comes from Or no Twin Tail ni Narimasu. Though, Twin Tail doesn't have a complete light novel translation, which made it hard for me to do a detailed description of it. Still, I managed to do so up to the ultimate chain, think of it as a KR's final attacks, so there's not much of a problem. P.S. I really enjoyed watching that anime since it's one of the few that integrated Takusatsu into anime. Fudopai, sequel of Kamen Rider W, is the one of the current anime that's like that. Fact number 46, between each land masses in Terra, there are no seas/oceans. They can only be considered as huge lakes at best. Event the so-called coastal cities of Siesta are only lakes at best as they're only wide and not boundless, they do connect to the sea, however, courtesy to Heart of Surging Flames. Only Iberia's ocean is the true ocean. Other than that, there's also the lands beyond the border, which is the unexplored lands in Terra. The Sami and Ursus borders the north, the winterlands, while Sargon, deserts and rainforests, borders the south. This made me wonder if something bad happened to Terra that resulted in a decrease of bodies of water. Chapter 91, this is the side effect. A/N, the promised decade Omega is here. You can find it at the end of this chapter. It increased all of my stats to at least 2000? My mana is in the 7,000 mark. Feeling this insane enhancement that brought him to new heights, he could only sigh. Gaining new power slowly might be possible with his power system, but the increases that the chat group brings is undeniable. Though, he never let his realm slow down as he completed quests for soul points. The problem of having more soul point requirement to rank up is the only problem that he faced. Just by breaking through the Grand Knight/Magician, he needed millions of soul points. If not for the chat group, progression would be slower for others, too. Some of the things that it brought is the mana pool upgrades and mana circuit enhancements. With more mana, they can naturally push the core of his mage/knight system, which is the soul/body, to higher realms. Of course, they didn't do so since it would only increase their life level. The improvements that they would make will be gone if they do so. Also, it's not like it'll increase their power level much in their worlds. Moreover, their recent increase in power wouldn't hinder their cultivation, thus this benefit remained. Heck, even a mortal can rival a god with a proper matchup. Even the strongest servant in Shinji's world got killed after being caught off guard. These clothing is strange, ALRI. He suddenly paused as if he heard something isn't right. No, even my height became shorter. Click. Something went to his mind before he realized something. To verify his deductions, he sent out his mental power to sense his appearance. It's the same as seeing with his eyes. What he saw is a petite figure that would be mistaken as a child, being 130 centimeters tall made it even more evident. The young girl's tangerine-colored irises and her dark orange pupils widened, as if she got shocked by something. Her hair splits down to her knees, forming a long twin tail. Strange enough, her hair is a mix of white and black. The former took the majority of it, with the dark black color appearing up to the ends of the twin tails. She wore a black and white skin suit and tights, some pieces of futuristic armor, a pair of arm bracers and greaves, were worn by her. Then again, they're in the same color as her hair. She also wore a set of accessories, a pair of metallic ribbons that split her hair into twin tails and a black necklace with a golden jewel embedded into it. Paired with her ultimate cuteness that worked as her charm, everyone who saw her would only have holy thoughts and protect her. Even her enemies might become her allies due to it. If it's the normal time, Shiro would have wondered more about this young girl, but there's a huge problem that he's facing right now. That young girl, is him. What? They. FCK. Shiro instinctively said upon seeing his, or rather her new appearance, but it only came off as a cute 10-year-old girl swearing. This is the side effects. I effing knew it. Never had he ever thought that this insane enhancements wouldn't have any severe side effects. Only, he got shocked too much by it. Now, his neutral appearance naturally tilted to the feminine side. Though, it might not cause him much trouble since Shiro only looked like a cute child. Why didn't the chat group mention about this side effect? Shiro complained as he recalled the information in his mind. Cancelling the transformation quickly, he found out that he's back to normal. He is still in shock, however, as a cold chill went down his spine upon seeing the bracelet in his wrist. This is dangerous. He thought. Did Shiro just turn into a girl? But it's not possible. Stria absent-mindedly muttered as she remembered what just happened now. Even Cardinal, the most straight-faced one here, got surprised. You must have forgotten about magic. What the norm thinks impossible can be done by it. Cardinal spoke, snapping Shiro back to reality. While Shiro sat down in the bed once more, he swore that he'll never use it again unless he's in a pinch. Now, only someone like Goisha or him encountering a god all of a sudden can make him take that form once more. He's stupid if he doesn't use this power even if he has no other choices. Granted, he has the time cards, but he only has 3 of them. If he somehow powers up to an omnipotent god while fighting against a weaker god, he'll only waste that precious chance of his. Ahem, can we keep everything that happened here a secret? Shiro asked. All right, you can count on me. Sure. Hearing their responses, Shiro became rest assured and integrated with the rest of URS before he slept through the whole night. MN. The moment his consciousness woke up, a clear view of what's happening in more than 10 kilometers popped up in his mind. Even with his eyes closed, he couldn't prevent it. I thought my control stat is enough. With his max level control stat, he thought that he can control this 6 eyes perfectly, but he only managed to weaken its effects at most. In its uncontrolled state, it allowed Shiro to see the 360-degree view of more than 400 kilometers away. It came with the cost of exhausting his mind. Shiro's organs are strong enough as a peak or a knight, but the mental exhaustion can catch up to him, something that can prove disadvantageous in a sudden battle. Thankfully, he got a special sunglasses, SR, and blindfold, SSR, to deal with it. Simply put, it restricted his 6 eyes further and made it so that he can have a normal vision, saving him from mental exhaustion. As for his perception that got messed up after he integrated with it, he managed to control it using his max level control stat. If he wasn't able to do that, he'll only think that his control stat is just for a show. Maybe, he'll see each person as a bunch of cells combined if he didn't do so. When he opened his eyes, it revealed the boundless stars within it. Somehow, it's the same with his Fenrir form, yet different. If that showed the vastness of the celestial bodies, this showed the all-seeing eyes that can see through the essence of everything. Yawn. There's an intruder, all right. With his vision, he immediately saw a businesswoman lockpicking his way through this room. Clearly, he came for the safe that Shiro saw yesterday. Well, I'll just kill her once she enters. Unsurprisingly, she managed to open the high-tech door by attaching a device on the lock pad. It guessed the passcode in a very fast way, thus it didn't take her 3 minutes to open it. The intruder silently entered the room before she closed the door. She carried a gun hidden on her waist, and only now did she use it. She then looked at the man lying in the bed, staring straight at her. Bye. With his originum arts, it only took a moment before she turned into ashes. She didn't even have any time to react before she died. Studying science paid off. Since his art's affinity consisted of hydrogen, oxygen, and carbon, he read some technical books containing knowledge in advanced biology. With it, he managed to create an art called disintegration. Shiro first manipulated the hydrogen bonds present in her body, stopping her cells from renewing. Then, he made the hydrogen, oxygen, and carbon atoms in her DNA strands disappear. This has the similar effect to molecular disintegration, but done easier. It all happened suddenly, thus her body couldn't adapt to the change and simply died. Though, she'll have a mutation even if she managed to live. Something that she definitely wouldn't want to have. Of course, this can be countered by other people with stronger body than him, such as the demigods who integrated concepts within their body. In the end, it's something that can only be used on those weaker than him. It's definitely convenient. I don't even have to clean it. Opening the smartphone besides his pillow, he saw Stria sleeping on the screen. She wore a set of pajama with a cartoonish rabbit pattern all over it. Thankfully, he predicted everything happening just before he slept. That's why he asked Cardinal to overlay the surveillance cameras in this hotel with the one from a few minutes ago. This made it so that the feed was delayed, allowing her to delete some part of it if the need arises. Thanks, Cardinal. No problem. She used the messaging app to reply, which then showed up in the notifications. This didn't disturb Stria's sleep as a result. Seeing her being considerate, Shiro could only smile. She's a far cry from what she's like a year ago. It might be due to her gaining society's common sense and their knowledge, something that she couldn't do before as Sao's operating system. Omake, Destroyer of Worlds, Decade. A/N, this is non-canon, a what if of Shiro acquiring Decadriver in this draw. That which heals all wounds and grudges. Our glorious homeland, manifest yourself. In contrast to the lights produced by the deployment of Third Noble Phantasm, Ars Al-Madal Salomonis, a bright white light flashed from the ground. Lord Camelot. A massive blue shield manifested from the pseudo-servant's noble phantasm. White castle walls emerged from the ground, giving a sense of protection and security. BZZZT. It didn't take long before millions of A-rank lasers came in contact with it. The castle walls disintegrated upon contact, but the blue shield remained in its place, as if it wanted to protect something, nay, someone. The entire space shook along with the light that would incarcerate humanity. The shaking even reached Chaldea, their headquarters that isn't in the same dimension as Ars Paulina. Hopelessness struck Ritsuka at the sight of his Kaurhei protecting himself. He hated himself for not being able to do anything, for not being able to fight at her side at this moment. Mash. I'm glad. This should open up an opportunity for you, Master. Thank you for everything. I wanted to pay you back for everything you gave me. Memories of them clearing up one singularities after another flashed in Mash's mind. That's why I was able to put my own weakness aside and push ahead, senpai. During the beginning of their journey, she is someone with no purposes, a doll. And now, finally, I really feel like my life has value. Against the attack gathered from humanity's remains, for 3,000 years no less, she stood firmly even if it pushed her back, bit by bit. But I do regret one thing. I was always the one who was protected. She said. Mash. Tears began welling up in Ritsuka's eyes. In this final singularity, he felt powerless. Even when he faced against Altera and Septum and other godlike entities, he didn't feel as pathetic as this. So at least once. I wanted to be useful to you, senpai. Mash. Just as everything is heading to its predestined ending, a bright aurora wall appeared before sweeping them both. In that instant, they were yoinked back to Chaldea's headquarters. The moment they opened their eyes, they were dumbfounded. How? What? When? Under Roman's watchful gaze on the screen, Ars Al-Madal Salomonis stopped. What remained is the scorched ground of the temple, with flames crackling here and there. Strange. Goisha murmured as it didn't see anything nor anyone present. His clairvoyance X informed him of the future already, yet what he saw is a different scene instead. Snap! The sound of a camera taking pictures rang out in this place. Tisk tisk. How come this ability came with having blurry pictures? It glanced at what was supposed to be an empty space. There, the man who has a magenta camera sat on his machine decatur. His appearance is eerily similar to those androgynous gods, except that he takes every single attention with his charm. His eyes seem to have something special in it, as if he can see through everything. The man's black overcoat fluttered before he got off his ride. With his red long sleeves, it suited him well. Who are you? The raspy voice rang out in all directions, yet the man, Shiro, is unfazed by it. He took out a rider card from the ride booker while he pulled aside of his Neo-Deca driver. Cayman ride. Just a passing by Cayman rider. Inserting the card on it and pushing aside of his driver, his transformation sequence began. An armor without any colors manifested in his before 7 cards attached on his face. Colors soon engulfed his whole being, revealing the pin no, magenta colors. Decade. But you don't have to remember that. Shiro added. The Destroyer of Worlds, Decade, enters the stage. A/N, Ritsuka's future job enters the stage, albeit on an omake. Jokes aside, here's the fact of the day, and it's something about Decade this time. It's not like I can't think of any R-Knight's fun fact today, really. Fact number 47, while Decade lost against Omazio, the last boss of Cayman Riders, basically, even when the former used his lame-ass complete 21 form, you know, the one with cards on the cape that gave him every powers of existing Heisei riders, Decade is just as strong as him. The only reason why Decade got wrecked so bad that he couldn't scratch Omazio with his final attack is because of 3 reasons. 1. He lost more than 50% of his power at that time. 2. He got severely injured in his last fight prior to the movie where they fought. 3. The said injury worsened when he fought Omazio, to the point that he's about to die by himself when they fought. Chapter 92, Altered Fate. Stretching his body full of newfound power, Shiro then prepared to leave. Last night, he obtained dozens of abilities, ranging from SSR to SR. As for the rare, he planned to store it for now. There's also the items, but he left it to his dimensional storage. It's time to visit her before going back. After 30 minutes, he's done taking a bath and other sorts of preparation. Click. Buzz. Wearing a set of clothing from the random spins, CCG uniform, SR, and his special sunglasses, SR, he left the hotel room. Sitting under the shade of a tree, Yuaki Kano has a smile on her face as she thought of the places that she visited today. That's how a sea looks like. Ever since she was confined to a sterile room due to HIV/AIDS, she couldn't visit the outside world. She could only blame the blood infusion that happened years ago. Her family got into an accident at that time, and they're experiencing severe blood loss. That's when the misfortune happened, someone happened to donate blood containing HIV/AIDS, thus her entire family got infected in the end. Just last year, her parents died due to it. While the fear of her and her sister's death started to appear, she decided to enjoy what's left in her time by visiting various places in a Vermo game exclusive to those whom are hospitalized. Combat is not present there, albeit what it presented are the breathtaking views, either based on the real world or completely fantasy-like. Thanks to it, both of them managed to have fun during their limited days left. Whoosh! The wind rustled, which made her notice of a man present not far from her. The ends of his white trench coat fluttered as he walked towards this tree. His round sunglasses might come off as out of place, but it wouldn't stand off much considering his appearance. What made her notice him is his appearance. It is completely unlike any other that she'd seen. Even the most handsome actors pales in comparison to him. It's as if he is made with perfection in mind. Phew! Even the heat here is realistic. The man muttered under his breath before greeting her. Hello there, Ju-chan. Hi, mister. She replied. The man seemingly thought of something before looking at her. Unlike her pale skin in real life, a healthy glow emanated from it, making her no different than normal teenagers. You're also confined for a long time. That's right. Oh, you're just like me. I'm a SAO player. Hearing this, Yuaki got interested. I saw the news from yesterday. Apparently, the game was already cleared. She said while being curious about the life of a SAO player. She then asked, Mister, can you tell me, how did you live inside the game? I can. He paused for a while as he placed his back on the tree before continuing, do you want to hear the bright one or the dark one? Both. The man was quite surprised by her choice. After all, why would a 13-year-old girl prefer to hear the cold facts instead of a fantasy-like story? Honestly, I would have told you an embellished story about us defeating a tyrant in a desperate battle, but I guess I don't need to. The man laughed lightly as he spoke. Shiro began narrating what he saw inside the game. How those psychopaths ganged up on solo players and stole their stuff, while some parts of it are the boss fights in the labyrinth. Due to his max-level charm and good storytelling, Yuaki could clearly feel the atmosphere inside those stories. There, she felt the evil side of the world as well as the desperation that each player possesses, as if they're ready to die every boss battle. Though, he also told some stories of his quest escapades. While the others are elimination-type and errand-type quests, there's also treasure hunting on it. One time, he encountered the 30th floor boss during a search-type quest, which ended up with Shiro soloing it after some difficulty. Though, he told this story from an outsider's perspective. That's amazing. Do you personally know that person? She asked. I do. Shiro only replied with a smile. Those stories, they're exciting. I wonder if I can experience those myself one last time. Hearing this, Shiro could only recall the certain arc in Sword Art Online, Mother's Rosario. It was during that time did Yuaki decided to play Aloe with her friends from. She ended up having the potential to be the strongest player as a result. Even Kirito admitted that she'll receive instead of him if she's present there. It could only mean that her natural reaction speed is higher than Kirito. However, what made Shiro interested in this girl is her optimism. In the novel, she's depicted to be unafraid of death, only doing her best to enjoy life to its fullest. In the end, she did die with a smile on her face. Suddenly, he asked, what would you do if you're cured of your disease? Let's see. I would like to go visit a Natsumatsuri. A/N, Natsumatsuri is the summer festivals in Japan. You know, the one with the fireworks and yukata. I see. You must have seen it in anime, no? Yuaki replied, haha, that's right. It's the arc when they either confess or get interrupted by something. This conversation of theirs lasted for another 20 minutes when Shiro bid his farewell. Looks like it's time to leave. Farewell, Ju-chan. Bye-bye, Shiro. The next moment, an invisible aurora curtain appeared in front of him. Once he stepped in, he suddenly found himself back on secluded place in the streets. This is surely convenient. He murmured as he asked, Cardinal, the cameras over there are frozen, right? That's for sure. Shiro then looked at the hospital in the distance as if he can see through it. Thanks. For my last part. Shiro opened another aurora curtain leading to a certain place. Once he entered, he now found himself on a sterilized white room. In it is Yuaki Kano's true body. There's a huge machine in which she slept. It is the Medicuboid, a Vermo device specially used for medical purposes. Her skin is pale while she's also thinner than her virtual counterpart. I really have to thank Terra. Shiro took out a green vial with an injection with it. This medicine, HIV/AIDS cure, you see, is something that he got from the shop. It originated in Terra, thanks to their advanced technology, they developed all kinds of cure there, ranging from cancer to HIV/AIDS. This is the result of them focusing too much on the medical field in hopes of finding a cure for oropathy. Simply put, these are the side rewards. With his surgeon mastery, he immediately found the veins on her right hand before he injected it. Looking at her once more, he could see that her vitals on the screen is still normal, but there's a huge change inside her. The disease that plagued her immune system is gone. Alright, the next step. Shiro calculated a runic circle in his mind. Thanks to the huge boost in his wisdom stat that he received from Six Eyes, he managed to do it near instant. Unlike his previous casting speed that was half of a second, there's a huge gap between them. Green light started forming in his fingertip before passing it on her unconscious body. Since it would create more suspicions, he made it so that it would only gradually affect her body. Self-defense abilities for the last part. With a thought, he took out boxing mastery, you see, something that he got from his crazy draws. He tapped the crystal on her head, passing on the memories of it to her. After that, it simply crumbled into thin white particles. After passing a set of meditation technique and runic spells, Shiro also cured her sister before he left. Just as he was about to press return, he murmured, how would she bear the weight of her altered fate? This is bound to be interesting. After a flash of white light, everything returned to how it was before. Only, there's another set of challenges that Yuaki would face after she wakes up. A/N, here marks the end of Sao arc. To be honest, I actually faced some dilemma while writing it, especially the part where I seemingly overextended the anomalous dungeon part. This happened since all I plan are the endpoints, the planned developments before each arc ends. Though, this turned out to be fun nonetheless. Aside from those, I am thinking about opening a PN. The reason why I thought so is because of my habit to save up advanced chapters for the days when I couldn't write. But, I've already saved up more than 10 chapters by now, so I think I might really open one. I really love writing this fic lol. As for the things that you could expect from me if I do so, there's only 2. 1 daily updates. 2 each chapters being between 1.1k 1.3k words each. If there's a side story or an omake, it might reach 2K end words. Well, that's it, here's the fact of the day. Fact number 48, our nights can be very dark sometimes. One such example is the Child of Ursus event. In a nutshell, a terrorist organization took over a city, which included schools. These students are trapped inside one while their connection from the outside is cut off, but they have their food supplies that can last them for months, until they do not. During a fight on the allocation, someone stupidly placed a effing candle right beside the said supplies, so everything became ashes in a matter of minutes. Now, guess what did this certain group of operators eat? What do you think is viable as food in this scenario? If you guessed the students themselves, then you're damn right. A group of high school students, eating the corpses of their fellow students just to live, is not a pleasant thought. Heck, there's even a quote whereas it mentions how they can chop through the bones with 4 hits. Chapter 93, Devouring the Seals. I'm back. With a single blink, Shiro found himself back in Terra. He didn't even feel any side effects, making him wonder about the chat group for a while. Removing his special sunglasses, he wore the blindfold in his eyes. Upon doing so, he found out that the ceiling of his 6 eyes became lower. It is due to it blocking the information that his eyes receive all the time. Blindfold. Details, restricts the ability 6 eyes perfectly. While wearing it, the limit of 6 eyes becomes reduced, it prevented the huge amount of information entering the mind. If a normal person wears it, they'll only find infinite darkness. As such, 0 and Ly the wielders of 6 eyes are recommended to do so. I can finally control it with my control stat. Thanks to it, he managed to adjust his vision to be detailed only. He didn't see any microorganism in the ground nor he saw the souls of each person. At most, it allowed him to see from afar and have an insanely clear vision. His sight's radius got reduced to 10 kilometers, but this is fine for him. If he detects an attack coming at him, he can dodge it easily thanks to his huge wisdom stat boost. Without the excess information that gets stuffed inside his mind, his calculation ability became free. Click. Opening the doorknob, he is surprised to see that Surdra is still here. She sat straight in the chair, as if she's a king's guard. The time ratio between Terra and the Sao world is 0.41, right? He thought. He spent around 16 hours there, thus around 6 hours had passed here. That's why he thought that she'll wander around the tomb once more, but he guessed it wrong. MN? What's wrong with your eyes? She asked after seeing the thin black cloth covering his eyes. I awakened something troublesome. I now need to wear this to control it. Alright. Suddenly, Shiro saw something in her for the first time. He unfolded the right side of his blindfold upwards before using his 6 eyes at her, to be more specific, her soul. Unlike the souls of ordinary beings, hers is on a different level. It's as if he looked on a goddess herself. A strong power is slumbering deep inside her. Moreover, he assumed that it couldn't awaken due to the outer god's interference. After all, he is quite familiar with one of its factors, indestructibility. Simply put, she wouldn't die even if she'd already met the prerequisites of dying. Instead, it'll even grant her immense power. Though, she'll definitely collapse after its usage. Then, he looked at the direction of the tomb a few kilometers away from here. To his surprise, it also held the power same as hers along with the outer god's aura. I see, this is how things played out. He muttered before covering his eyes with the blindfold once more. Long story short, the outer god wanted to fuse with that power to make its incarnation stronger before usurping the other power on that tomb. While Surtur was mesmerized with his eyes this time, he asked, "Wanna go to the tomb? Unseal the thing inside it." Hearing this, she snapped out from her daze before thinking briefly. Are you sure? I mean, why not? Right now, Surtur only felt troubled. Ever since she wandered this world years ago, she didn't receive any act of goodwill, not even once. Her being a Sarkaz is the only one to be blamed by it. People only saw them as dirty mercs, thus the common populace doesn't treat them well. As for Surtur's case, many got scared by her strength. Ironically, they became scared instead of admiring her. Every time she reveals it, they wouldn't want to associate themselves with her. Although, some actually did, but only for her strength. Shiro saw this and further clarified. Don't worry, I also have something to gain from it. That part is only useful to you, but useless to me. He paused for a while before continuing, you can rest assured. After saying this, he went to the kitchen to whip up something for his breakfast here. He ate breakfast and lunch back in Shino's world, yet he chose to cook once more due to him wanting to taste his own cooking. Surprisingly, he whipped up a normal ham and egg sandwich filled with lettuces, tomatoes, and onions. Ham and egg sandwich. Description: a breakfast made by a godly chef, the only chef who has entered the realm of unthinkable. Effects: plus 20% stamina recovery, plus 20% strength. Lasts for 45 minutes. A notification window popped up on his system also suddenly. Due to his completed skill from Incrad, he managed to bring it back at its strongest state. Back then, it actually served as a great support skill since it gave various buffs, ranging from basic attribute increase to a luck increase, albeit they're temporary most of the time. However, he managed to cook something with a permanent attribute increase after using a bunch of rare materials, leading him to develop the hobby of cooking. After slicing each of them in half, he placed them in a plastic container before going back to the living room. Do you know where's Kaltsit? She went out an hour ago. Shiro nodded. Knowing that she got something useful for analyzing Originum's essence, he isn't surprised by it. So, are we heading over there? All right. Hearing this, Shiro opened an aurora curtain that connected straight to the tomb. He did this easily since he'd been there once, thus his presence and the coordinates there made him teleport to that exact location. Surtur saw this, but she didn't mind and stepped in, too. A moment later, they found themselves standing inside the tomb where they fought. The hole that she pierced through is already covered, though only on the surface. The rest of the holes are still there. This really went untouched. Shiro muttered as he saw the floating coffin with the golden chains. It remained untouched even after half a day. I'll have to transform first. He thought as he urged his Fenrir bloodline, making a pair of canine's ears and single bushy tail appear behind him. Darkness began spreading from his shadows. After some time, it fully covered the golden chains that served as the seals. Even after seeing all this, Surtur kept her stoic look, only Shiro's charms could surprise her now. Mn. A wave of satisfaction went down his whole being as he slowly devoured the golden chains. Just as he thought, these are not normal golden chains. Rather, it's similar to the divine constructs in Roman's world. When he devoured every single chain in this room, a message entered his sight. Disregarding it for a while, he focused on the golden coffin who shook intensely. Fact number 49, did you know that many R-Knights operators has horns? Out of 220 operators in game, around 50 plus of them has horns. That makes it more than 24%. If we include the sprites, NPCs, then the percentage would only grow bigger. With this, we can safely conclude that R-Knights is a horny game. P.S. Definitely not the hyper something that the guy from Twitter said, LMAO. Chapter 94, Fraction of True Power. Bam. Bam. Right now, something is struggling to get out of the coffin. Strange enough, this is similar to the cliché development whereas they release something that they shouldn't, and all hell breaks loose. Though, it'll be another matter whether it escapes with Shiro being here. Thud. Bam. The coffin's cover fell down as it slowly floated down to the ground. When they looked inside, all they saw is an arm made out of flames. It only has the size of a normal human's arm, but the power that it contained is terrifying. Half of it is transparent while the other half is still on its compressed flame form. It's been already purified by half? Who could have done this? Shiro was about to wonder when he looked at Surtur. Recalling her race, things wouldn't be strange anymore. Kaltsit once told him that they literally fought against the entire world and managed to conquer half before being stopped. The main reason why they succeeded in this regard is due to their power. Just the Sarkaz royalties in the past has enough power comparable to a Farenmut, the walking gods on Terra. Their strength is formidable as they could destroy an entire city with a fraction of their power. There's also some who are weaker than that, but they live up to the name of immortal. One such examples are the Farenmuts behind the Ursus Empire, one of the strongest powerhouses up to date. Even if they die, they transfer their soul to the ones that killed them. Then, they wait until the psyche of the main soul becomes weaker before taking over their body. The sheer difference between a mortal and a god is enough for them to reign in this planet. Though, it is also because of numerous such beings existing did they get restrained, forming an equilibrium. As for the wars and politics that Terra has, they're simply the surface problem compared to the Farenmuts and outer gods. Swoosh. The arm instinctively went towards Surtur in an attempt to possess her, but Shiro prevented it using Quagmire. Crackle. The arm tried to move closer, only to get hindered as its time became slower by tenfold. It's also enough for Shiro to do his job. Eternal Sovereign's Throne. His reality marble activated, overriding the current reality and teleport them inside a throne room. This time, Shiro didn't choose to sit in the throne as he felt the immediate boost in his devouring power here. Tenfold. This should be enough. He thought as the spread out darkness converged to a single place, the arm. Specifically, the half of the arm that has the outer god's will. Use your sword. Shiro spoke to her. Mn. While confused, Surtur did as she was told. The moment her blade touched the purified energy by the Sarkaz, something inside her was awakened. Flames set ablaze as it crackled around her. A vague silhouette started forming behind her as it solidified. A headless stone demon is apt to describe it. The silhouette possessed the signature horns of the Sarkaz while it has a floating circular shackle in the place of its head. Lava erupted as it appeared, making Surtur similar to the one in the myths. More importantly, new memories popped up inside her head, giving her the description of this power. The most significant of them is twilight. It's simply the reenactment of the myths in the parallel world. During that time, every single ounce of power inside her would erupt, burning everything to ashes. Be it gods or mortals, none could escape the primordial fire of Muspelheim as it set the entire 9 realms ablaze. Meanwhile, Shiro also got his fair share of power up as he looked at the prompts that he received. Devouring complete. Gain the permanent buff Heaven's Restraint, SS. Devouring complete. The permanent buff Foreigner's Buff, S, gains a new effect. Scheming through it, he found out that he got a rip-off Chains of Heaven. That guy, his power should be UR. Shiro muttered as he realized that Enkidu should have suffered the same fate as him. Though, he is genderless while Shiro is a man. Heaven's Restraint, SS. Details, the power of numerous gods forged to create a set of shackles that would bind an outer god. Although its true function couldn't come true, it's still used in sealing the cut right arm of the outer god. It has great effect when it comes to divinities and outer gods. Effect 1, while shackled, a divine being and outer god is weakened by 50% and 70%, respectively. Effect 2, while shackled, a divine being slowly becomes vulnerable to the concept of death, thus losing their immortality. Effect 3, while shackled, a divine being slowly loses their divinity. The speed is equivalent to the power inputted in the chain. Note, once the target breaks the shackles, it will take an entire week before it can be summoned forth again, the effects won't take place if it happens. Unlike Enkidu's noble phantasm, this is several levels weaker. After all, it doesn't grow stronger while binding stronger divinity and it's not supported by the world itself. Still, it'll be useful against weak immortals that only has schemes and their immortality to back them up. The new effect. Are you kidding me? Seeing the new effect added to his a foreigner's buff, he became dumbfounded. Effect 7, grants invulnerability towards death and its concept for a single moment. Cooldown, 3 years. Shiro knew that entities outside Earth has this ability, Aristoteles, and envied them. Even if it has a long cooldown, it doesn't matter. While the flames around Surtur died down, Shiro deactivated his marble. He also went back to his normal appearance. Did you have breakfast? He asked. No. It's perfect, then. Taking out the container, Shiro opened it and took one of the sliced sandwiches out. Surtur didn't mind it and took it, knowing how good his cooking is. He took out a picnic mat and placed it down before sitting. Just like that, they had breakfast in the ancient tomb that once held a terrifying fragment of an outer god. Once they're done, Shiro opened an aurora curtain leading near the village. Right, what are your plans after this? Seek out your memories. Hearing this, Surtur went silent. She's also lost regarding her future. Soon, she finally made a decision. I want to follow you. Ah. For a moment, Shiro was caught off guard. I'll go wherever you go. She added. Even if I always do something troublesome. Yes. Seeing her eyes, he knew that she's determined, and he's someone who knows how to accept it instead of going against it. He sighed as he said, all right then. I don't mind a companion. Once they arrived at the house, they met Kal'tit's gaze. We've finished the matters here. How about you? I settled it. She replied. It's time to leave, then. At this day, another round of parting occurred. So it's decided. I've opened a PTRN. Feel free to support me through here. Oh yeah, my PTRN has 10 advanced chapters, you can find it here. www.ptrn.com/idleyoungmaster. Fact number 50, did you know that Terra has a currency similar to US dollars? For reasons unknown, Lungmen dollars became its equivalent. It's important to know that Lungmen City is an autonomous region to Yen, something similar to Earth's Hong Kong and China. It is said that due to Lungmen being the economic hub of the world, its currency became widely accepted in the entire Terra. That's why if you see the future chapters where I give an amount of LMD here and there, know that I based those prices on our world's USD. Chapter 95, Another Farewell. You're leaving? Tamaimi asked loudly, enough to take the attention of some Tyakas. While they surely are muscle-brained, they could still piece everything together after seeing her talk with Shiro. Shiro's leaving. What did you say? Did I hear that right? Seeing this, Shiro could only sigh. He said, that's right. By tomorrow, I think. I see. While she's cautious against him before, she found that he's nice when he lived here. It's only been a week since they arrived, but it's undeniable that his popularity reached its peak in this village as well as Zumama's. Even the Tyakas from other villages are interested to see him. Don't worry, I'll visit y'all. You said it. She said while staring at his blindfolded eyes. At first, she thought that something went wrong with his arts. With some explanation that it's to restrict his power, her worries went away. Right, I've been meaning to ask you this. What is it? She replied. Do you know about the Originum vein and the underground city nearby? Shiro asked as he recalled what he'd seen just when he returned. Surprisingly, there's a huge underground city just near their village. This city has a huge resort and futuristic technology. That, and the people with small stature who lived in it. No? I mean, this place was supposedly explored by the Empire decades ago. It seems like someone pocketed that budget and didn't do it properly. An Originum vein. This is exactly what was feared by most mobile cities. While they could mine for Originum in those veins, no one knows just when it'll become unstable and explode, spreading oropathy everywhere. The only way to know when it'll do so is to see it personally a few months before they do so. That's why many countries used Sarkaz as mining slaves due to their high Originum resistance even as an infected. Once found nearby the mobile city, they wouldn't hesitate to move miles away from it. It wouldn't pose a threat here, actually. Just its depth alone is enough for the land to prevent it from spreading here. So it's the underground city. Tamaimi said as she realized his underlying intent. That's right. Underground cities could only be built by a handful of ancient races. Tamaimi, who received the High Priest's guidance, knew that it's most likely the Durants. Durants are the dwarves' counterpart in this world. Their main specialty is in building everything. From infrastructures to mechanical items, they are proficient in creating them. Also, Kaltsit mentioned to him once that they possess advanced technology that would make the surface world drool. An example of that is the huge dome in their underground cities that perfectly replicates the skies of the surface world. There's also their subways that connects one underground cities to another. After I leave, you might be able to form connections with them. Though, I'll have to warn you about their tendencies to do public voting. It'll decide whether you'll succeed or not. I understand. She paused for a while before she added, thank you, Shiro. Tamaimi tried her best to hide the blush on her face. As for it is caused by embarrassment or something else, no one except her knows. Shiro, who learned how to handle younger sisters thanks to Stria, patted her head. As a result, she became too comfortable with it and almost slept. The next day. In contrast to Shiro's expectations, the village threw a farewell party that night. This ended up knocking many Taiakas out after he brought out some booze from the chat group. That wasn't enough to make him tipsy, however. Thus, he visited one last place after saying the bye and his acquaintances here. Thanks for the meal. Shiro mumbled as he awakened the devouring power inside him. Unlike before, the darkness are spread out, covering at least a few dozen meters of the ground before seeping on it. Then, the feast began. The moment the devouring power made contact with the dark red crystals, it slowly crumbled into nothingness. Originum +1, +1, +1 +1. Since this is a vein, it's far more greater than any other Originum that he'd eaten. The proof of it is his Originum stat reaching 100. That's only 20% of what's in this vein. Originum +1, +1, +1, +1. By the time he devoured every single Originum, he reached Originum 300, giving his aura and mana stats an additional 240 points. His Originum reserves became vast, allowing him to use his hydrogen arts to the fullest and create explosions comparable to a hydrogen bomb. With his maxed control stat and the boost in perception, he found it easier to modify the surrounding hydrogen into different types of hydrogen isotope. After heating it through his carbon arts and oxygen arts, the explosion made wouldn't be any less than that of a nuclear bombs. Furthermore, it will not produce any radiation since what his arts produces is a hydrogen bomb, not a nuclear bomb. After the sense of satisfaction died down, Shiro used the Aurora curtain to arrive at the place where Kaltsit's SUV is parked. The Originum inside you, increased again. Kaltsit asked the moment she noticed his change thanks to her new ability, Great Sage, you are. Not only did it boost her computational ability 1,000-fold, one of its functions allowed her to analyze every single thing in existence. Coupled with her vast knowledge in her 10,000 years of living, the deductions that it gave is detailed to the extreme. Ironically, it's in contrast to her, who couldn't get rid of her lengthy explanations. As for its power, it can evolve infinitely by being used often, kind of like the same as skill proficiencies in a game. I saw an Originum vein yesterday. I should thank my luck since I only saw it after gaining this new power. Metaphysics, I understand. She replied. Then, she looked at the Sarkaz who wielded a huge blade. Knowing the war that's happening in Kazdal, she could only give an advice so as to avoid being used there. If you want to keep your current life, don't go to Kazdal. For a second, Surtur was confused. Only after she saw some painful memories did she understand it, the Sarkaz's collective memories is accessible to her. Alright. This time, they would separate from Kaltsit who plans to return to Babel. Being stuck in Iberia for months is the limit that she'd set, considering that many things can happen within a few months. Even if there's her other colleague assisting Teresa, Theresio might catch them unexpectedly with another plan of his. Shiro took out their ride, motored Cuirassier, SR, something that he got from the random spins. This is the same motorcycle that Artoria had used alteration and reinforcement on, except it's much stronger. The original is already on par with divine beasts when it comes to speed, much more this modified version. With it, they can arrive in their destination in less than 5 hours. As for Kaltsit, she already used alteration on her SUV. Together with Great Sage, she managed to enhance it in the same level as Shiro's motorcycle. It's farewell, for now, she said before entering her SUV. Shiro thought of something for a while and said, I'll pay you a visit once I'm done with my stuff in Colombia. You already have your identities. Don't mess around too much. In less than a day, she managed to help them with their identities thanks to a person who owed her a favor. He's the one who led a black market in Sargon, thus it's easy for him to do so. I promise, I won't. Shiro replied, to which she only responded with, we'll see. Soon, her vehicle zoomed away from their vision. We should get going too. Shiro rode the motorcycle. Due to his riding, expert 99%, he immediately became familiar with it. No practice was needed as the memories of riding the motorcycle popped in his mind. Meanwhile, Surtur also rode it and hugged him from behind. Of course, with her usual stoic face. Before they set off, Shiro also casted wind magic that would nullify the wind impact and prevent sand from touching them. Vroom. With that, they left Aquila, leaving behind a trail of blue light as they went off with speed comparable to Mach 1. What everyone didn't know is that the moment Shiro arrived in this world, the fate of Terra itself had been altered. His departure only signified the vast changes that he would bring in this world full of suffering. A/N, to those wondering why I gave her Great Sage and not Wisdom King Raphael or Manas is to create a more reasonable development. Like, the latter two would be broken if given at this time. Though, her Great Sage slightly differs from the original as it can evolve to the said skills independently. Other than that, it's completely canon-wise. P.S. There's no fun facts again, sorry. I'm too tired today to make one. As for the chapter, it's the advanced chapter, actually. I've only finished half of the latest advanced chapter today, so I'll finish it tomorrow along with a new chapter. Chapter 96, Colombia. Colombia. One of the powerhouses in Terra, rivaling the likes of the Ursus Empire due to their massive wealth. Albeit they're the youngest nation, their smart policies made it as such. Behind them is the support of many companies like Black Steel Private Military Company and Rhine Labs. Due to their combat power being on the lower end, they focused more on building their army in the present. By funding various mercenary groups, it became stronger. At the same time, they also used such mercenaries to target the Sargon Empire. Once Sargon crumbles, it'll be their time to plunder the massive wealth preserved by it. In the border nearby Tcaronto, a Colombian desert city nearest to Sargon, two armed groups are fighting. Projectiles flew out as arts-powered crossbows were shot at each other's heads. Some were using the smuggled Sancta-based guns, which allowed them to slowly push back their opposition. Just as they were about to push on two different directions, they heard a sonic boom from the distance. Boom. Though, they only saw a trail of blue lights once they came back to their senses. What was that? One of the Kata's mercenary mumbled, not knowing how to react. Still, they successfully pushed the enemies and killed them in one swoop due to their confusion. Phew. That's one hell of a ride. Shiro said as he squeezed the brakes of the motorcycle. In this long ride, they managed to cross lands and huge lakes alone due to their sheer speed and its special functions. It made traveling in water possible with motored Cuirassier. They stopped when they're just some distance away from Colombia's capital. As for the reason why, we need to set up our disguise. Do you remember your time in Colombia? Even your memories would do. MN. I see. Based on some memories that she had, she knew that Colombian people discriminated against Sarkaz people. On top of it, the discrimination is severe, too. It's to the point that they would face troubles just by being one. What's my disguise? She asked. Hearing this, Shiro only smiled and took out an ID from his dimensional storage. This is the identification that Kaltsit had helped them acquire. He also has the dozens of papers inside his storage, which signified the amount of hard work that it took. Shiro soon pointed out the picture on the ID and the race stated in it. What? When did you? Surtur was visibly surprised as she saw her own picture, nay, her edited picture. Instead of her Sarkaz horns, what she saw is a pair of feline ears that followed the color of her hair. On the race section, she saw feline instead of Sarkaz. That will be your disguise. Shiro said as he casted several dozen layers of light magic and dark magic to form her perfect disguise. Magic circles filled with layers of runes appeared as he waved his right hand. Magic circles are generally from 1st layer 9th layer since these circles are generally made out of runes. That's why it's necessary to become rune magicians before circle magicians. The level of complexity and calculations rises gradually thanks to this. However, it becomes harder to cast higher tier magic circles since the caster has to maintain the completed layers and calculate for the next. Multitasking is important to it. As of right now, Shiro can cast up to the highest 9th layer magic circles. This is considered impossible as circle magicians can only cast 5th to 6th layers at best. Only grand magicians with their domains could manifest 7th to 9th layers and even instacast it through their domain. The next moment, they disappeared, leaving Surtur with her pair of feline ears instead of her sarcas horns. Her disguise is simply impeccable due to Shiro using dozens of 9th layer circles. The only downside of it is that he'll have to input his mana every time she goes far from him, lest his magic would disappear. I'll have to ready mine too. He mumbled as he took out his trusty Archangel's halo and placed it in his head. The halo soon froze in place as he willed it through their connection. Then, he manifested the aura wings, the power of aura knights, and made it look like a sancta's wings. It only looked small and has pointed edges, but it functioned the same way as the normal aura wings. Through his 6 eyes and max control stat, he could manifest it using aura without much difficulty. His aura also remained the same due to him constantly replenishing his reserves. After buying racial empathy, Sancta for a few thousand points, they set off. A blind angel and a feline redhead went to the mobile city's entrance while riding motored Q-Ricer. This time, Shiro deliberately lowered its speed. The city has tracks below it to move from one places to another. It also has a wall, which is not too tall nor short, to mark their borders. https://www.pixf.net/n/artworks/949938882. Unlike Akawila's greenery, the soil surrounding this city looks dry and desolate. This is the result of years of originum mining. If this is not yet shocking, there's still Rimbilliton who'd done much worse mining than this. The two stepped in the slant passage before stopping in the outpost. A man who wore a guard's uniform was yawning when he saw the new visitors of this city. His eyes were immediately caught by their appearances, simply because of how good it is. The feline redhead looks fierce and cute at the same time while the blind Sancta has such handsome appearance that he only admired it. "Excuse me? We're here to settle our immigration papers." The Sancta spoke, pulling the guard back to reality. "Ah, yes? Can I look at it?" "Sure." The Sancta passed more than a dozen papers for the guard to verify. After more than 5 minutes of cross-checking, he soon registered their identity in the database. Their identities are more legit than legit since Kaltzit is the one who specifically asked for help. Heck, the guy behind all of this had to arrange so many things, ranging from their made-up traces years ago up to their identities. "Welcome to the heart of Columbia," the guard said as Shiro nodded at his direction. Then, they went off once more while riding the motorcycle. As they entered the nomadic city, their sights were replaced by high-rise buildings and modernity. Originum-powered vehicles passed by while the noises of people rang in their ears. In one direction, he saw a set of building. The one in the center has an infinity symbol in it, having the positive and negative symbols inside the left and right loop, respectively. "Rhine Labs, hey." Shiro mumbled as he headed to a 5-star hotel to stay for the day. After some finding, he finally found one. "Stay here for a while, I'll go settle our lodging for the day," he said. "MN. If you see some people troubling you, feel free to beat them up, MK? Though, I'll prefer to be Loki." Seeing her nod once more, Shiro then entered the hotel and settled for a week's stay in the reception's desk. He spent some money that the guy had sent them since he'll have to slowly make his pure gold into Columbia's currency. Though, he noticed the female receptionist being affected by his max-level charm. Sighing, he left the hotel to park his motorcycle. When he saw Surtur standing there peacefully, he only smiled as he passed on a room card to her. "This is our room card. You might want to chill there for a while." "All right." While Shiro left to park his motorcycle, Surtur used the elevator and went to the 15th floor. Just as she arrived in her room, the door next to theirs opened, revealing a girl with blue hair and starry eyes. The girl looked surprised the moment she looked at Surtur's eyes because of the latter's fortune reading. A reading appeared in her mind, only for it to turn into something unreadable. A/N, 4 more chapters before we hit 100. I am wondering if I would place in a Q&A portion in the 98th and 99th chapters so that some people can ask questions regarding something. Of course, I'll only answer those that I can answer. Anyways, here's the fun fact of the day. It's Muv-Loves this time. Fact number 51, did you know that Muv-Love is a contraction of multiverse, Muv, Love, Love? It only makes sense after playing Muv-Love Alternative, which is the third and final installment of the game. There, we'll know the reason behind the protagonist, Takeru's, Ice Sky. Turns out, his childhood friend Sumika, her brain to be exact, got tortured by the betas too much by giving her immense pleasure, thus she's always at a state of CLMX, to the point that she became obsessed with the said protagonist. As a result, reality FCKNG bent and she pulled in another takeru from a different parallel world to the beta world. The quote "love knows no bounds" came true in this scenario. I mean, just how obsessed did she become to the point that she broke the rules of reality, summoned takeru and even gave him return by death with infinite usage? That's right. The protagonist failed at saving the world too many times, and only when the alternative world line occurred did they finally emerge victorious against betas. As for the world where they failed, he simply died countless times before transferring back to another parallel world, whereas his memories got wiped, only his physique and muscle memories remained. Chapter 97, Uncleash Hideout. The moment Astasia received a reading, Shiro glanced at their direction. Even if he's in the underground parking area, he can still see through dozens of floors before his gaze arrived at Searchers. Since he didn't know if Astasia can feel his gaze, he indirectly looked at her through Searcher. The latter simply sent back her gaze at him before resuming what she's doing before. Astasia also chose to act normally, thus nothing interesting happened. After parking his eye-catching ride, Shiro took off his blindfold after seeing no one here with him. As a result, he saw the entire bird's view of the city. Starting from the surface buildings up to the hidden ones underground, he saw them all. He wore it back again as he muttered, another Sarkaz-related thing. What he saw there is Ryan Lab's interior, to be exact, the set of Royal Sarkaz bloodline being stored inside a cold storage. He also saw bits of its power inside a young girl. What's strange is her original race being overridden by another race, Sarkaz, when her true race is Savra. A/N, Savra are the people with lizard-like traits. Tisk tisk. What are they doing by using two incompatible powers? While cursing at their incompetence to not see such a thing, he fell into a dilemma once more. Every time he sees a kid and live experimentation together, something inside urges him to take action. Moreover, it's the result of his Fenrir bloodline. I'll decide after I use the memory cards. For now. Opening an aurora curtain, Shiro arrived at their room. There are 2 bedrooms here, a living room, and 2 bathrooms. The place looks very luxurious, something incomparable to their stay in Sargon. Still, Shiro knew that it's very peaceful there, unlike here. Columbia might be advertised as a free country, but underneath it is pure darkness. One has to know that they only matched Ursus and the rest through their money and economy. Only God knows what they're doing to bolster their military might. It became even more evident after Shiro saw everything here. When Sertra left her bedroom, she was quite surprised to see him standing there. Ahem. I'll have to settle our funds first. Do you want to come or look around this city first? He asked. I will look around first. All right. Shiro opened another aurora curtain leading to an empty alleyway before he continued, I hope you see something good. Amen. Stepping into it, he found himself on an empty alleyway. It is dim and dreary due to it being near the slums. Even with his blindfold, he saw many bad things happening at every moment. People beating up an infected, people giving disgusting looks to an infected, and there's even a group of people that kidnapped a few. There's also a few Sarkaz infected here and their treatment is the worse. Even the infected from other ancient races look at them with disdain. FCK. What is it that I'm feeling? At this time, he felt another wave of anger erupt within him. Just by looking at their situation, it seemed as if it instinctively reminded him of bad memories. In the end, he casted a 6th layer circle called Reaper Call. Just like its name, it allowed him to schedule their deaths by reducing their luck. This skill is dependent on his luck since if it's lower than the target, he'll receive its backlash. Though, who else has a higher luck than him here? After cursing them to their deaths, his mind became peaceful once more. Albeit, he's quite frustrated by this since he can't even control his feelings. It's indirectly telling me to settle things already. He sighed as he left the alleyway with his ruined black robe. Thanks to its huge size, it is able to cover his face with no problems. Once he saw a mechanic shop with the name Aaron's Workshop, he entered it. What he saw is the same as Zumama's workshop. Mechanical parts are placed neatly here and there, while there's some weapons and tools inside the display boxes. Its owner, Aaron, has a childlike face and stature due to his Duran lineage. His red hair and pair of golden pupils isn't unique in this world, but there's something in him that would make someone look at him twice. Using his 6 eyes, he discerned that this Aaron is not so simple. Just his power alone is comparable to a demigod, while his life level is on par with gods. Though, it made him wonder if these people are tired of using bars as a cover-up to their normal life. Yawning, he spoke, if you want to buy something, everything's on the boxes. Outside it are things not for sale. You spoke as if some people got interested on your private stuff. Shiro said with an outgoing tone. Hey, it's the obvious. Some children of influential people here escaped their mansions to wander around this place. He repositioned his head that laid on his right arm before speaking, They're still kids. Just some acting and I managed to make them leave obediently. Looking at him, Shiro chuckled and replied, you used your childlike looks to do so, right? You're a sharp one. Shiro looked at the insides of each mechanical items through his 6 eyes. By doing so, he indirectly stole all their blueprints. Guiltlessly, he walked in front of Aaron and took out a letter inside his dimensional storage. The latter seemed interested as he took the letter. Then, his expression turned solemn for a while before returning back to normal. You're the person that has lots of pure gold. That's right. Shiro replied as he took out a bar of pure gold. Of course, he made it look like he took it under his robe. Can I touch it? Sure. Aaron touched it before its shape turned into a liquid form. It assumed many other forms like spikes and a dagger before returning back to normal. Damn, this is the real deal. It's even better than the other pure gold that I found. He exclaimed. Is that your art? Gold arts. That's right. I can manipulate gold through this. He pointed out the fingerless gloves in his left hand with some diamond-shaped iridium embedded into it. In total, it has 6 crystals, 1 in each finger and the last one in the center. The iridium crystals was coated by a transparent red glass, thus it looked like a dark orange crystal. This red glass is needed to prevent some hazards from happening. The only function of the red glass is to contain the iridium, preventing someone from having oripathy. Of course, Aaron had built it like that, else he'll be announcing I'm a Farinmut. When all he wants is a carefree life. How many do you have? Even if it's tons, I'll buy them all. Hearing this, Shiro could only confirm his thoughts of this guy being a hidden big shot. After all, who can confidently make such claims while all he has is a workshop? Do you have a huge space here? Space? Well, I have my underground storage. Why? Aaron asked. Smiling, Shiro said, you'll see soon. If that's what you say. Aaron led him to his underground storage, which mostly consisted of metallic boxes filled with a wide variety of items. Surprisingly, he even possessed more than 7 relic guns, something that only Lateranos saints had used before. His underground storage is more than an 8 of the tomb from before, which made Shiro wonder as to how he managed to build it under Columbia's officials. Shiro then activated his dimensional storage, spilling out the pure gold that he got from the Empress tomb. He chose to keep the remaining 40% since it felt pleasing to the eye. Meanwhile, Aaron was startled when he saw tons of pure gold appear, each bar stacked on top of one another, forming a literal gold mountain. While he wondered about Shiro's power in space, he noticed something familiar in them. Wait. Did you get them from her resting place? He asked Shiro. If it's the Golden Empress, then I sure did. For the record, Kaltsit said that it's fine to take them. Wait a damn minute. Did you just say, Kaltsit? As in, that old Dr. Kaltsit. Aaron exclaimed, shock replacing his previous lazy expression. A/N, if anyone's wondering, Aaron is an OC character. There's not much known Farinmuts, so I have to do this. Anyways, he finally met another past wife of his in the advanced chapters. A clue would be, she's someone from F/Go. As to who she is, you might or might not get surprised by it. Fact number 52, Chaldea's summoning system is vastly different from the original. It goes like this. 1. Summon servants using Mash's shield as a base. 2. Wait for heroic spirits to respond to your calls. 3. Once summoned, they will chill on Chaldea for a while. 4. They will be temporarily summoned on a singularity/lost belt during the fights in-game before they go back to Chaldea and chill again. The main reason why only Mash is together with Ritsuka is due to the heroic spirit's safety. If they perform temporary summoning, the servant's Saint Graphs would still be safe even if they die since they'll only respawn in Chaldea with their memories intact. Also, their Saint Graphs are attached to Chaldea itself, which made the respawn thing possible. Chapter 98, Getting Rich Overnight. You know Kaltsit? Shiro asked to Aaron, who now has a weird expression. Well, yeah. I mean, who doesn't? At least every person who lived for more than 150-200 years will surely know her. Her influence is that big. I see. While Shiro is mulling over this experience, he finished spitting out pure gold from his dimensional storage. I am just wondering, is your art related to space? Aaron asked. That's right. It must be the artistic one, then. Originum arts in Terra is divided into 3 known categories: scientific, artistic, and divine arts. Scientific involves the use of modern knowledge to further improve their usage of it. An example of it is Shiro's hydrogen arts. Through his knowledge of biology, he managed to make use of his arts in a unique way. Meanwhile, artistic is more on the person's imagination, whereas they control physics through their willpower alone. All they have to do is to practice their imagination through different arts, piano, painting, etc., to improve their arts. Lastly is the divine arts. Simply put, it's power that originated from the gods, only their acknowledged ones can use it. In Terra, space manipulation is merely a theory, the amount of requirements for it to work scientifically is huge, thus it's stated that it'll be related to artistic arts. Of course, there's a small possibility that it can be done scientifically, albeit small. This small possibility is achieved by Shiro. Wait for a while. This will take some time to finish calculating. Rubbing his forehead, Aaron began calculating the costs. Thanks to his gold arts, he knew the precise details without any use of equipment. Shiro knew too, thus he's only waiting for this guy's own results. If he ever tries to rip him off, Shiro would also rip him off. Literally. Even if it's a god, he wouldn't allow himself to be mistreated. Fortunately, Aaron gave the right data as they had the same results. There's also the quality and rarity, so this'll cost thrice more in my side. So, what's the total amount? Shiro asked him with interest. A few trillion, at the bare minimum. He paused for a while before saying, this is enough to collapse a country's gold economy, you know? Though, I bet that you still have some in your pockets. That's right. It's not like I'm greedy for money. Shiro admitted it, simply because he doesn't care about it. After all, the only reason why he converted them into money is due to him wanting a foundation in this world. Since he doesn't have much to do, he might as well create his own force. There's still the Farenmuts and other mysteries in Terra, so he couldn't bulldoze everything with strength. Though, he has the ability to do so, Shiro chose not to since there's no reason to conquer the world. The other purpose of it is to help Kaltsit. If even she, someone that has deep connections on Terra, couldn't manifest her ideals, then how would he? Even with strength, it'll be useless if the world that she protects become a wasteland due to its aftermath. To him, he's hitting two birds with one stone. It's not like he wanted to laze around while his subordinates do all the work, definitely not. Do you want to convert it to Lungmen dollars or keep it as credits? I can convert it into at any time, just so you know. Aaron said with confidence. Hearing this, Shiro thought of it for a second before replying, convert it to 300 billion LMD first. I'll keep the rest as credits. Alright. Aaron then grabbed a glass screen made out of translucent gold. After some clicking, he paused. What's your account number? He asked. It's... Beep. A notification rang out on Shiro's smartphone, indicating that he received those 300 billion through electric transfer. There goes my 3 decades worth of salary. Meh, not like it matters. Aaron mumbled. You're a mechanic, right? How come you only have trillions in 30 years? By being a mechanic, one can earn hefty sums every item. There's also their opportunity of being recruited by some nations to build weapons. Since Aaron's an ancient Duran mechanic, it's only reasonable that Shiro thought of it. Just a single salary of his might amount to few hundred billions, considering that he has these relic guns lying in his storage. It's just that. I don't take commissions much. Be it repairing Sancta's relic guns or Columbia's secret weapons, I don't do it often. Once you have a long life, you'll find those stuff boring. That's why I visit one places after another. Understandable. It didn't take long before Shiro left the store, leaving Aaron alone to think. His tone sounds like they've been friends for years. Well, the other doctor already has the Sarkaz Queen, so this seems completely reasonable. Private Shiro, I cashed in the pure golds to that guy. I'm planning to take over some companies for a while before partnering with Babel. Private Kaltsit, I see. I'll mention this to them once you're ready. Private Shiro, copy that. Sitting on the living room sofa, Shiro wore the augmented glasses, R. Rows of company names flashed along with their in-depth info. Cardinal is right besides him, browsing through each of them. Of course, what Shiro chose to acquire are the new companies, those that'll be successful in the near future. Thanks to his a wealthy dragon buff, he managed to see these opportunities along with how big they are. Columbia is simply the Silicon Valley of this world, consisting of many companies. Even foreign ones has their branches here, a testament of how Columbia is the center of economy in Terra. Are you planning to take over this world? Cardinal asked with suspicion. It's been more than 3 days since they first arrived here, and Shiro explained everything to both of them including this new world. Knowing that Terra developed in a somewhat parallel line compared to Earth, Cardinal thought that its power structures is quite similar to it. Her stealthily hacking to the internet gave her this knowledge. That's where she was proven wrong. In this world, there are humanoid nukes that can dispatch at moment's notice. Unlike Earth, these nukes can be used more freely than nuclear bombs, their destructive attacks doesn't cause any long-term effects. Moreover, Terra is also advanced in other fields, making it more distinct than Earth. Still, Cardinal found everything interesting in the end. She even helped in Shiro's plan to build a foundation here. Not really. If I'd wanted to do so, I'll use my ace in the hole straight away and showcase my strength for the whole world to see. I see. She replied knowingly. Both of them know that they'll only act based in interesting things, thus she understood him easily. Beep. A screen appeared on his glasses, which shows that there's a call for him. Oh, it's the informant. Shiro muttered as he answered the call. A/N, it's nearing the 100th chapter. To celebrate that, I'll be doing a Q&A. Feel free to drop off some questions here that I might be able to answer. P.S. I'll also post the notice above tomorrow so that I can choose some questions before writing it in the 100th chapter. Fact number 53, Setsuna/Soren's, 00 Gundam Protog, talent in piloting Gundams are actually, seeing how he only took no more than 2 years to pass all the tests to become a Gundam Meister. Though, piloting one needed a lot of studying and practice, with you reading so many complicated manuals of sorts. That is, except for Unicorn that has the Psycho Frame. With it, you can literally control a Gundam with your mind, effectively skipping so many tests and still have a higher combat potential. That's why Banagher Lynx, Unicorn Gundam Protog, is one of the few Gundam pilots that had it easy when it comes to piloting one. If you're wondering why I placed a Gundam-related fact today, think of it as a foreshadowing, winky face. Chapter 99, Confrontation with Oneself. Yahoo! Columbia's best gardener is here. A childlike voice rang out on the other side of the call. A hint of childlike innocence and mischievousness can be heard from it. To the best child gangster out there, how are things faring? That again. The child, Kafka, grumbled. Though, she didn't mind it due to what she'd seen 2 days ago. At that time, she saw a group of Liberi beating up a Sarkaz infected. She was about to use her gardener arts, something that enables her to create a sleeping gas made out of different plants' chemicals, when she saw them disintegrate into dust. With her instincts, she found out a person that stuck out like a sore thumb at that time. Thus, her curiosity got the hang of her, and she ended up being discovered by him. What was unexpected, however, is Shiro employing her due to her underworld dealings. That's why she ended up as an informant of sorts. Anyways, I found one of their laboratories, just as you've asked. I didn't expect that Haydn Labs are still here. They're really shady as heck. Like Ryan's lab, Haydn Labs are experimenting with Royal Sarkaz bloodlines. Since Haydn Pharmaceuticals are technically under Ryan Labs, the latter gathered their remnants to create a new company that would do the said live experimentation with people. 2 years later, they managed to make vast progress in this field, mainly thanks to the Savra Sarkaz girl, codenamed Ifrit, that is being experimented on in Ryan Labs. Since it's the Sarkaz bloodline, they targeted the Sarkaz specifically. What would be better targets other than the Sarkaz in Colombia? Alright. Thanks for the hard work, I'll mail you later. Okay. Beeb. After the call, Shiro sighed as he recalled what he is about to do today. As for Kafka, he didn't mind their cooperation as he already saw through her true nature by looking at her in the eyes. She's someone who puts on a mask of a naive child while having the full knowledge of Terra's darkness. She works as a gardener in the day and a gangster in the night. Simply put, she's an experienced person. Knowing that Shiro is that strong, why would she turn sides against him? I have to settle this, once and for all. The source of all his uncertainties, and also the main reason why he can't develop a romantic relationship for now. His past. Shiro grasped the 3 memory cards in his hands. They have this metallic and cold touch, yet it also feels ethereal at the same time. To him, it's a key, so as to speak. I need to move forward, hey. As a mentor for almost a year, he saw this as the player's main driving force. Even the other chat group members who threw away their normal is like this. Ironically, Shiro is the one who cannot move forward by looking back at his past. Just his romantic relationships are a mess since he's aware that he has a wife in the past. How could he accept the advances of others when his situation is like this? He is simply confused as to what to do. Wordlessly, he placed all 3 of them in his forehead at the same time. With that, a white light flashed before Shiro began his trip down to his old memory lane. Blood. A sea of blood. Under the man who has the Fenrir bloodline are the blood of countless inhabitants of the 9 realms. Even if his entire body felt weak at the moment, he felt liberated, satisfied. At last, the war is fucking over. He mumbled as a corpse of a blonde man flew to his right hand. You fucker. Just because of a damned prophecy, you made our lives shit. With a squeeze, the man's head exploded. Of course, the Fenrir enveloped everything in his devouring concept, making sure he didn't waste anything. You dare. Space got obliterated at the mere voice in the void. Odin, the All-Father who is trapped in the Forbidden Zone, was truly angered. Looking at the sight of the worlds that constituted Yggdrasil, the World Tree, he chuckled. These worlds, they're all destroyed by none other than him. That's right, this man alone took the prided Asir's head on, fought then alone, and emerged victorious. Even the World Tree itself is cut in half. His subordinates took care of the rest and killed the surviving ones. However, his eyes that is clear as void made him look delirious, as if he's drunk on power. No, no. This power is trying to fuck everything up again. While the black-haired man immersed himself in taking control of this power, Odin's shouts became more annoying to him. Shut the FCK up. With a single wave of his bloodied sword, he sent a terrifying attack straight to the forbidden zone. What is this? A present from yours truly. The man replied. Due to this, he managed to attain the peace that he wants. Fenrir looked at the strange blade with the color schematic of 3 different colors. If not for his own power preventing her civilization erosion, this would have turned into a normal object. It's unorthodox, but a good sword nonetheless. Then, he switched gazes at the woman in front of him, someone who only sought destruction. How did you arrive here, by the way? The Demon Lord is a demon. What did you expect? A blonde-haired girl with purple eyes deadpanned at him. The handsome white-haired man grasped his blade for a while before switching to a silver sword in his back. I might have thought that this demon lord is a demonic beast, not an abyssal demon. Unsheathing the blade, he continued, still, it wouldn't matter. Leo. What are you going to do with that girl? A nine-tailed fox asked. Looking at her eyes, Fenrir shuddered. He knows her too well, this is her Yandere mode. Akaji-chan. This. Don't tell me, she's going to be your wife too. The man who brought down the 9 realms and claimed countless lives is facing another huge dilemma of his life. The androgynous white-haired man stepped into a flowery domain. Unlike the stoic vibe at the library, it has a vibrant atmosphere. Just like her. The commandant, or more known as Shakikan, is eavesdropping at his own office right now. To be honest, he hadn't expected to encounter a situation like this. Shakikan-sama. A barely audible voice resounded inside the room. Who is it this time? Akaji? Rune? Taehao? Meanwhile, Shakikan's mind became a mess as he thought of how he discovered this half a year ago. The Kansens are recently summoned at that time, thus there's an agreement where each of them would be under the commandant, someone who has a high cognitive awakening affinity. Through the said commandant, the Kansens would grow stronger. However, this caused some problems to the said commandant, such as this. Unai-chan? What are you doing here? Unicorn. Keep quiet. A little girl who's hugging a unicorn stuffed toy became bewildered after hearing this. Leading the young girl, Shakikan stealthily went away. More than 150 years worth of memories flooded his brain, albeit he easily reorganized everything after 2 seconds. Still, his immersion became too deep to the point that he's feeling surreal right now. Fortunately, Surtur took notice of this and helped him. A/N, if you're confused, then these represent the bits of memories that he saw in those memory cards. Also, you might be able to see some subtle hints that I placed in this chapter, winky face. P.S. You can ask more questions for the Q&A here. Fact number 54, did you know that our nights, when translated into Chinese, is called tomorrow's arc, or simply, tomorrow's dawn? This wordplay fitted its world building well, since it's done as dreary and dark from the beginning. While there's the summer events that is light-hearted, it's only for the fan service. Chapter 100, Messy Past Life. A/N, Yeet, it's the 100th chapter. To those who kept reading up until now, thank you very much. Your comments, reviews, and power stones serves as a motivation for me to write. Shiro. Seeing him standing still, Surtur went closer to him and tried calling him for a few more times. When he's still unresponsive, she tried shaking him, only for Shiro to hold her hand out of nowhere. She couldn't see his eyes due to the blindfold, but she could guess that he's having the same experience as her based on his expressions alone. Even though she doesn't know why, she decided to help him still. Surtur sat beside him in the couch as his gaze followed her. For a good 5 minutes, they only stared at each other. Chat group, Kaltsit, Kuroniko, Roman. Surtur. Shiro mumbled the names of the people that he met since he woke up. Only then did he return to reality and stop being drowned by those years of memories. Although he didn't change physically, Surtur can feel a different vibe from Shiro. If he's more carefree before, he's more calm now. There's also the killing intent behind his amicable aura, something that can only be developed once killing becomes the norm to a person. I see. I used the memory cards before. He paused for a moment after realizing that he's still holding Surtur's hand. Thank you. Shiro let it go, but he couldn't help but remember how soft it is. Realizing that he felt something new, he thought, am I mentally disabled before? That time, the major reason why he couldn't reciprocate some feelings since he's somewhat similar to Solomon, he shut his romantic feelings since he thought of his wife before. Now that he knew about his past, he regrets the fact that he did, he's speechless, even. After all, he found out that he used to have multiple wives. That's right, he's polygamous. However, what he thought about the most is the fact that he now has the memories of 3 people inside him. He organized them under the white hair, Fenrir, and Shakikan classifications. What's more confusing is the fact that the first 2 happened at the same time period, there are some memories whereas the two of them met. As for the last one, he can only conclude that it's from a different world. Now, is it reincarnation? The more you know, the more questions appear. This statement perfectly fits Shiro's situation right now. He thought about knowing more about himself before, but now, it only left him more confused. But I will face a huge trouble, hey. Shiro thought as he recalled his dangerous wife. There's also the other ones, such as the girl with the RGB sword and the calm and collected girl. What's more, his dangerous and calm wives appeared on his Shakikan memories, too. As for his other wives, he only saw some clues of theirs like their silhouettes and locations. Though, he can conclude that he has 3 more wives based on those memories alone. In total, he has 6. For now, he decided to keep this matter on the back of his mind. For now. What do you want to eat? He asked. Zarusoba. A/N, zarusoba, also known as cold soba, is a noodle dish that uses chilled broth instead of the warm ones. Soba, alright. With that, he truly placed that important matter on the back of his head, without knowing how much mess it'll cause him. In a world far away from Terra, the second singularity septum, the man who betrayed Chaldea due to unknown reasons had revealed himself. Impossible. For a mere servant to defeat one of the gods? That's right, this is simply a miscalculation. I've left the temple for far too long that my cells began to rot, but I am entrusted with the mission to incinerate the future. Lev began his self-talk to calm himself down after seeing one of the demon god pillars to be defeated by Chaldea's last master and a demi-servant. Thankfully, I have a contingency plan prepared. He said as he began doing something on the Holy Grail. Crap, watch out. I'm detecting the Grail's activation. Mash and Ritsuka, something is about to happen. Roman passed on his words as a virtual projection from Chaldea. By sacrificing ancient Rome, I managed to summon the strongest servant. Rejoice, Emperor Nero Claudius, Rome is about to be destroyed. Lev declared with such confidence. Rome is the world, and it shall never come to an end. The 5th Roman Empress, Nero, replied with such conviction. Even when she knew about Rome's downfall in the future, she accepted it. She is confident in the seeds that it planted that Rome will be eternal, for it'll exist as long as the world does. You still babble on with your stupidity, hey? Then see for your own eyes the end of the world. We'll pull out the bottom of humanity, its foundations. By the esteemed words of our king. Come forth. Great hero of destruction, Altera. A bright light flashed before it died down, revealing the girl with tan skin and short white hair under her white veil. The girl looked calmly at Leflaner Floros before she grasped the grip of her strange sword and slash! Split him in half. Hey! Lef murmured before he disappeared. Even at his death, all he thought of is his bewilderment upon this situation. What? Did Lev's signature disappear? But how? Roman said on the other side. Though, he only feigned surprise as he knew about their future. To be more specific, a part of their future. Instead of taking them all, Roman chose to digest those information gradually. It wouldn't matter much if he knows everything since he might screw something due to his character, or so he thought. He was cut in half by the servant that he summoned. Her true name is Altera, and she's probably a saber. She's holding the Grail. You. Mash's words were interrupted by Altera. Right now, what she's looking at is Roman's invisible projection. Hey? Yes. Seeing this, Roman asked with a gulp. This isn't in the information. As expected, something is bound to change. He thought. Where is he? Hey? Who? Who are you looking for? He asked in bewilderment. My husband. Husband. At this moment, everyone became dumbfounded. When they prepared themselves to fight against this servant summoned by Lev, they were asked this instead. Wait. Who are you looking for, miss? My husband, the Emperor. Emperor. For a moment, the face of his amnesiac friend passed in his mind. Things wouldn't make sense here, unless he's the husband that she mentioned just now. Only that situation can explain Roman being singled out here. Don't tell me. He thought as he asked, does he have some relation to Fenrir? That's right. Now, where is he? This time, her tone became dangerous as she was about to use her strongest attack as a threat. The Sword of God, once owned by Ares, began spinning as power gradually accumulated in it. My goodness, it's really Shiro. He mumbled with disbelief, as if he can't imagine how he got associated to a dangerous civilization destroyer like her. Shiro. Besides him, the man in a woman's body spoke. She is none other than Da Vinci, Chaldea's tech support. He's my friend. Friend? The one that gave you these confectionaries. She pointed out to the tea snacks that Roman brought from Inkrad. That, and it's Shiro's cooking. That's right. Man, I never thought that he's connected to someone like her. For now, they focused on calming down the dangerous Attila of Hun. A/N, we finally reached 100 chapters. This really means a lot to me since it only meant that I kept my initial motivation for writing this, to have fun. Anyways, here's the Q&A and a special fact of the day. Q. How many chap is needed for him to stay in another world? A. It depends, but it'll not exceed 100 chapters. Keep in mind that only the longest of arcs will have that kind of length, this'll be rare. Q. What is your goal for the end of the book? A. Basically to have all characters to develop to their utmost, to conclude their own stories. There's also a massive goal for this novel to end, but that'll be a secret for now. Q. How was your day? A. It's nice, thanks for asking. Oh. Q. Will you make an arc based on the Rouge Light event? A. I'm still deciding for now, but many canon info in this FIC is based on that, like Tin Man. Fact number 54, since this is a special chapter, let's go over my username, Idle Young Master, for today. The reason why I randomly thought of this name is due to me being bored as heck 2 years ago. It's summer back then, and I don't have much to do except read web novels. With me reading so many brain-dead Young Master CN novels at that time, I named myself as such, Idle, since I'm bored and the Young Master from it. Now, I regret doing so, uni is too much,